representatives as well as the British and French. The meeting was held at the Beauvais Town Hall 2 days later, April 3rd, and the following resolution was adopted. General Foch is charged by the British, French, and American governments with the coordination of the action of the Allied armies on the Western Front. To this end, all powers necessary to secure effective realization are conferred on him. The British, French, and American governments for this purpose entrust to General Foch the strategic direction of military operations. The commanders-in-chief of the British, French, and American armies have full control of the tactical employment of their forces. Each commander-in-chief will have the right of appeal to his government if, in his opinion, the safety of his army is compromised by any order received from General Foch. Mr. Lloyd George came from London for this conference, landing at Boulogne and driving by motor car to Beauvais, where M. Clemenceau had already arrived. He crossed the roads by which the British troops withdrawn from the battle were moving to the rear, and it seems evident that the order and morale of these units did not furnish him with a pleasant picture of the situation, for apart from arriving very late, he seemed to bring with him a most gloomy impression. He was not long, however, in shaking this off and recovering his characteristic animation and energy. While the session was in progress, he made this statement regarding myself: "The English people have confidence in you. Your nomination as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies has nowhere been so well received as in my country." Then, as the meeting broke up and we left the room, he asked me, with his habitual gay manner, "And now which must I bet on, Ludendorff or Foch?" I answered him very calmly, "You can first back me and you will win, for Ludendorff has got to break through us, and this he can no longer do. As for us, our present business is to stop him, which we shall certainly accomplish. Later on, when our turn comes to break through him, that is another matter. It will be seen then what we can do." With this exchange, our conversation came to an end. The Beauvais agreement did not entirely meet my proposition, since it did not extend my authority over the whole of the Western Front from the North Sea to the Adriatic, or over all the Allied troops fighting there. Nevertheless, it did contain the essence of what was necessary for conducting the battle on the French front, which was the main theater of operations, with the American, British, and French armies, the principal forces of the Entente. But as Monsieur Clemenceau was now assured of the adherence of the British and American governments to the new formula, he doubtless preferred, in order to gain time, to first limit the sphere of the Inter-Allied Generalissimo's action to this theater and to these armies. Once such a result obtained, he reserved to himself the possibility of seeking a future extension of the agreement so as to include the Italian theater and army on one hand, and the Belgian army on the other. The question of Italy's adherence was examined by the Supreme War Council on May 2nd at Abbeville. Signor Orlando and Signor Sannino declared, in the name of the Italian government, that they could not unreservedly agree to the Beauvais text, but they proposed, by way of compromise, a formula which established a distinction between the Italian front and the command of the Italian army. This formula, to which the other governments agreed, was as follows. 1. The Italian front, from now on, is subject to General Foch's coordinating authority, as defined in the Doullens Agreement. 2. The command of the Italian army, on the other hand, will be accorded to that officer only when circumstances lead to the presence beyond the Alps of other Allied armies, fighting there subject to his orders under the same conditions as in France. The restriction thus imposed by the Italian government, nonetheless, left to the Inter-Allied commander the right of scrutiny over the Italian front and furnished him the possibility, if he esteemed it advisable, of using the Transalpine theater of operations for the realization of his strategic plans. In what concerned the Belgian army, the question was discussed by the Supreme War Council at Versailles on July 3rd. At the moment, the Allies were preparing to resume the offensive in France. As it was to be presumed that the Belgian divisions would be called upon to participate in this action, it would have been preferable to have them placed at my disposal, the same as the other Allied divisions. But no agreement could be arrived at in this sense. Lieutenant General Guillain, the Chief of Staff of the Belgian Army, invoking the constitution of his country in formal opposition to the suggestion. As a matter of fact, this uncompromising attitude, which arose more from a matter of principle than anything else, was not final. For a few weeks later, the King of the Belgians accepted without hesitation the task of conducting in Flanders the operations of the united Belgian, French, British, and American troops, in accordance with the directions of the Allied Commander-in-Chief. In terminating this discussion of the Allied High Command, it may be well to add that a decision of the Allied governments, dated May 2nd, abolished the Executive Committee, which had been created 3 months previously, and for which there was now no longer any necessity. On May 14th, I received the official title of Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies in France. But all this was merely the formal proceeding which established my rights on paper. It remained to be seen how the Allied command thus created would work in practice. I beg to repeat here what I said after Ypres, namely, that if this organ was to live, it must derive its strength solely from the confidence which the various armies under its orders felt in it, and from the good understanding it maintained with and between these armies. This understanding it must develop and strengthen at any price with a single object in view, the triumph of the common cause. In any case, during the first days of April 1918, there was no time to lose. If a situation still essentially precarious was to be improved by worn-out troops, and over a front considerably lengthened by the enemy's successes. Chapter IV. The restoration of the Allied situation on the Somme and the German effort in Flanders. General Foch's instructions with a view to a Franco-British offensive to disengage Amiens, April 3rd. German attack in Flanders, April 9th. French reserves move north. Extension and reinforcement of the enemy's front of attack, April 11th. French units are sent into Flanders, April 12th and 13th. Anxiety of the British staff, April 14th. The Belgians extend their line to the north of Ypres. April 18th. German attacks on the Flanders Hills, capture of Bailleul, April 15th. More French forces sent north, April 15th. The British contemplate a retreat. General Foch intervenes, April 16th, 17th, and 18th. Formation of a French army detachment in Flanders. General movement of French reserves toward the north, April 17th, 23rd. Capture of Villers-Bretonneux, April 23rd. Successful counter-attack by the Australians. Fresh enemy efforts in Flanders. Capture of Mount Kemmel, April 25th. Important French forces moved up. British withdrawal in the Ypres salient, April 27th. Renewed intervention by General Foch and further dispatch of French divisions. End of the battle, May 8th. General survey of the battle and its consequences. Appeal made for American divisions. After having obtained this first result by rapidly stopping up, with any means at hand, the serious breach in the Franco-British front, which the German offensive of March 21st had brought about. The next thing to do was to consolidate the new front by systematically organizing its defense and forming a reserve. It then remained to ensure the needs of the troops and of the civil population by regaining certain portions of the territory which the enemy had seized, and which, in his hands, threatened both these interests. To cover these points, I drew up my instructions of April 3rd to Field Marshal Haig and General Pétain. These prescribed, on the one hand, the organization of a strong defensive front north of the Somme, and on the other, an offensive south of that river, in order to disengage Amiens. The enemy is now held up from Arras to the Oise. On this front he may resume the offensive with ease, north of the Somme, and particularly in the Arras region, where numerous railway lines are at his disposal. With greater difficulty on the south, since the railway lines which he has captured are here less numerous, are in bad order, and lie partly under the fire of our guns. We may then expect, on the front north of the Somme, an offensive, and even perhaps a strong offensive. On the south front, a weaker or less early offensive. Our own interests require that we push the enemy back as soon as possible. 1. From the Saint-Just-Breteuil-Amiens Railway. 2. From the Amiens Railway Centre. We must therefore 1. Attack him south of the Somme, in the Montdidier region. 2. Attack him astride the Somme, from the Luce to the Anchor. By doing this, moreover, we would be furthering the realization of the fundamental ideas which had so far governed our operations, namely, to strengthen the liaison between the French and British armies and cover Amiens. Again, while not anticipating decisive results, nevertheless, thanks to the right-angled formation of our front, we might cause the enemy a serious check by an offensive on and to the south of the Somme. This would be the best parry to his possible attack north of that river. These considerations lead me to fix, as follows, the task of the Allied armies for the approaching operations. 1. As soon as possible, an offensive by the French armies in the Montdidier region, with the object of clearing the Saint-Just-Amiens railway, while also taking advantage of the shape of our front to drive the enemy eastwards to the Avre and northwards towards Roye. 2. An offensive by the British armies astride the Somme in an easterly direction from the Luce to the Anchor, with the object of disengaging Amiens. It would be of the greatest advantage if these two offensives, whose directions fortunately harmonize, could be carried out simultaneously. The commanders-in-chief are therefore requested to be good enough to communicate the date on which they judge it possible to undertake these operations. It is important that they start with the least possible delay, as it was essential also to guard against any new designs on the part of the enemy north of the Somme. Measures touching both terrain and reserves must be taken to protect that side. I therefore requested the British and French commanders-in-chief to organize without delay the front between Arras and Albert. Similarly, General Pétain was asked to maintain a French reserve in the region north of Beauvais and to make preparations for its move towards the north. I had already spoken to General Pétain about these matters on the afternoon of April 2nd, and we had examined together the conditions governing the realization of these instructions from the French point of view. On April 4th, General Weygand went to Montreuil in order to go over, with Sir Douglas Haig, the measures which, in their turn, the British staff proposed to employ. The most important task which, for the moment, demanded Sir Douglas's activity ought to be the defense of the British front lying in the Arras region, in the neighborhood of the Somme. I laid special stress on this point in a letter which I wrote to the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. I pointed out to him that a certain time must elapse before the French reserves could intervene on the British front, and that, consequently, the dispositions of the British Army should enable it to hold out even in the face of a very heavy attack. In view of the latest intelligence reports, the Field Marshal was expecting a strong German offensive on the Béthune-Arras front, and he would have preferred immediate support from French troops, either in the form of a large offensive designed to draw off from him and keep busy the German forces which were threatening his front, or by replacing the British troops south of the Somme, or even by the formation of a French reserve in the British zone around Saint-Paul. I discussed these various points with him on the afternoon of April 7th at Aumale. I was most anxious to give him the greatest possible satisfaction, but I was equally desirous not to disperse such French troops as were available or use them up prematurely. As a result of our talk, it was decided that 4 French infantry and 3 French cavalry divisions, drawn from the Beauvais Reserve, should be sent into the British zone west of Amiens. They would there be in a position to liberate British reserves in case of a heavy enemy attack in the Arras region. In what concerned the preparation of the Franco-British offensive south of the Somme, its main lines were already decided upon. I merely laid down the immediate objective, namely, the recapture, at the earliest possible date, of the line Moreuil-Demuin-Aubencourt-Warfusay. I charged General Fayolle with establishing the necessary agreement to this end between the French First Army and the British Fourth Army. On the following day, April 8th, General Fayolle saw Generals Debeny and Rawlinson at Bretuil and drew up with them the plan of attack. This had to take into account the reduced resources at the disposal of the British Fourth Army. The attack was fixed, in principle, for April 12th, but we were forestalled, and it did not take place. For on the 9th, the Germans opened a powerful offensive in Flanders, and this absorbed the British reserves and a good portion of the French. On the 10th, Sir Douglas Haig informed me that I must no longer count on the British Fourth Army for the attack south of the Somme, and General Pétain, on being requested to proceed with the preparation of a French attack on the Meuril-Demuin front, prolonging it, if needful, towards the north, reported that General Foch did not now have sufficient forces at his disposal to ensure a success. He was forced to confine himself to a local operation in the Meuril region. This was carried out successfully on April 18th by the French First Army. The German offensive in Flanders, April 9th. On April 9th, another big battle was started in Flanders. That day, the German Fourth Army, von Quast, 9 divisions strong, delivered an attack on the positions between La Bassée and Armentières, held by 3 British divisions and a Portuguese division belonging to the British First Army, General Horn. Surprised at the moment when reliefs were being effected, the Portuguese division was thrown back and a breach made in the British front. The enemy pushed straight through the center towards Laventie, passed beyond that place, and reached the Lys between Esters and Sailly. On the 10th, he pursued his efforts and extended them northwards towards Messines by bringing in 5 new divisions. In this way, he included the right of the 2nd British Army, General Plumer, in his attack. Armentières and Messines fell into his hands, and he crossed the Lys on a front of 15 miles, from Le Touquet to Esters, and advanced west in the direction of Hazebrouck-Saint-Thomas. On the first day of the German attack, I made preparations to push into the British zone the French reserve, then being formed west of Amiens. With this end in view, it had been decided with Sir Douglas Haig that the reserve should be allotted the bridges at Montiers, Druil-les-Amiens, Ailly-sur-Somme, and Picquigny, so that, if the case arose, it might debouch north of the Somme. This decision did not wholly satisfy the field marshal, who, being still under the influence of the blow he had received in Picardy, imagined the Germans already pouring in on top of his troops, and he counted upon more immediate and direct support from the French. But however anxious I might be to restore confidence to the British, I could not, for all that, throw into action French divisions that were just being assembled, without being more certain than I was of the real intentions of the enemy. The attack in Flanders up to the present had accounted for only a small part of the forces he had available. The numbers he had engaged in the attack, its new direction, and its extent gave reason to suppose that, for the moment, he had in view not so much a decisive offensive as a diversion designed to draw away the Allied reserves and cover a more important action in another place. Our reserves must therefore be engaged sparingly. Sir Douglas for the moment would have to depend on his own resources. These comprised nearly all the second-line British divisions which the British Commander-in-Chief had asked to have sent him. It was therefore permissible to believe that the German eruption would be quickly dammed, and that, in any case, no territory not actually attacked by the enemy would be voluntarily given up. I drew the attention of General Headquarters at Montreuil, most particularly to this latter point. However, it was also to be anticipated that the enemy's effort in Flanders, in the direction of Saint-Thomas and Dunkirk, might finish by absorbing all the troops the British had, and that then, reverting to their original plan, the Germans might develop a powerful offensive against Arras in the direction of Abbeville. In this case, it was evident that the French reserves, at that time assembled south of the Somme, would be too distant from their ultimate field of action, and that they ought to be moved up without delay. Accordingly, after discussing this point with General Pétain at his command post, on the afternoon of April 10th, I issued instructions for the 10th Army 57 to be disposed astride the Somme, from Picquigny to Amiens, facing the line Doullens-Acre. The 5th Army was to move up behind it to the line Beauvais-Bretuil. This arrangement provided for a twofold eventuality, in that it made it possible for the French reserves to intervene, as the case might be, on the Artois front in 24 hours, or on the Flanders front in 48. Sir Douglas Haig, however, impressed by the enemy's furious onslaughts against the British lines, considered these measures inadequate, and on the evening of the 10th, he wrote to me asking urgently that the French take an active part in the battle by relieving a portion of the British front. The anxiety which this letter revealed caused me to leave at once for Montreuil. In a conversation during the night with Sir Douglas, it was recognized that a relief of British troops would entail a delay which, in the circumstances, was not possible. On the other hand, it was agreed that a German attack was still to be feared in Artois, and that, to provide against this possibility, a group of French forces would be assembled north of the Somme as soon as possible, so as to be within striking distance of Arras. To accomplish this, General Pétain was requested to push the heads of column of the 10th Army as far as Villers-Bocage on April 10th, and, with a view to giving material support to the British in the north, he would send a French division, the 133rd, by rail to Dunkirk. The British commander's fears were not without foundation. In order to immediately exploit his success of the 9th, the enemy had widened his front of action. On the 11th, the battle extended from La Bassée Canal to Carmines on the Ypres Canal, a distance of 18 miles. Moreover, it was reinforced by new enemy divisions. On April 14th, there were 25 German divisions in action. This increase of strength was marked by an appreciable hostile advance in the direction of Hazebrouck. After crossing the Loire Canal, General von Quast's troops seized Loken and Estaires, and farther north, Hollebeck. On the 12th, Merville and Meris fell into their hands, and their advance guards were already on the edge of the Neep forest. The depth of the progress had thus attained 11 miles. Faced with this development of the battle, Field Marshal Haig saw his resources being rapidly used up, and he deemed it more than ever essential that the French cooperate in Flanders. On the evening of the 11th, he sent General Davidson, the chief of the operations branch of his staff, to see me at Sarcas. He bore a letter in which Sir Douglas described the exhaustion of the British forces and emphasized the necessity of immediately concentrating a mass of at least 4 French divisions between Saint-Thomas and Dunkirk. In the course of our conversation, General Davidson and I agreed that by using the whole of the British reserves, including those still on the right of the British Army, 17 divisions in all, plus the reinforcement furnished by the French units then moving north, the Field Marshal would be able to restore the situation in front of Hazebrouck, provided 1. That the enemy be held by a minimum of forces in the first line, 2. That he be definitely stopped on the line Mount Kemmel-Behlul-Neep Forest Valley of the Clarence Mount Bernenchen Hinges, 3. That the troops be supported by a systematic organization of the artillery defense, directed more particularly against the flanks of the attack. However, in calculating the number of units which would be at Sir Douglas Haig's disposal on the Lys, I had included the British divisions which up to this time had been held in reserve in the Arras region. This made it necessary to entrust the defense of this region, in case it was attacked, to the French reserves. I was therefore led to move the 10th Army up to the line Doullens-Vorchelles, which it reached on April 13th, thus passing into the British zone. General Pétain, on his side, moved the 5th Army farther north, abreast of Amiens. This army was reinforced by taking troops from the reserve group of armies, as no offensive task was contemplated for this force at the moment. He also moved to the westwards the Oise group, composed of 2 divisions, a part of which proceeded to the right bank of that river. He also dispatched the I Cavalry Corps from Les Andelys towards Aumale. General Fayolle was requested to immediately articulate the reserves on his left wing in such manner as would best enable them, in case of need, to support the 4th British Army in the Loos-Somme sector. Finally, General Meister, commanding the 10th Army, was given instructions regarding his mission on the Arras front. The principal line of resistance, which, in the event of a hostile attack, must be held at all costs, was prescribed for him as well as for the British Third Army. His initial dispositions and the method of his intervention in the battle were likewise indicated to him. While making these general arrangements in preparation for the possible intervention of the French divisions between Arras and the Somme, my intention was to also give as much support as possible to the British commander-in-chief, beset as he was by the material and moral difficulties of the Flanders battle. On the 12th, I decided to increase the direct support which 2 days before I had already started to furnish him. To carry out this intention, I ordered the Roman 2 Cavalry Corps, which was in reserve in the Aumale region, to march to Saint-Thomas, reaching that place on the 13th, and then holding itself in readiness to cooperate with the French 133rd Division as a reinforcement for the British Second Army. General Rabelais, commanding the corps, came to Sarkis 58 to receive my instructions. While indicating his mission in the general framework of the battle, I laid particular stress on the duty devolving upon him of ensuring the liaison between the First and Second British armies. As to the general trend of the maneuver, I conceived it as follows. 1. Hold the two flanks of the breach at all costs. A. On the north, by the successive occupation of the general line Mount Kemmel Castle, fronting south. B. On the south, by the successive occupation of the general line Bethune-Saint-Thomas, facing northeast. 2. Between these two firmly held flanks, slow up and then stop the enemy squarely by the occupation, facing east, of the successive points of resistance offered by the terrain. Up to this time, the British reserves, thrown into action at the most threatened points, had been put into line between La Bassée Canal and the Lille-Hazebrouck Railway, that is to say, on the southern flank of the breach. It was now necessary to secure the northern flank, which was of the utmost importance to us, for if the enemy succeeded in capturing the Monts de Flanders and Mount Cassel, he would threaten the Allied troops established between Ypres and the sea. The defense of this flank was entrusted to General Plumer's British Second Army, and it was necessary to furnish it with means adequate to the task. With this object in view, I sent up the 133rd Division and French Roman II Cavalry Corps. But as this help might soon become insufficient, I requested General Pétain to make preparations for moving to the north another French division, taken if need be from units in course of reconstitution. The 28th Division was selected. I also requested the Chief of Staff of the Belgian Army to place at General Plumer's disposal all the Belgian units which were not absolutely necessary to hold his front. Unfortunately, the Belgian High Command, for constitutional rather than military reasons, was not able to accede to this request. Finally, I sent Colonel Desticker, my Assistant Chief of Staff, to convey instructions to General Plumer at Cassel, coordinate the action of the French units that had been moved north, and ensure the execution of my orders. The defense of the southern side of the breach being assured, and that of the northern side well on the way to improvement, the next question was to organize the resistance of the center. Provision could be made for this, in the first instance, by moving the British Cavalry Corps to the vicinity of Aire, from which place it would be in a position to help the troops in this region to check the advance of the Germans in the direction of Hazebrouck. Furthermore, in order to halt the enemy's advance towards Dunkirk and Calais, if it should become more pronounced, as well as to guard Dunkirk against any surprise, General Porphin de Saint-Maurel, the military governor of the town, was requested to extend the freshwater inundations from Saint-Thomas to the Dunkirk-Ferns road, including Watten and Bourges. On the afternoon of the 13th, I went to Ranchicourt, headquarters of the British First Army, and discussed with General Horn the measures taken and to be taken to hold up the German advance in the direction of Hazebrouck and protect the Bethune mining district. On the following day, the 14th, in a note addressed to Colonel Desticker, I insisted that the defense of Hazebrouck be effected as near as possible to the eastern edge of the Neep forest. In the presence of my cautious attitude, the British staff was much preoccupied by the following question. Supposing we are again driven back, they asked, which base will you cover? Are you going to protect Paris and France before everything else and thereby abandon the defense of the Channel ports, the bases of the British Army? Or will you, in order to cover the Channel ports, sacrifice the protection of Paris? My answer was this. I do not intend to abandon or to uncover in any way either the road to Paris or the road to the ports. The first is indispensable to the French army, the second to the British army, and also to the safety of the Belgian army. All very well, they replied, but suppose you are forced to concentrate your forces in one or the other of these two divergent directions, which one will you sacrifice? I answered, I count on sacrificing neither one nor the other direction, neither that of the ports nor that of Paris. If either is lost, our men and our resources would be reduced by half. I am striving to save both, and I shall do my utmost to succeed. The thing seems to me possible, provided that we do not use up all our available troops to ward off the present attack, namely the one against the ports. There was no denying that very great difficulties confronted us through the danger of engaging the last remaining French troops on a portion of the British front, when other hostile enterprises were to be feared on other parts of the line. In the course of a meeting on the morning of the 14th at Abbeville, at which Lord Milner was present, Sir Douglas Haig reverted once more to the exhausted state of the British army and the poverty of reinforcements. He again asked that the French relieve the British on a portion of their front. In reply, I had to limit myself to repeating the arguments against this course. To relieve units while the battle was in progress would immobilize both the relieving troops and those relieved during the time required for the operation. And this, at the very moment when the Allied reserves were scarcely sufficient to man the whole front. Furthermore, since a powerful German attack on some other part of the front might readily take place, we would be making a very bad use of the French reserves still available if we definitely condemned them to a more or less passive role. At present, they were distributed and oriented so as to be able to intervene actively and powerfully at any point which the vast battle might disclose as dangerous. Nor could I as yet, in spite of the Field Marshal's request, move the French 10th Army up to the line Bethune-Lillers and bring the 5th Army up behind it. It would have been dangerous to strip the Artois region, and besides, it seemed that for the moment Sir Douglas had enough forces in Flanders. In addition to the French units which had been sent him, 2 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions, he had, as a matter of fact, just recuperated 2 or 3 British divisions through the reduction of the front, following on the voluntary evacuation of the Ypres salient to east of the line by Scootlange-Mark-Hallebeck, April 13th, 15th. However, being anxious to support the British commander-in-chief, I made arrangements to shorten the time required for the French to intervene in the north, if this became necessary. The 10th Army was instructed to echelon one of its divisions to the north of Frevent, and to study a similar disposition for another division, enabling it to rapidly support the British 1st Army either on the front La Bassée-Canal-Arras or the front Bethune-Hazebrouck. Besides this, in order to enable the Field Marshal to increase his reserves, I requested Lieutenant General Gillane to envisage and make preparations for an extension of the Belgian front towards Ypres. On April 18th, a Belgian division relieved a British division and a British brigade north of that town. While we were strengthening the defense in Flanders by these dispositions, the enemy was making preparations to deal us fresh blows. After a respite of 2 days, during which his efforts were appreciably relaxed, he renewed the attack in a new direction. He had doubtless seen that by continuing his advance west, without having first captured the line of the Flanders hills, he would be exposing his right flank to serious risk. He therefore decided to attack that line before pursuing his march on Hazebrouck and Dunkirk. On the evening of April 15th, therefore, he launched heavy attacks in a northerly direction against the British 2nd Army and succeeded in capturing Bailleul and Wolvergem. On the 16th, he continued his efforts on a still wider front, seized Wytschaete and Messines, and arrived almost within assaulting distance of Mount Kemmel. The Battle of Flanders was moving northwards, and this German offensive, by reason of its extent, its power, and above all, its new direction, now constituted, as we have already indicated, a serious threat to the Allied forces established north of Ypres. These, including as they did the whole of the Belgian army, ran the risk of being cut off from their communications and reduced to helplessness. The danger threatened the coalition and the northern extremity of its front, and no time must be lost in parrying it. Our available railway lines had been reduced by the attack of March 21st, and the difficulty of moving troops was considerably increased. Nevertheless, French reserves must be hurried to Flanders. I therefore sent instructions to General Pétain to make ready the movement of a new division to the region of Bourges, taken, if need be, from units in course of reconstitution, and to General Meister, 10th Army, to push the artillery and trains of the 34th Division to Noirant-Fonce on the afternoon of the 16th. At the same time, making ready to move the infantry of this division by motor transport in the early hours of the 17th. Once this move was carried out, the Roman 16 Corps, leading element of the 5th Army, was to cross the Somme and come under the orders of the 10th Army, whose mission remained as previously defined. Then, in order to examine for myself the situation in Flanders, after stopping to see General Wilson and Lord Milner at Abbeville, I proceeded to Blendesques, headquarters of the 2nd British Army. I met General Plumer at Capelle, near Cassel, the evening of the 16th. It was night, our lights were extinguished, and the bombardment resounded with violence all around us. The enemy's activity in Flanders had become intense. Here I also found General Rabelat, commanding the French Roman II Cavalry Corps, and Colonel Desticker, whom I had sent on ahead to make an estimate of what troops the British had available. At 10 o'clock, we returned with General Plumer to his headquarters at Blendesques, and from there, I telephoned General Weygand at my headquarters at Sarcas to issue orders for the 34th Division to move the following day by motor transport to Steenwoord. On the morning of the 17th, at a meeting with Lieutenant General Wilson, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, who agreed with the opinion held by Field Marshal Haig and General Plumer in this respect, the British staff proposed that the Allied armies in Flanders should be withdrawn successively to the line of the inundations running from Aire to Saint-Thomas and Fumes. I refused to adopt such a measure, and I could not share Field Marshal Haig's fears in regard to the port of Dunkirk, the evacuation and destruction of which he already envisaged. In my opinion, there was no course open for the moment but to organize and maintain our resistance where we were, calling upon the French reserves as it became necessary, and making the best possible use of the Belgian forces on their own territory. This same point of view I exposed to the King of the Belgians and the Chief of Staff of the Belgian Army, whom I saw during the 17th. It also inspired the instructions I left with General Plumer on the 18th, before leaving Blendesques to return to Sarcas. It was this way of looking at the matter which formed the basis of the letters I wrote some hours later to Lieutenant General Gillane and to Field Marshal Haig, for I wished to make clear to them again the line of conduct to be followed in the present circumstances by both the Belgian Army and the British Second Army. It was the same which was developed in the memorandum I had issued to the Allied armies, treating of the general principles which should govern a defensive battle. The idea of a vigorous resistance where they stood should not, however, relieve commanders from the duty of selecting and organizing one or more lines on which to retire in case of retreat, or of improving existing defenses, such as those of the British First Army running from the neighborhood of Arras to the vicinity of Saint-Thomas. At a meeting of the Belgian and British staffs held at this time, we arranged for a study to be made of the measures necessary to adjust the successive British defensive organizations with the existing or anticipated organizations of the Belgian Army, as well as the best line of demarcation between the two armies. Finally, supposing an enemy offensive directed from Ypres on Popering, the use to be made of Allied reserves, whatever their nationality, British, Belgian, or French, was prescribed in a general scheme fixed jointly by the staffs concerned. It was not long before all these precautions bore their fruit. From April 17th to 20th, the enemy multiplied in vain his efforts against the Allied front south of the Flanders Hills. He reaped nothing but sanguinary losses. But if the drain on the Germans was heavy, that on the British was no less so, and a letter dated April 18th from Sir Douglas Haig set forth its extent. Fortunately, other resources were about to become available for continuing the struggle. These were the French reserves. We have seen that the 34th Division was moved forward on April 17th. On the 18th, the 154th and 39th Divisions were brought up, and the 27th Division arrived on April 23rd. With the divisions already assembled, they were formed into the Army Detachment of the North, under the command of General Dimitri. The size of these French forces, 5 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions, taken with the extension of the Belgian front to the north of Ypres, enabled the British Second Army to withdraw 7 divisions and 16 brigades from the battle. It was thus placed in a situation where it could fulfill its mission. Nevertheless, in case the enemy continued his efforts without respite, it would be necessary to bring other French divisions to Flanders. I therefore directed the 10th Army to advance, without delay, its heads of column, the Roman 16 Corps, 31st and 32nd Divisions, up to the line Huchin-Pernes, and while remaining always ready to give support in the Arras region. To be prepared also to intervene with a part of its forces on the front Cambrin-Bethune-Robic. At the same time, the 46th and 47th Divisions of the 5th Army were to be advanced behind it as far as Villers-Bocage. There was thus produced a general movement of extension of French reserves toward the north, justified by the threefold necessity of supporting the British in Flanders, of acting with them, if need arose, in the Arras region, and of being properly distributed for intervention on the Somme. All menace in the last two directions was far from being removed, and the struggle might flare up there again at any moment. For according to the calculations of the French staff, the enemy still had available some 60 divisions with which to make another try at separating the French and British forces. So far, he had failed to accomplish it. For 3 weeks, comparative calm had reigned on the front to the south of the Somme, but on April 23rd, the alarm was suddenly sounded. A German attack, carried out by 8 divisions, advancing under cover of the fog, captured Villers-Bretonneux from the British 4th Army and Hangard from the French 1st Army, and then pushed forward up to the outskirts of Khaki. The establishment of the enemy at Villers-Bretonneux was bound to have most unfortunate consequences for us. It provided him with observation posts and gun positions which would enable him to bombard, attack, and capture Amiens under excellent conditions. In other words, by following the line of the Somme, he could greatly advance his plan of cutting the communications of the Allied armies, and he might even separate them. Villers-Bretonneux was a fairly large place and would constitute a point of support of great value to the enemy if he were given time to organize it. It was necessary that we recapture it immediately and at all costs. Accordingly, as soon as the news reached me, I wrote to General Rawlinson to make preparations to retake Villers-Bretonneux, the possession of which was vital to us, and to arrange with General Debeny for the counter-attack. General Rawlinson, without hesitation, fell in with these views. The counter-attack, executed the night of the 24-25th, was entrusted to some Australian battalions. They carried the high ground and the village by assault while, on the right, the Moroccan division of the French First Army regained some ground north of Hangard. In order to consolidate the re-established situation, General Debeny continued his movement forward, while at the same time General Fayolle sent 2 divisions northwards, so as to be in a position to intervene between the Somme and the Luce. For all the British reserves on their right had been engaged in the struggle around Villers-Bretonneux. They had suffered new losses there, which had to be added to a wastage already very great. Sir Douglas Haig drew my attention to this point on the evening of the 24th, and satisfaction was given him, not only by the assurance of the eventual cooperation of the French reserves, distributed as has just been explained, but also by relieving the British Roman III Corps, General Rawlinson's right, by the French First Army. At the same time, I requested General Fayolle to make preparations as rapidly as possible for an attack by the Third Army in the Montdidier region. This attack, if it was pushed beyond the Avre, would have the effect of cutting the enemy's communications south of the Somme, and subsequently of clearing the ground in the direction of Amiens. In fact, the German effort against Villers-Bretonneux resulted in nothing. After the French and British had counter-attacked and recaptured the town, they in turn exhausted themselves in fruitless efforts during April 25th and 26th, and were definitely stopped on the Villers-Bretonneux-Hangard road. This latter village remained in the hands of the enemy. Everybody's attention was now once more drawn towards Flanders. On April 25th, the Crown Prince of Bavaria again attacked between Bailleul and Ypres, employing the right of his 6th and the left of his 4th armies. The latter gained ground towards Ypres, while the former captured Dranouter and threatened Locher on the Popering road. In the center, the Bavarian Alpine Corps assaulted and took Kemmel and Mount Kemmel, thus gaining a foothold on the eastern portion of the Flemish hills. On the following day, the 26th, the struggle was continued with fury on the Scherpenberg-Vormizeel front, but the enemy was unable this time to register any important advance. For Allied reinforcements came up continuously. On the 25th, the 31st Division of the Roman 16 Corps arrived for the Army Detachment of the North. Then the other division of this corps, the 32nd, reached Fauquemberges. At the same time, I requested General Pétain to furnish 2 regiments of field artillery and 12 groups of heavy artillery for the Army Detachment of the North, as well as 1 regiment of field artillery for the Belgian Army. The importance of these reinforcements proved once more our willingness to support the British Commander-in-Chief to the utmost. It was also evidence of the determination to continue at any cost our defense of the ground where we stood. Indeed, there was no more ground to lose in Flanders. Mount Kemmel is only 25 miles from Dunkirk, and it commands the whole plain stretching up to that town. If the enemy succeeded in establishing himself there with his heavy artillery, he would be able to crush any resistance we could oppose to his march towards this port. In other words, he would reach the shores of the Channel and threaten our communications with England, while at the same time placing the whole Belgian army in peril. I did not succeed, however, in preventing the British front in the Ypres salient from being moved back on April 27th to the walls of the city, with, as a consequence, the withdrawal of the Belgian front to the Ypres Canal. On the afternoon of the 27th, I again left for the north. I first saw General Plumer at Blendex and then General Dimitri at Esquelbec. I explained to them the gravity of the situation and the fundamental principles upon which the existing circumstances required that the defense be based. I also emphasized the necessity of sending troops, as they arrived straight into action with clearly defined missions, making all questions of cantonments yield to tactical requirements. I was now struck with the enormous wastage among the Allied troops, 59 subjected as they had been to incessant attacks and bombardment by a prodigious number of gas shells. In order to meet this situation, I ordered 3 more French divisions, the 32nd, 129th, and 168th, to be sent to Flanders. A part of these would be used to relieve the British Roman 22 Corps, which had reached the extreme limit of endurance. Furthermore, I requested General Pétain to make arrangements to keep 3 fresh French divisions in rear of the front occupied by the Army Detachment of the North, as long as the violence of the German attacks made it necessary. At the same time, the 10th Army was to be maintained at 4 divisions and held in the region Doullens-Saint-Paul in order to meet unforeseen emergencies. On April 29th, the enemy attacked Mont Rouge and Mont Noir and the Scherpenberg, but was repulsed. On May 8th, he carried out still another attack on a front of 2 miles southeast of Dickebusch. This was an isolated action and was not followed up. The Battle of Flanders had come to an end. It had occupied more than a month of violent and highly sustained efforts. That the German advance represented a less deep penetration than what he effected on the Somme at the end of March was due to 2 facts. His objective, the Channel coast, was in this case much closer, while we, by rapidly moving up troops, succeeded, as it was our duty to do, in stopping his rush. The danger of being thrown back on the sea forced the Allied armies to fight on their front lines, and resistance in depth was precluded through lack of ground for maneuvering. On account of the difficulty of reinforcing in time the northern extremity of the vast and seriously shaken Allied front, it was several times in grave danger. However, while the battle had not obtained for the Germans the strategic results they had aimed at, it could be started up again. The enemy might find it to his interest to resume his advance with the intention of gaining the Channel coast at any price, and by intensifying his submarine warfare in the adjoining waters, hamper communications with England and isolate the power of Great Britain. The battle had already produced tactical results which, on balance, were unquestionably to the detriment of the Allies. The appreciable loss of ground we had suffered left the Flanders hills, Rouge, Noir, and Scherpenberg, those buttresses of the northern Allied line, under the close menace of the Germans, already masters as they were of Mount Kemmel. Our retention of these hills must be ensured at all cost if the security of our front was not to be dangerously compromised. I therefore drew General Dmitri's attention to the necessity not only of strongly organizing the defense of the hills themselves, but of extending it to the ground at the foot of the slopes, so as to prevent the enemy from surrounding the summits and penetrating to the saddles between them. Local operations, undertaken on May 4th by the Army Detachment of the North, enabled some progress to be made in this sense. I continued to emphasize the necessity of holding on where the men stood and never making a voluntary retirement. I once more laid down the line of conduct to be followed and gave instructions that, in the future, if any important withdrawal was contemplated, it must be submitted beforehand for my approval. I also drew up a note dealing with general principles, prescribing the rules which should govern in the organization of a defensive battle, in order that unity of doctrine among the Allies might bring about unity of action. Another result of the Battle of Flanders was to expose the Bethune coal basin to bombardment by German artillery. This produced a serious disturbance in the working of these mines and affected the output of the munition factories and railways which they supplied. We were able to remedy this situation by certain measures, whose execution was admirably assured by the British Army and the French military mission attached to British General Headquarters. The Battle of Flanders had been a great drain upon Allied manpower. The British reserves had melted in the struggle, and the calls upon the French reserves in their behalf amounted already to 10 divisions. To enable General Pétain to reconstitute these reserves without weakening his front line, I had arranged with Sir Douglas Haig that the British divisions which had been withdrawn from the battle should be placed in a quiet sector of the French front. In this way, they set free a similar number of French units for reconstituting reserves, but the movement could only be carried out slowly. At first, General Pétain received 4 British divisions, constituting the Roman 9 Corps. They were assigned to the French 6th Army, and towards the middle of May, they were put into the Craon-Loewe front. These battles that had been going on incessantly for a month brought about another result, which has already been referred to. The equilibrium in the distribution of French forces had been upset. At the beginning of May, 47 French divisions were north of the Oise, 23 in the front line and 24 in reserve. There remained only 55 divisions to hold the front from the Oise to the Swiss frontier, namely 43 in line and 12 in reserve. General Pétain drew my attention to the danger presented by this situation. The great wastage suffered by the British Army had to be taken into account, but a renewal of the German attack between the Oise and the Lys was always possible and might have serious consequences for the Allies on account of the proximity of decisive objectives. I therefore maintained a group of 4 divisions north of the Somme and another group of the same strength south of that river. This did not prevent the dispatch of units to Flanders to feed the army detachment of the north. At the same time, I did all that was possible to facilitate the task of the French commander-in-chief by making use of the American troops, requesting that their divisions be put into action as soon as possible or assigned to quiet sectors. The American 1st Division had already been placed on the front of the French First Army on April 26th, and it soon gave proof of its military qualities by taking the village of Cantigny by assault, May 28th. I asked General Pershing to send the 26th, 42nd, and 2nd Divisions as soon as possible to the battle front, and to permit the infantry of the American 32nd, 3rd, and 5th Divisions to be employed as reinforcements for the French divisions which were coming out of battle much reduced in numbers. This would enable them to be rapidly used again in quiet sectors. I also suggested to him that American pilots might be sent to French air squadrons, where they could pursue their training and, incidentally, lighten the work for their French comrades. At the same time, I reduced the requirements of the Army Detachment of the North and diminished its field of action. The heavy losses which it was incurring seemed to be out of all proportion to the tactical results obtained. After making allowances for the severe conditions which obtained in the Flanders fighting, and especially the intense bombardments by gas shell, it was evident that these losses were in great part due to the inexperience of the men and a lack of vigilance on the part of those in command. General Dmitri was therefore instructed to hasten the readjustment of his front, with the object of establishing a solid defensive situation, the general lines of which were traced for him. Furthermore, General Pétain was requested to resume the training of the smaller infantry and artillery units, selecting for this work generals and field officers who were thoroughly familiar with war and had already practiced, especially in the early days of the conflict, the sort of operations with which the troops should now be familiarized. Nevertheless, in spite of all the ingenuity displayed by the High Command to meet the exigencies of battle, one vital problem dominated the general situation of the Allied armies in France in mid-spring of 1918, the problem of numerical strength. Chapter V. The question of the strength of the Allied armies in France. The losses of the British Army in the spring of 1918, suppression of 9 divisions, intervention of General Foch and the French government, the B divisions, the difficulties of reforming the French divisions, the only remedy lies in American help, the situation of the American army in France in the middle of April, inadequacy of transports, the conferences at Sarcas, April 25th, and Abbeville, May 1st and 2nd, measures adopted by the Allies to expedite the arrival in France of the American forces, cooperation of the British Navy, the results obtained, organization and training in France of the American divisions. The British Army, scarcely recovered from the heavy losses brought about by its offensives in 1917, the British Army sustained, in the spring of 1918, 2 tremendous blows one after the other. The German attack on the Arras-Amiens front started on March 21st, and the German attack in Flanders begun on April 9th. The first had cost the British Army 120,000 men. The second increased this figure to nearly 300,000, including 14,000 officers. The reinforcements sent from England were far from making good these losses, especially among the officers and non-commissioned officers. It is true that by July and August, the return of many men who had been wounded in the first battles could be counted upon. It was also possible to foresee that before the expiration of this time, the military laws recently passed by the English Parliament would have borne effect. The question, however, was how to provide, until then, for the enormous shortage in British effectives. Failing to find any other solution for the problem, Sir Douglas Haig resigned himself to abolishing the divisions he was unable to recomplete, namely 5 after the German offensive on the Somme and 4 after the Battle of Flanders. The British Army was thus reduced to 51 fighting divisions. The disappearance of so many divisions caused, in addition to other serious consequences, a reduction in the Allied reserves at the very moment when the number of available German troops was augmented. 60 on May 11th, I intervened with the Field Marshal in an effort to secure the retention of all the British divisions, pointing out to him certain measures which, in my opinion, would enable this result to be achieved. He declared, however, that they were impossible of realization. I then requested him to reconstitute at least some of the divisions it had been decided to suppress, if only to show his government the importance attached to maintaining in France the highest possible number of British divisions. In face of this insistence, Sir Douglas urged the War Office to send him, in the absence of men capable of standing active operations, contingents of an inferior quality but capable of being employed in quiet sectors. In this way, the general reserve would not be impaired. Although I appreciated the value of this proposal, I at once pointed out the danger it presented if, instead of being considered as a temporary expedient, it established for the future a separation of the British Army into 2 classes of divisions, one for battle and the other for holding the line. A like notion, it is true, was in considerable favor with the Germans, but that did not make it any the more sound. On the contrary, the thing to be desired was to have divisions of approximately the same quality and equally capable of fighting. By departing from this policy, certain governments would be encouraged not to put forth their best efforts. In order to bring the matter to a head, I requested the French government to take it up immediately with Mr. Lloyd George. I myself talked to General Wilson regarding the question on May 20th at Abbeville. I urged upon him the imperative, twofold necessity of recompleting all the British divisions and of excluding any definite distinction among them. General Wilson expressed himself as in entire agreement with me, and shortly afterwards he informed me that the British government had decided to send to France 70,000 more men than had been previously provided for. Meanwhile, the German attack of May 27th on the Chemin des Dames made a new hole in the British strength. 5 British divisions were involved in this attack and suffered heavy losses. I at once wrote a personal letter to General Wilson, asking him to hurry the filling up of the British units. On his part, Sir Douglas Haig forwarded me, on June 10th, the program for the reconstitution of his divisions. In expressing my satisfaction at seeing now settled a question to which he himself attached so great an importance, I drew the Field Marshal's attention both to the advisability of having it understood that the employment of the B contingents was a purely temporary measure, and to the necessity of supplying the divisions which had been filled up by these contingents with large numbers of machine guns and much artillery. However, it would have been rash to count on the British Army being put in proper condition again in the near future. Indeed, it took a good many weeks to reforge it as a fighting instrument and put it into proper shape. The last weeks of July arrived before it had regained its battle value, and it was not until the beginning of September that it got back all its units, excepting always 2 divisions which were definitely skeletonized. Thus, from the middle of April to the middle of July, the situation of the British Army remained extremely precarious. II. The French Army. Without having suffered as much as the British, the French Army, which had hastened to the former's aid, had undergone many ordeals since March 21st, which could not but have an influence upon its effectives. The front entrusted to it had been increased by 75 miles, the totality of its divisions had been engaged 96 times, and their losses had been considerable, especially during the Battle of Flanders. Thus General Pétain also was confronted by great difficulty in filling up his ranks. The resources he had at his command for this purpose did not make it possible to wait for the incorporation of the conscripts of the 1919 class, as these recruits would only be ready during the month of October. He therefore requested the government to return him 200,000 men employed in munition factories in the interior, but only 40,000 were furnished. Consequently, towards the close of the spring of 1918, France and England were finding the greatest difficulty in obtaining from their national resources the men necessary to make good the losses which their armies had suffered. However, there was one possible remedy for this trying situation, namely, an appeal to the United States, whose immense reservoir of men was still untapped. To what extent was America, at this period, capable of bringing to the Allies the immediate help of which they stood in need? III. The American Army. During the middle of April, at a time when the crisis in both French and British effectives was particularly acute, the American Army in France comprised only 5 fighting divisions. One of these, the 1st, was about to join the French First Army. 3 others, 2nd, 26th, and 42nd, were holding quiet sectors of the front, and the remaining one, 32nd, had temporarily distributed its infantry among French divisions to complete its training. This infantry constituted, therefore, the sole direct help which the American Army was furnishing to fill the gaps in the French Army. Counting the black troops which were serving with our divisions, the total amounted to 23,000 infantrymen, which, as can be seen, was far from meeting such pressing needs as ours. During the month of April, the infantry of 2 other American divisions, 3rd and 5th, was due to arrive in France, but these troops could not be incorporated in French units within less than from 3 to 5 weeks. In what concerns the British Army, the help afforded by America was limited, for the moment, to the infantry of one division, 77th, then on the ocean. We thus see that, to replace their very heavy losses in infantry, the French and British armies could not count on the immediate or early help of more than 70,000 American infantry. The evident feebleness of this result demanded that the mistakes, which up to the present had been made in the matter of transporting the American army to France, be corrected. What was needed above all was that during several months the United States should send the Allies only infantry, to the exclusion of all other arms. By this means only could the British and French armies procure the 300,000 to 350,000 infantry which were needed to get through their existing crisis ineffectives. In a detailed memorandum to the French Prime Minister, I presented these views and asked him to appeal to the American government to put them into effect. This government, in fact, was already informed and seemed disposed to accept the proposition of the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies. It remained to convince General Pershing, who was full of the idea of commanding a great American army as soon as possible, although he was not, it is true, fully aware of the urgency of our present necessities. He and I readily fell into accord regarding this point in the course of a conference held at Sarkis on April 25th, which was also attended by General Bliss. After a close discussion, it was decided that the American troops to be brought over in May and June should, in principle, consist first of all of infantry. For the month of May, the question was settled there and then. For the month of June, it was agreed that a definite decision would be taken a little later. But from now on, it was understood that the government at Washington would prepare to send the infantry of at least 6 divisions to France. This meeting, at the same time, disclosed the urgent necessity for directing and coordinating to the advantage of the coalition the effort being put forth by the United States, directing it so as to adapt it to necessities as they arose, coordinate it so as to prevent personal arrangements, such as that concluded between General Pershing and Lord Milner and revealed in the course of the conference on April 25th, from having the effect of frittering away that effort. In a word, what ought to be done was for the Allied governments to study the question of American effectives as a whole, and whatever decisions were taken, take them together. This was done at Abbeville on May 1st and 2nd, when the following arrangements were agreed to. 1. The British government undertook to furnish the tonnage necessary to transport from the United States to France 130,000 men in May and 150,000 in June, consisting solely of infantry and machine gun detachments. 2. The American tonnage would be used for the transport of artillery, engineers, services, etc. 3. A further examination of the situation would be made at the beginning of June, and the program for the future decided upon. It can be seen that these decisions were of the highest importance. They proved to be perfectly satisfactory, for, thanks to the magnificent cooperation of British shipping, on July 1st, nearly 450,000 American infantry and machine gunners were in France, come to fill up the gaps in the British and French armies. On his side, General Pershing proceeded with the transport of the other arms and services, using for this purpose American tonnage. He was thereby enabled to constitute, in a short time, autonomous American divisions in France. Special interests, as well as those of the coalition, were thus safeguarded. Confined to her own resources, America had transported only 60,000 men in March of 1918 and 93,000 men in April. With British help, these figures rose to 240,000 in May and 280,000 in June. However, the rapid arrival of these large contingents caused other problems to present themselves. Time had been lacking to complete the training and organization of the troops in America, and it had to be continued and completed in France. Now, while the problem of training was comparatively easy to handle, that of organization and the supply of all the implements of war needed by a modern army, such as equipment, arms, horses, material of every description, was much more complicated. All this had to be watched over closely if mistakes, omissions, and loss of time were to be avoided. To this end, a section was created on my staff in Paris, under the orders of an assistant chief of staff, whose task it was to centralize and coordinate all questions relating to the completion of the organization of the American divisions. Chapter VI, The German Attack from Reims to Montdidier, May 27–June 13. A pause, the Allies make preparation for counter-attacks between the Oise and the Somme and in the Lys region. German attack on the Chemin des Dames, May 27. The enemy captures Soissons and crosses the Vesle, May 28. Measures taken by Generals Foch and Pétain, the Germans, continuing their offensive, reach the Marne. General Foch sends the 10th Army there. May 30th, crisis brought about by want of confidence in the French ranks, vigorous intervention on the part of General Foch and measures adopted by him to reinforce the troops in action, May 21st and June 1st. The enemy attacks are stopped, June 4th. The attack on the Chemin des Dames, May 27th, June 4th. The German attacks in Flanders came to an end on May 9th, and on the 18th, as we have seen, General Dimitri received orders to reduce his forces in the front line so as to increase his reserves. The military governor of Dunkirk had also been instructed to lower the level of the inundations in order to lessen the inconvenience imposed upon the inhabitants. To the battle period, the opening of which had been marked by the German guns on March 21st, there had succeeded a season of calm which we had not experienced for nearly 2 months. What was hidden behind this silence? We knew that the enemy had large numbers of troops at his disposal. According to the intelligence branch of General Headquarters, the figures ran from 76 to 80 divisions, that is, more than what he had available for his first attack between the Scarpe and the Oise. Where would they suddenly announce themselves? We searched the horizon, but the mystery remained unsolved. Field Marshal Haig believed he was menaced with a new German offensive between Amiens and the sea, with its principal effort directed either on Albert or on Ypres. General Pétain likewise inclined to this view. Indeed, he no longer feared an enemy attack in Champagne, and in the absence of confirmation from other sources, he put no faith in the tales of prisoners who, on May 19th and 22nd, declared that an important German offensive was in course of preparation between the Oise and Reims. While closely following the investigations of my subordinates, I did not propose that the activity of the Allied armies should be limited to calculating and discussing the enemy's intentions. Another task, and an urgent one, imposed itself, that of preparing to pass in our turn to the offensive. The offensive alone will enable us to bring the battle to a victorious close, and by seizing the initiative, assert our moral ascendancy. But at a moment when we were obliged to severely husband our forces, this offensive must achieve results in proportion to the sacrifices entailed. 2 fields of action fulfilled this condition. 1, the ground between the Oise and the Somme. This offered the possibility of a combined attack by the French Third and First Armies and the right of the British Fourth Army, with the object of disengaging the Paris-Amiens railway line and the Amiens center of communications. 2, the Lys region. Here a combined action of the left of the British First Army, the British Second Army, and the Army Detachment of the North would take as an objective the freeing of Ypres and the Bethune coal basin. Having adopted these 2 fields of action, a program for an offensive on the part of the Allied armies was issued on May 20th to each commander-in-chief. Preparations for the 2 offensives were to be made simultaneously and without delay. If the enemy did not attack, they would furnish the means of surprising him by a powerful blow. If he did attack, they would constitute, in the hands of the Supreme Command, a reply which might be invaluable. Of the 2 projects, the most important, from the point of view of numbers alone, was undoubtedly the first, between the Oise and the Somme. An examination of it had been commenced the moment I took over my functions at Doullens. General Pétain and General Fayolle had been associated in this study to the end that the undertaking might be prepared rapidly and powerfully. The cooperation of the British Army was arranged for in a personal letter to Sir Douglas Haig. The preparations for the Lys offensive were much less advanced. Sir Douglas, as we have seen, had already made his dispositions for an attack in the direction of Merville-Esters. On the other hand, in the region of Kemmel and Ypres, nothing had as yet been done, and presumably the period of preparation would take considerable time. As a matter of fact, it was necessary to reorganize the troops, who had barely emerged from an arduous battle, and to prepare, jumping off, places from positions which were only as yet indifferently established. It was also essential to carry out a regrouping of the Allied forces in Flanders, where the exigencies of rapid intervention had entailed a mixing up of French and British divisions detrimental to the exercise of command. Such was the situation when suddenly it was learned that a new German offensive was on the point of being launched, and that this time it would be directed against the French front. On the afternoon of May 26th, German prisoners declared that an attack on the Chemin des Dames would take place the following night after a short artillery preparation which would begin at 1 a.m. This information was correct. At the hour named, the German artillery opened an extremely heavy bombardment, including an immense employment of gas shells along the front Reims-Causila-Schadau and reaching to a depth of from 7 to 8 miles. In certain places more than 30 batteries to 1,000 yards were counted. At 3:40 a.m., the enemy's infantry advanced to the assault on a front of 33 miles between Brimont and Leuilly, preceded by a dense creeping barrage and supported at various points by tanks. It penetrated by a single rush far into the French positions. The surprise had been practically complete, and the results were most important. 30 German divisions, 7th Army, General von Bohen, and the right of the 1st Army, General von Below, had been concentrated and transported to the point of application without being observed by the adversary, and now hurled themselves against the Chemin des Dames. This mighty mass of attack found in front of it only 7 Allied divisions in the first line, 4 French and 3 British, supported in rear by 1 British and 2 French divisions. Their resistance was easily overcome. In the center more particularly, the French 22nd Division and the British 50th Division were literally submerged under the German flood. Rapidly gaining possession of the plateau along which runs the Chemin des Dames, the enemy pushed right up to the Aisne. At 10 a.m., he was in possession of that river, from Vayli to Ouilly. Unfortunately, the commander of the 6th Army, at the very beginning of the attack, sent almost the whole of the 157th Division, which was back on the Aisne, to the support of the first position, thus leaving along a wide front the important position of security offered by the Aisne almost wholly unguarded. By a fatal chance, the Germans made their main effort in this direction, and they thus reached the river without striking a blow. Here, thanks solely to the rapidity of their advance, they were able to seize all the bridges between Vayli and Pontvert before even the demolition charges could be prepared. From that moment on, our situation was serious. At 11 a.m., no further illusion was possible. The 3 divisions in reserve that were still available were sent to Army Corps and employed against the 2 wings of the German attack in an endeavor to at least dam it. In the center, however, the enemy, moving freely in a breach 10 miles wide, pressed on to the vessel, which he reached in the evening between Curlendon and Brian. The possession of Fismes alone was still disputed by the leading units of a French division, 13th, which had been rushed up in motor trucks. The error which we had already seen produced at the Somme on March 23rd was here repeated. A river as wide as the Aisne or the Somme, lying some 6 or more miles from a first position, constitutes an obstacle which holds up any successful attack of the enemy and forces him to recommence a methodical artillery action, provided the defender has taken suitable measures for security on this line, such as leaving a company or even a section or squad at each bridge, whose sole duty it would be to cover and defend the passage. Under protection of this permanent occupation, the first-line troops, thrown back in disorder by the violence of an attack, can flow across the bridges, reorganize behind the obstacle it presents, and, since they are not being pursued, they can wholly recover their force. The enemy, on arriving in front of the stream, is obliged to prepare a fresh artillery action in order to force it. This means a whole new operation for him. It cannot be pretended that the absence of detachments maintained on a river will be felt on the front line during the battle. They are too small to constitute, of themselves, an important force whose influence on the struggle would be appreciable, even if unexpectedly engaged. On the other hand, in spite of their small strength, established as they are on the stream, they draw a special importance from their clearly defined role at these prepared points of the battlefield. They bring the enemy's pursuit to an end and enable the troops which have been driven back to re-establish their resistance behind a clearly traced line. For a commander who wishes to keep his freedom of action on the far side of a river or on its banks, it is an indispensable precaution that its bridges be guarded by a carefully organized system of defense, so that they may be always at his disposal. This precaution was lost sight of on the Aisne as it had been on the Somme. During the afternoon of the 27th, General Pétain informed me of the measures he had taken to urgently meet the grave situation. Headquarters of the 5th Army, 6 infantry divisions, the I Cavalry Corps, composed of 3 divisions, 4 regiments of horse-drawn 75, 3 regiments and 6 groups of tractor-drawn heavy artillery, as well as a group of air forces, were already on the move. 1/2 of the infantry divisions and 2 of the cavalry divisions would be thrown into the battle the following morning. On the 28th, the enemy brushed aside the few elements opposing him in the vicinity of Fismes, crossed the Vesle on a wide front, and established himself on the high ground south of the river, without, however, seeking to push farther forward. Moreover, taking advantage of the breach in the center, he combined frontal attacks with attacks in reverse, and thus overcame the resistance encountered on the 2 wings. On the east, advancing rapidly along the valleys of the Vesle and the Ardres, he forced the British Roman 9 Corps back upon the heights of Chaudière and Savigny. On the west, he captured from our Roman 11 Corps the high ground commanding Soissons from the northeast, and at nightfall even penetrated into that town. It was in vain that the general commanding the French 6th Army had flung in front of the Germans' battalions as they detrained. 4 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry divisions brought into action in this way on the 28th were powerless to fill a breach which was hourly growing wider. It was urgently necessary to bring up other forces, and General Pétain informed me on the 28th at Provins that, in addition to the reserves whose departure he had reported to me the previous day, he had given orders to direct, upon the northern group of armies, 10 infantry divisions, 4 regiments of heavy artillery, and 3 regiments of horse-drawn 75. He had also instructed General Fayolle to withdraw 4 infantry divisions from his front, and to send the Roman 2 Cavalry Corps towards Creil and Chantilly. In fact, nearly every available French organization was set in motion towards the battle. The decision thus taken by General Pétain corresponded to the first necessities facing him, and at the outset, I could only give it my approval. But from a general point of view, it induced consequences which had to be provided against at once, and as fully as possible. For example, the whole of the 5th Army, with its staff and its 4 divisions, had been sent south of the Oise. Consequently, there disappeared one of the 2 French groups constituting the General Reserve in the British zone. As a result of this, Sir Douglas Haig, being now obliged to rely almost wholly upon his own forces to parry a possible German offensive, had to form a British General Reserve capable of being thrown in at any time and place it might be required. This I requested him to do in a letter dated May 28th. I also instructed the commander of the 10th Army to make preparations to the end that, in case of need, the 4 divisions to which his army was now reduced could intervene on any part of the British front. Finally, in order to facilitate General Pétain's task of getting together all the troops that could be made available, I ordered General Dmitri to place the extra-divisional elements of the Roman 36 Corps as soon as possible at the disposal of General Headquarters, and to make arrangements for withdrawing one division from his front by extending the others. On the 28th, the enemy deliberately halted on the high ground south of the Vesle, instead of further pursuing his advance across country. 61, but on the 29th, he resumed his attack even more violently than during the previous days. On that day, his center directed a powerful thrust towards Alchy-le-Château, Firentardenois, Villers-Tardenois. Encountering nothing but feeble French units which had already suffered heavily and were powerless to check him, he advanced rapidly on a front of from 15 to 20 miles, and in the evening reached the heights commanding the northern bank of the Marne between Chaudière and Dormans. Similarly, his right made a vigorous effort in the region of Soissons, but here he encountered a much more solid resistance. He succeeded, nevertheless, in forcing back the French to the west of Soissons and to the high ground south of the town. On their left, the German attacks were much less strongly organized. Profiting, however, by the advance effected in the direction of the Marne, they forced the Allied troops to retire towards the high road from Reims to Villers-Tardenois. Thus ground was yielded along the whole of the line. The divisions sent by the Sixth Army melted away as fast as they were flung into the battle, and this army, consequently, remained in such a disquieting state of inferiority that General Pétain began to wonder if he would succeed in the object at which he now aimed, namely, to hold the Marne, the Montagne de Reims, and the high ground south of Soissons. At midday on the 29th, in face of the ever-increasing development of the German offensive, he requested me to put the 10th Army at his disposal and to arrange for the British and Belgians to relieve the army detachment of the north. I was unable to comply entirely with this request. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the attack south of the Aisne, the enemy still had sufficient troops available 62 for another offensive in the Somme area and in the north. In view of this eventuality, it would have been premature to remove the 10th Army from the British zone. But while maintaining the units of this army in the regions where they then were, they were moved nearer to places favorable for entraining. Furthermore, I arranged with General Gillane that the Belgian army would relieve the British left and extend its front to the immediate neighborhood of Ypres, so as to increase the British reserves. To facilitate this arrangement, the British Second Army placed a certain number of batteries at General Gillane's disposal and undertook, in the event of need, to furnish him with strong support from its reserve. Finally, I warned Sir Douglas Haig that the French 10th Army might be called upon to leave the British zone. At the same time, I notified him that, should the enemy bring all his available forces against the French front, I might have to call on the British General Reserves, which the Field Marshal had just constituted. Meanwhile, in order to provide the northern group of armies with the necessary divisions, General Pétain had been obliged to draw on the reserve group of armies. In spite of the danger of such an expedient, he had ordered General Fayolle to place 7 or 8 divisions in reserve. The latter could do this only by denuding his front and depriving himself of his own reserves. In a word, by weakening that particularly sensitive point, the junction between the British and French armies. In order to remedy this source of weakness as far as possible, I confided to Field Marshal Haig the duty of supporting the right of the British Fourth Army south of the Somme, and of ensuring its junction with the French First Army. It can thus be seen how strained was the situation and how the lack of effectives, already described, was making itself cruelly felt. On May 30th, moreover, the German attacks continued with the same violence. Their main effort was still being aimed towards the center, on the one hand, in the direction of the Marne, which they reached along the whole of the front from Chaudière to Dormans, on the other, in the direction of the Aurec and the Villers-Cotterets forest, where the French Sixth Army marked a serious retreat. Similarly, north of Soissons, the Germans made progress, forcing the French back to the Nouvron Plateau. It was only in the direction of Reims that the situation tended to become stabilized, as a result of the entry into action of the French Fifth Army, which greatly facilitated organizing the command of the defense. The enemy's field of action appeared to be limited for the moment to the ground between Dormans on the Marne and Noyon on the Oise. But on this front, more than 62 miles long, the battle raged furiously. The German Supreme Command now put in its reserves. 6 new divisions from the Crown Prince of Bavaria's group of armies were identified on the 30th, and our Air Force reported heavy German columns moving west in the general direction of Paris. Therefore, it was in this direction that General Pétain, after firmly organizing the defense of the southern bank of the Marne, decided to direct all his efforts. To further them, I ordered the 10th Army, with its 4 divisions, to be moved at once from the British zone towards the Marne. This move was rendered all the more imperative in view of the numerous and detailed reports which reached French general headquarters, foreshadowing an extension of the German attack to the west of the Oise from Noyon to Montdidier. There remained no doubt that the Supreme Command intended to open up the road to Paris at all costs. In fact, on May 31st, there had been desperate fighting between the Marne and the Oise. The French troops, still too few in numbers, retreated for a considerable distance in the Aurec Valley, were driven back to the edge of the Villers-Cotteret's forest, while north of Soissons, they were obliged to abandon the Nouvron Plateau. General Pétain now urgently requested that there be placed at his disposal some of the divisions belonging to the Army Detachment of the North, and some of the American divisions undergoing training in the British zone. He also asked that a few of the available British divisions be moved to the rear of the reserve group of armies. But immediate satisfaction could not be given to this request, since there remained the possibility of a German attack on the British front. The reported presence on the Marne of several units belonging to the Crown Prince of Bavaria's group of armies was not sufficient excuse for rejecting this hypothesis. Moreover, the immediate addition of the 10th Army and of 2 more trained American divisions, 3rd and 5th, to the northern group of armies, added to the divisions which General Pétain had withdrawn from the reserve and from the eastern group of armies, enabled the situation, in my opinion, to be restored, provided always that a clear line of conduct was laid down for each and all, that corresponding orders were drawn up, and that they be executed with the greatest energy. In my view, this was the predominating factor in the situation, and this alone would enable the crisis to be conjured. I stated it plainly to General Pétain and to General Duchesne 63 at Trillport on the afternoon of the 31st. However, it was not enough to invite the attention of commanders to an essential task. It was necessary to continue to search for new resources to furnish them. In the course of the same day, the 31st, Sir Douglas Haig came to see me at Sarkis. I spoke to him regarding the possible employment in French sectors of the American divisions undergoing training with the British Army, regarding the possible withdrawal of 2 divisions from the Army Detachment of the North, and the help which the British Army might be called upon to furnish in the event of a powerful offensive against the French front. Hence the preparations which should now be made for sending this help if it became necessary. On June 1st, the enemy continued his attacks without a pause and made further important progress, both between the Marne and the Aurec, and towards the Villers-Cotteret's forest, whose eastern edges he reached. General Pétain considered that urgent measures were more and more necessary in view of the gravity of the situation. He wrote to me again, reiterated the difficulty he was experiencing in sustaining the battle, and renewed his requests of the previous day regarding the American and British divisions. He forwarded with this letter a report from General de Castelnau informing him that, if the Germans attacked in force on the front of the eastern group of armies, at this moment denuded of all reserves, he would have no other course open to him but to retire as rapidly as possible the divisions which were not attacked, regroup them, and maneuver to contain the enemy while waiting for better times. All this clearly showed a want of confidence, such as I had called attention to especially during my talk at Trillport on May 31st. The same symptoms I had already observed during the preceding weeks, and under similar circumstances among some of the British. It once more became necessary for me to put a stimulant into our energies. On June 2nd, after an interview with General Pétain at Pomponne, I left him the following note, which summarized our conversation. 1. The line of conduct to be followed by the French command is to stop the enemy's advance on Paris at all costs, especially in the region north of the Marne. 2. The means consists in a foot-by-foot defense of the territory in this direction, pursued with the utmost energy. 3. To accomplish this, it is essential that orders be drawn up prescribing exactly what the troops must do, and see that these orders are strictly carried out by removing any commanding officer who shows signs of weakness. And in order to restore confidence, I added, 4. All the Allied troops are oriented in the same direction, and they will be put into the battle as resources in transportation become available. Moreover, I took important steps to carry out this promise. In agreement with General Pershing, it was decided that 5 American divisions, then in training with the British Army, should be sent to the French front to relieve French units in quiet sectors, thus making the latter available for the battle, while Field Marshal Haig was requested to move 3 divisions of his general reserve by route march to the west of Amiens, where they would be in a position to act either in support of the British Army or, if need be, in support of the French Army. Finally, in order to be nearer French general headquarters, I established myself first at Mauchilachadel, June 1st, then at Bambun, June 5th. In announcing these decisions, I once more emphasized the necessity of giving organization to the battle and of making an immediate appeal to the energy, activity, and resolution of all commanders. Moreover, the arrival of large French reinforcements, a judicious redistribution of our command on the field of battle, added to the adversary's fatigue, tended more and more to stabilize the situation between the Oise and the Marne. As early as June 2nd and 3rd, the Germans had been advancing only with difficulties south of Soissons, and on June 4th, upon encountering a solid front, they ceased their attacks. Another battle was being prepared west of the Oise, between Noyon and Montdidier. Roman II, the German attack between Noyon and Montdidier, June 9th. German preparations west of the Oise, the preparatory measures to meet it, prescribed by General Foch, give rise to a protest from Field Marshal Haig. The Paris Conference, June 7th. Dispositions taken by the Supreme Command on the eve of the enemy attack. The German attack on June 9th. Its advance in the Valley of the Mats. General Man Jin's counter-offensive, June 11th. The German offensive stopped, June 13th. The battle for which the Germans were getting ready was in reality part of a plan for operations the execution of which had been begun on May 27th. At the start, this aimed at a combined action along the whole front between Reims and Montdidier. Lack of heavy artillery and trench mortars had prevented the Germans from carrying out this operation all at once, and they had been obliged to resign themselves to 2 successive operations. One, east of the Oise, effected May 27th on the Chemin des Dames, the other to be pronounced west of that river. The latter could not be launched until the artillery that had been used in the preparation of the former could be shifted. But in the second operation, the Germans were no longer benefited by the same advantages as in the first. The necessity of making haste forced them to neglect the minute precautions that had enabled them to perfectly conceal their preparations for the attack of May 27th. Consequently, their new intentions were quickly discovered by the French Aviation and Intelligence Service. By May 30th, General Pétain knew the lines of the enemy's plan. One point alone remained obscure: the size of the forces that he would employ. In theory, these might be very considerable, for, according to the calculations of the French staff, the German Supreme Command had some 60 divisions in reserve and could launch an offensive between the Oise and the Somme composed of 45 divisions, a stronger force, consequently, than he had used on May 27th against the Chemin des Dames, and in any case, one greatly exceeding the total of all we had available. In reality, the German 18th Army, General von Hüdier, to which the operation was entrusted, placed only 13 divisions in the first line on a front of 21 miles. This army had in front of it, in the first line, the 7 divisions of the French Third Army, General Humbert, supported by 5 divisions in second line or in reserve. Further support was possible by 7 other infantry divisions and 3 cavalry divisions, assembled farther in rear, between Beauvais and Senlis. As can be realized, these forces were sufficient, certainly at the outset, to check the German assault. But in view of the uncertainty prevailing during the days preceding the attack as to its possible development, we were obliged to provide largely for the future. Accordingly, on June 4th, I warned Sir Douglas Haig that if the enemy pursued his maneuver without pause in the direction of Paris between the Marne and the Oise, or if he developed it on a wider front, between Chaudière and Montdidier, for example, all the Allied forces in France would have to give their aid to a battle which, in all probability, would decide the fate of the war. To provide for this eventuality, I requested him to make detailed preparations for moving towards the front all his available troops, general and local reserves, and also to consider an eventual reduction of his forces in the front line. This request caused a misunderstanding to arise with British General Headquarters. Field Marshal Haig, who, in accordance with previous instructions, had ordered 3 of his divisions, Roman 22 Corps, towards the Somme west of Amiens, and who, at the same time, was still apprehensive of an attack between the Lys and the Somme 64, formally protested my withdrawing from his command any part whatsoever of the British army, so long as the threat of an enemy attack hung over him. And he appealed to his government in conformity with the Beauvais Agreement. A meeting was held in Paris on June 7th in the Prime Minister's office, at which were present Monsieur Clemenceau, Lord Milner, Sir Douglas Haig, Generals Wilson, Lawrence, Weygand, and myself. Lord Milner stated that the British government, as much disturbed as Field Marshal Haig had been by the call made on the British reserves, had requested the convening of this conference. Nothing was more easy for me than to point out that I had in no way touched the British reserves, that all I had done so far was to request the Field Marshal to consider eventualities and make preparations for them, and that, moreover, I had not the slightest intention of depriving him of his reserves until the necessity for doing so should really be felt. The incident was easily settled, but it illustrates the unexpected difficulties which the commander of the armies of a coalition encounters at times by reason of the trouble one army has of understanding another. A great orchestra always takes a certain time to put its instruments in tune, and when it is composed of diverse elements, a tuning fork sometimes has to be employed to bring them into unison. At the end of this same meeting, where other eventualities were discussed, General Wilson reverted to a question which had been raised at the time of the Battle of Flanders. He asked me, among other things, what my line of conduct would be in respect to the British armies if the development of the German offensive should threaten Paris and the British sea bases at one and the same time. I repeated what I had said once before, that it was my intention to ensure, at one and the same time, the liaison between the British and French armies, the defense of Paris, and the protection of the ports, since each was essential to the success of the war. Indeed, leaving out of consideration the uneasiness of the people, and consequently of their governments, it was a fact that the enemy was very near to the attainment of one of his main objectives, Paris or the Channel ports. The Allies, for the moment, were condemned to the defensive, with all its perplexities, its more or less unexpected blows, the anxiety it causes to everybody, and the uncertainty it brings to army commanders, who are either being attacked or waiting to be attacked, and each of whom always finds that the most ominous danger is the one directly threatening him. All these were moral factors tending to weaken forces already worn down and shaken by nearly 4 years of violent war. Fortunately, the soldiers fighting under our colors were ready to sacrifice themselves in order that the world might be saved from a repetition of the abominations to which it had been subjected. Clemenceau and Lloyd George, at the head of their respective governments, displayed a fine ardor in support of the struggle. President Wilson, a long time coming into the war, now asked nothing better than to devote to it the immense resources of his country. It devolved on the Supreme Command to gather together every possible means that would shorten the crisis, watch over the weak spots, avoid fresh commotions, and reverse the march of events as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in anticipation of the impending attack between Montdidier and Noyon, on June 5th, I placed a division from the Army Detachment of the North, the 14th, at General Peytain's disposal. I requested Field Marshal Haig to study the question of relieving another division of this detachment by British troops, and proposed that I send him back, in exchange the staff of the Roman 8th Corps and 2 British divisions withdrawn from the Aisne battle. I took every precaution to avoid being at the mercy of any partial attacks which the enemy might attempt as diversions in these regions. By moving into Lorraine and the Vosges, the French divisions which were to be reconstituted, and the American divisions which had come from the British Army. By making preparations for sending, if required, a certain number of French Army Corps towards the British front, so as to be able, if the case arose, to meet a German offensive, always possible, in the Somme-Raslens region, and by making a study of offensive actions north of the Somme and on the front of the French Fifth Army, if it became necessary to contain the enemy forces during the defensive battle on the Oise. Finally, on the eve of a battle which might be decisive, I wrote a letter to the French commander-in-chief, reminding him of the strategic results to be pursued, the general line of conduct to be followed, the duties of commanding generals, and the spirit which should be instilled into all the participants. On June 9th, after a bombardment beginning at midnight, and to which our counter-batteries immediately replied, General von Hudier's infantry, at 3:45 a.m., arrived upon our lines between Agincourt and Thiessort. At 6 a.m., the enemy's attack extended up to the Oise. The German divisions were not uniformly distributed over the front of attack. Spread out on the wings, they were heavily massed in the center, between Rollot and Thiessort, where from 9 to 13 divisions conducted the attack. It was here that the rupture occurred. The French 58th and 125th Divisions gave way under the shock, and shortly after 7 a.m., they were driven back beyond Gury. At 10 a.m., the enemy entered Resnes-sur-Matz, and at 11 a.m., he was master of our second position on a front of 7.5 miles from Mairie to Meruel-Lamoth. His rapid advance along the valley of the Matz then enabled him to turn the defenses established between Ribecourt and Lassigny. The St. Claude Plateau and the Thiessort wood fell into his hands. The intervention of 6 French divisions, which had been held in reserve, fortunately slowed up his advance in the course of the afternoon, and by the end of the day, he was stopped along the line Mairie-Belloy-Marqueglise-Vandelicourt. In short, General von Hudier's attack, apart from the right wing which gained little ground, had made a fresh and important bulge in the French line. Compiègne was directly threatened. In my opinion, however, the forces of the reserve group of armies were still adequate to deal with the situation. Moreover, the fact that the Crown Prince of Bavaria's forces did not seem to have taken part in the fighting on June 9th determined me to leave untouched all of Haig's forces. As a matter of precaution, however, I requested him to move the southern division of the Roman 22 Corps on the morning of the 10th to the neighborhood of Cantaille, and to replace it south of the Somme by another division. This was to enable General Pétain to bring down the whole of the French reserves, which were then in rear of his First Army. On the 10th, the enemy's attack was continued, but without his obtaining anything like the same success as on the previous day. Although he brought a new division into action, he gained only a small amount of ground west of the Matz. His only important success was to the east of this place, where the retreat of a French division, the 53rd, opened up the road to Ribecourt and enabled the Germans to establish themselves on the right bank of the Oise between Montmac and Sempigny. The effect of this movement, however, was to force our troops on the left bank, XXX, Roman 8 Corps, to withdraw to the old 1914 positions at Bailly, Tracy-Laval, and Puisaline. In spite of this unfortunate occurrence, the results of the 10th, taken as a whole, remained satisfactory. The adversary had been unable to advance with the same facility as had marked all his attacks since the month of March. Our divisions were defending their ground foot by foot. The various echelons of command became rapidly organized. Reinforcements arriving were economically and methodically employed. The French defense, organized in depth in accordance with the latest instructions, had deadened the dash of the start, that is to say, the sudden and violent onrush of an attack prepared by powerful artillery. Better still, General Fayolle was about to take advantage of this situation to deliver a counterattack on the enemy's flank, using 5 fresh divisions, 4 being in the first line. General Mangin, who at that time was without a command, had been given the task of organizing and directing this attack. He took it in hand at once, and on the afternoon of the 10th, I found him at Noailles in the midst of a conference with General Foch, who commanded this group of armies. He explained to us the result of his reconnaissances, his intentions, and the dispositions he had already made, with the most perfect clarity. Although the greater part of his troops, particularly the artillery, could not arrive before night, he undertook to carry out a properly concerted attack the following morning. To this end, before the day finished, he assembled on the ground commanders of divisions, of the artillery, and of the principal units, and allotted them their objectives and their lines of departure. The troops were to take up their designated positions during the night as they arrived. In the evening and during the night, General Mangin issued his orders to division commanders, fixing the hours for the artillery preparation and for the execution of the attack. Such rapidity in drawing up a general plan involving complete dispositions for the harmonious action of men and means still scattered and distant was of a nature to astonish minds which several years of trench warfare had accustomed to a much slower method of procedure. It engendered some doubts as to the result, for to certain methodical intellects, it did not seem possible that General Mangin could be ready to operate properly with his 5 divisions before the 12th. For my part, I emphasized the necessity of counterattacking as soon as possible. We should thus find the enemy's defenses less well organized than if we allowed him more time. If the counterattack should be launched on the 12th, it would find him better prepared than on the 11th. This insistence of General Mangin and the clearness of his views finally convinced General Foch, and he drew up his orders, dated 4 p.m. the 10th, for the attack to be carried out as soon as possible on the 11th. These orders, which were communicated to the troops, concluded with these words: "Tomorrow's operation should be the end of the defensive battle which we have been fighting for more than 2 months. It should mark the definite check of the Germans and the renewal of the offensive on our part. It must succeed. Let everyone understand this." The attack did, in fact, begin the following day, the 11th, at 11 a.m. The effect was astonishing. The villages of Mairie and Belloy were taken, the valley of the Arronde was cleared, and more than 1,000 prisoners with several guns were captured. On the 12th, I met General Pétain at Chantilly and arranged with him for General Mangin's operation to be pushed only to the point where it would produce a definite effect, so as to avoid losses that brought no corresponding profit. Indeed, it was necessary to husband our available divisions as much as possible. They might be useful elsewhere, for example, on the Somme, where the enemy threat remained undiminished. Consequently, no more serious attacks were carried out. Further action was limited to the local actions of June 14th, undertaken to rectify the line to our advantage. On his side, the enemy, after improving his position on the 11th by seizing the left bank of the Mats below Chevincourt, definitely halted his offensive west of the Oise. It might have been thought for a moment that this pause on the west of the river was only for the purpose of renewing the attack with greater intensity to the east, for on the following day, June 12th, 2 or 3 German divisions delivered a vigorous assault north of the Villers-Cotteret's forest. Coutry and Damiers were captured, and the French troops driven back on Coevres and Saint-Pierre-Aigle, but this turned out to be a purely local operation and was not followed up. On June 13th, quiet once more reigned on the whole of the French front. Chapter VII, the period of waiting, June 13th, July 15th. Following the third offensive executed by the Germans in the spring of 1918, an important duty devolved on me. This was to consolidate the existing situation and, in the light of what had been learned from recent events, prepare the future operations of the Allied armies. Teaching derived from the battles of the spring of 1918. Note by General Foch on the line of conduct to be pursued to meet the German methods of attack. His instructions regarding the occupation of second positions give rise to objections on the part of French General Headquarters. In the 3 offensives, which the Germans carried out between March 21st and June 12th, their methods of attack had not varied. Their characteristics were surprise, violence, rapidity of execution, maneuvering to widen the initial breach, and an effort from the start to penetrate deeply into the adversary's defensive system. To these methods, it was essential for the defense to oppose appropriate measures. Its duty was to prevent surprise by obtaining information promptly from all possible sources, to counter the violence and rapidity of the hostile attack by occupying the first and second positions in sufficient strength before the launching of the attack, the sole task of the troops occupying these positions being to resist where they stood, to frustrate the opponent's maneuver for widening the breach and effecting a deep penetration, by reinforcing the flanks of the pocket with the greater portion of the forces in reserve, and by employing the remainder to contain the enemy in front and check him. Once this achieved, to effect counterattacks as soon as possible, more particularly on the flanks, by using all the troops that remained or had been rendered available on both sides of the breach. Indeed, the sudden and violent method of attack used by the enemy could have been easily defeated if the commander of the defense had fixed beforehand upon a rational line of procedure, if he had drawn up a plan capable of an execution that was rapid and as certain as possible, and if he then had firmness enough to persevere in this plan and supervise the battle unremittingly. These considerations were made the subject matter of a note which I addressed on June 16th to commanders-in-chief under my orders, with the request that they communicate it to their armies unless they had observations to offer. Following a battle in which, without striking a blow, we had lost in May the Aisne, and in March the Somme, it seemed appropriate to call the attention of commanders and their staffs to the value of second lines, how they should be occupied, and the use to be made of them. My instructions gave rise to some objections in what concerned the simultaneous occupation of the first and second positions in sufficient strength. French General Headquarters considered that it should not transmit these instructions and appealed my theory to the Prime Minister. It was not difficult for me to explain what a prudent commander should understand by the occupation in advance of second positions. In no sense was it a question of a uniform and vague occupation along the whole extent of these lines. This would entail an exaggerated expenditure of men. What was meant was the occupation, in comparatively small numbers, of the most important and clearly indicated points of these positions. If these points were securely held, they would constitute a framework sufficient to ensure resistance until the arrival of reinforcements from troops held in reserve. I took occasion to clear up this question, first in the course of an interview I had with General Pétain at Bambin on June 18th, and again in a note which I forwarded to the Prime Minister at the latter's request. Let us repeat that the most important lesson to be learned from the successes obtained by the German offensives of the spring of 1918 was the necessity for Allied commanders of all grades to draw up judiciously prepared plans, persevere in their execution, and insist that the men display the same energy and determination as were expected from themselves. Shortcomings in this respect had been noted in the course of the last enemy attacks, leading to disciplinary measures and changes among French commanding officers. But however great the interest attaching to past events might be, the exigencies of the present situation came first. It was evident that the enemy could not rest upon the check he had received on the mats. He still had strong reserves available. 54 divisions on June 15th, it was said, 61 divisions on June 20th, 75 on June 30th, of which 55 were fresh. On the Somme, in Flanders, in Champagne, and on the Oise, the efforts of the enemy had resulted in unquestionable gains of ground. He had inflicted heavy losses on his adversary, and it would seem that in his own interest he must employ these superior numbers without delay. For on the one hand, he could not doubt that America would soon bring a crushing weight to bear in the struggle, and on the other hand, he must sense the approach for him of the same dangerous crisis in effectives which the British and French armies were already feeling. 65. A new offensive was therefore to be expected on his part. Where would it take place? While inclined to believe that it would be directed against the British front, it nonetheless had to be conceded that the German massive maneuver might be utilized on any part of the French theater of operations. I therefore came to the conclusion that the Allied reserves ought to be ready to intervene anywhere on our front, from the North Sea to the Vosges, and in support of either the British or the French army. These considerations indicated the necessity of holding both armies in a state of complete readiness. Roman II, placing the Allied armies in a state of readiness, reinforcing the British and French fronts. Incident with French General Headquarters regarding certain measures of defense taken by General Foch. Regrouping of the Allied forces. General Foch again forbids any voluntary retreat. Location of the French reserves on July 10th. General Foch's instructions in respect to the line of conduct to be followed in the event of an enemy attack. July 1st. The immediate defense of Paris. Conference at Bombon, June 15th. The first problem to solve was to arrange for the rapid intervention of French reserves in the British zone and of British reserves in the French zone. This had already been studied separately for a certain number of divisions by both Sir Douglas Haig and General Pétain. It was now time to resume this study in concert and have it take into consideration the whole of the Allied reserves. The matter formed the subject of a letter from me to the two commanders-in-chief, dated June 13th. The work was completed by the 20th. It was also important to strengthen the defense of both the British and French fronts. In what concerned the British front, independently of the occupation in advance of second positions, it was proposed to employ American divisions as well as certain British divisions for this purpose. The Roman 22 Corps was returned to Field Marshal Haig's command, and he was authorized to move the whole of it as far up as the Somme, while General Pétain was instructed to secure the left of General Debeney's army south of that river with French forces. Then General Pétain was requested to group into army corps, as soon as possible, the French divisions destined to intervene in the British zone, taking first those which were already assembled close to that zone. Finally, French General Headquarters was requested to reinforce the army detachment of the north by 2 regiments of heavy artillery, 1 regiment of horse-drawn 75, and a group of 11 2-inch mortars. This last request gave rise on June 17th to a protest on the part of French General Headquarters, conceived as follows. In view of the number of batteries at General Dimitri's disposal, the reinforcement in artillery of the army detachment of the north is not necessary. Moreover, it would be dangerous, since it would entail not only withdrawals from the battle front south of the Somme, but would also commit our last mobile reserves. The commander-in-chief did not confine himself to this refusal, but he added, 1. The French armies have been engaged in all of the 4 battles waged by the enemy since March 21st last. They have sustained the whole weight of 2 of these battles. Therefore, on the battle fronts, there are now a great many tired or worn-out divisions which must be relieved very soon. This is an undisputable fact, which will inevitably react for a long time upon the employment of our reserves. 2. The British armies have already had 2 months' respite in which to recuperate and incorporate their reinforcements. On their front of 94 miles, there exists a density of infantry and artillery which it has never been possible to realize in any of my armies that have been actively engaged. The British armies, therefore, are in a position to suffice unto themselves, and to give time to the French armies in their turn to recuperate sufficiently to resist a new blow in the direction of Paris, and this cannot fail to arrive. Now, at the present moment, the resources of the French armies are scarcely sufficient to ensure the indispensable reliefs. They could not therefore now be diminished for the benefit of the British front without seriously compromising the future. He concluded by informing me that, in view of the gravity of the question, he was forwarding a copy of his letter to the Prime Minister, Secretary of War. Thus, 10 days after Field Marshal Haig's protest, the French commander-in-chief in his turn appealed to his government. Fortunately, the French government understood that my task would rapidly become impossible if the important decisions I took in the common interest were liable to discussion every time that they disadvantageously affected individual interests. Determined to do all in its power to prevent fresh difficulties, the French government decided that the clause in the Beauvais Agreement giving commanders-in-chief the right to appeal to their governments would no longer apply to the commander-in-chief of the French army. Nevertheless, it was imperative to react against a state of mind which tended to make comparisons between the reciprocal efforts furnished by the various Allied armies. This state of mind, which was to be explained, especially on the French side, by the nervous tension incident to the arduous weeks of the last battle, was none the less disturbing. Accordingly, some changes were effected in the personnel, and the German attack not taking place, a regrouping of the Allied forces was undertaken with a view to replacing them in their normal zones of action. Thus, I proposed to Sir Douglas Haig that British units relieve the troops of the Army Detachment of the North, the latter being returned to General Pétain, while, in exchange, British General Headquarters would get back the British Roman 9 Corps and the 4 British divisions employed on the French front. The Field Marshal readily accepted the principle involved in this operation, but it was necessary to press him to expedite its execution, so as to have it completed during the first days of July. Certain questions were at this time taken up concerning the defense of the French front, for a similar state of mind had prevailed there in anticipation of a defensive battle. Instructions which French General Headquarters sent on June 23rd to the commander of the Eastern Group of Armies contemplated, among other contingencies, the partial or total withdrawal of the forces of this group of armies in the event of an enemy offensive on its front or in a neighboring region. I recalled, and with formal insistence, that in any eventuality, the occupation of any part of our line which was not attacked was to be maintained by our troops beyond all peradventure. Moreover, as the junction between the French and British armies was always a point of great importance, I requested French General Headquarters to instruct General Debeny to prepare a fortified line in front of the Khaki Plateau, including the village of Khaki, and joining up with the works constructed by the British southwest of Villers-Bretonneux. As a consequence of these changes, French General Headquarters informed me about July 10th that its reserves would be constituted in 2 principal masses. 1 north of the Oise, the Beauvais region, 10 infantry divisions and a cavalry corps. 2 between the Oise and the Marne, 11 infantry divisions. There would be, in addition, south of the Marne, 10 infantry divisions and a cavalry corps. Between Reims and the Argonne, 3 infantry divisions. Between the Argonne and the Meuse, 2 infantry divisions. Under these conditions, it was to be anticipated that before July 15th, the reorganization, regrouping, and readiness for battle of the Allied armies would be completely effected. What was the line of conduct to follow if the enemy attacked about that date? I explained this in General Instruction No. 4 dated July 1st. Should the Germans advance on Abbeville, from which place they were not more than 37 miles distant, or on Paris, from which they were separated by a similar distance, they would, in either case, obtain results more considerably affecting the fate of the war than they could achieve in any other direction. Their advance in these 2 directions, therefore, must be stopped at all costs and as quickly as possible. Now, to operate against Paris and Abbeville, the Germans were obliged to start from the front Chaudière-Lens. Consequently, it was facing this front, and in the greatest possible depth, that the Allied armies should make their dispositions for defending the territory foot by foot. Solid defensive organizations, duplicated and interlaced, battery positions strongly established, and ranges carefully registered. Clear and definite instructions given to all troops charged with holding positions or counter-attacking. These dispositions once made, it was then essential, when the time came for commanders to act with energy, exercise their initiative to the full, and direct the battle on the ground itself. Finally, the Allied reserves should be distributed and organized so as to be able to intervene where necessary. French reserves operating in support of the British Army if it were heavily attacked, and similarly, British reserves in support of the French armies if the enemy concentrated his masses in the direction of Paris. At the same time that the Allied armies were placed in a position of readiness with a view more particularly to the distant defense of Paris, in order to provide for every eventuality, there was organized the immediate defense of the capital. General Guillemat, recalled from the east, was especially entrusted with this latter task. On June 15th, a conference was assembled at General Headquarters of the Allied armies at Bambin, Monsieur Clemenceau presiding, at which the powers of each of the military authorities concerned were defined and delimited. 66. The principle was first of all laid down that the defense of Paris was to be effected by the armies to which General Foch had entrusted the task of defending the territory and the capital step by step, and with the utmost energy. It was then decided that if the enemy advance on Paris reached the general line Maucrail Valley of the Thuraine, the military governor commanding the armies of Paris would, under the orders of the French commander-in-chief, assume command of the armies defending the valleys of the Oise and the Marne, as well as the country comprised between these valleys. In the meanwhile, this officer was to prepare the close-up defense of the capital throughout the whole extent of the entrenched camp, from Les Andelys to Nogent-sur-Seine, by drawing up plans for defense, by constructing and arming trenches, and by making preparations for placing in the line the defense troops, from the point of view both of combat and communications. In order to afford him every facility for the accomplishment of his task, it was further decided that Paris should be placed in the zone of the armies, and that, by means of a liaison to be established and maintained with French General Headquarters, General Guillemat should keep himself fully informed of the situation of the French armies. Roman 3. Allied preparations for the counter-offensive. General Foch's plan of attack on Soissons, June 14th instructions issued to prepare the Allied troops for a renewal of the offensive. These various measures, embracing as they did the zones of the front and of the rear, were intended as a reply on the part of the Allies to the enemy's new offensives, and as a preparation for the great defensive battle which we were expecting to fight. However, by drawing up plans by which it was hoped to arrest the German attack, I did not lose sight of the offensive task for which the Allied armies must at once get ready, and which ought to be undertaken as soon as possible, since it was only by offensive action that they could bring the war to a victorious conclusion. It has been seen that 2 fields had been originally selected with this object in view, and that the essential preliminary work had been done by each of the armies concerned, the British in the Lys region, the French between the Oise and the Somme. But the profound penetration which had just brought the Germans from the Aisne to the Marne at Chaudière, opened up a new perspective and suggested a new field of activity for the Allied arms. In fact, it was easy to see that in this deep but comparatively narrow pocket where the enemy was operating, the railways constituted the only suitable lines of supply for his troops, and these all passed through Soissons. Therefore, the day this vital center of communications came under the fire of our artillery, any German offensive in the direction of Chaudière would be deprived of its life-blood. As the line of our front was then located, only very long-range guns could reach Soissons. While these might interfere with the enemy's supply services, they could not hope to interrupt them completely. This could only be accomplished by the fire of mobile heavy artillery and field artillery, the sole weapons capable of effecting and maintaining permanent results. It was therefore necessary to place this artillery within interdiction range. These considerations led me, on June 14th, to request General Pétain to prepare an offensive action whose objective would be the capture of the high ground commanding Soissons on the west, in order to deny definitely to the enemy possession of this place, so seriously important for him. The Fifth Army, in conformity with a previous instruction dated June 7th, had already prepared an attack against the eastern flank of the Chaudière pocket, but the German attack on Campigny had considerably reduced its scope. The enemy having been stopped on the mats, this attack no longer presented an immediate interest, and consequently could be reduced or postponed. It was for this reason that, again explaining my idea, I requested General Pétain to direct all his efforts towards the preparation of an attack by the 10th Army with a view to recapturing the Darmires Plateau up to the ravine of Memoirs. This operation was to be executed as soon as possible, in order to profit by the adversary having had little time to complete his defensive organization. General Pétain at once issued the necessary orders and fixed as a minimum advance for the 10th Army the line marked by Pernant, Memoirs, Longpont. A few days later, on June 20th, General Mangin, commanding this army, established his plan of operations, and the French commander-in-chief approved it. Thus, by the end of June, the Allied armies had at their disposal 3 territories which were being prepared for an offensive. They lay in very different regions: the Lys, the Somme, and the Marne. It was in the last, as has been seen, that we proposed to direct the first effort, and that as soon as possible. But these plans did not prevent anticipating and studying a more general resumption of the offensive, and it was important that commanders and men alike should find themselves prepared when the hour for it arrived. The form to be given to this offensive and the time for starting it had to be chosen with considerable nicety. The fact could not be ignored that the Allied armies, since March 21st, had been subjected to blows of tremendous violence and strength on the part of the enemy. These, at the start, had been crowned with uncontestable success and had been stopped only at the cost of most serious sacrifices. The result had been very heavy losses on our part and a distinct sentiment as to the enemy's power. To overcome this impression, it was essential that our first initiative be marked by success, and if they were checked in course of development, at least they must not leave us in a perilous situation. It was, moreover, in view of these considerations that the projected attack on the line Soissons, Chaudière, was to have its left flank continually covered by the Aisne. If it should be held up in course of execution, its advance would not constitute a pocket with dangerous flanks. Finally, although we wished to attack at the outset on only one point, our successive initiatives ought to be prepared as a part of one and the same series, so that each of them could, without delay, take advantage of the moral ascendancy gained by the previous one, and the disorder brought about in the enemy's dispositions. Also, the direction to be given to each must be fixed in such a manner as to arrive finally at one single resultant. This would notably increase the effect of our operations taken as a whole. After 3 years of trench warfare, it was likewise important to consider reviving in our armies the notion of the force which resides in movement, as also its practice and the physical aptitude it requires. It was desirable to disseminate these ideas in language which would be understood not only by the armies which had been fighting since the beginning of the war, but by those which were now making their entry into the struggle. Accordingly, on June 27th, General Pétain was requested to formulate, in a general instruction for the use of all the Allied armies, the main principles that should govern the organization and conduct of an offensive action. He was furthermore requested to arrange periods of instruction in camps, which would complete the training of the larger French and American units intended to take part in the offensive. Finally, it was pointed out to him that the offensive battle might at certain moments involve a mass of French, American, and British forces, and that their preparation for this task should be completed in 2 months at the latest. Calculations could be based on a minimum of 12 American divisions and about a dozen French divisions, to which would be added 7 or 8 British divisions. In all, a total of some 30 units. In this forecast, therefore, a large cooperation on the part of the Americans was counted upon. This cooperation, indeed, though still in its opening phase, was beginning to weigh in the balance. The confidence which, from the start, the Allies had placed in its future effects found new reason each day for increasing. It was therefore all the more important that the Allied commander-in-chief, who had to utilize American forces on the battlefield, should take pains to see that those who were entrusted with the task of preparing them for their work were at all times oriented in accordance with his intentions and his plans. This he did. Roman 4. Establishing a program for American cooperation. Program for the transport of American divisions in July. The Allies request that 100 divisions be constituted by August 1, 1919. Material difficulties encountered in the organization of the American Army. President Wilson states that in spite of any obstacles, there will be 100 divisions in France on July 1, 1919. It is the lack of artillery, above all, that delays the formation of an autonomous American army plan for the intervention of American forces in Siberia. The field of action of the Allied Supreme Command becomes more and more extended. At a meeting at Abbeville on May 1st and 2nd, the Allied governments had fixed a general program for the transport of American troops to France during the months of May and June. At a new meeting on June 2nd at Versailles, they requested Lord Milner, General Pershing, and myself to submit a schedule for American transports during the month of July. An agreement was accordingly reached between us, which confirmed the absolute priority to be given to the transport of infantry during the month of June, and proposed that the same priority be observed for July. It was requested that 140,000 infantry and machine gun units be conveyed to France during that month. The Supreme War Council not only ratified this agreement, but expressed the further desire that the government of the United States, in order to ensure the numerical superiority of the Entente and consequently its victory, should constitute an army of 100 divisions for August 1, 1919, entailing a monthly levy of at least 300,000 men. To this appeal of the Allies to America, General Pershing very shortly took occasion to respond in an indirect but particularly expressive manner. On June 9th, at the moment when the German 18th Army was launching its attacks in the direction of Compiègne, the commander of the American Expeditionary Forces, renewing his gesture of March 28th, came to see me at Bombay. He assured me that he associated himself entirely with the common cause, and that more than ever he fervently desired to see all his divisions taking part in the battle. At the same time, he constituted himself the interpreter of the unanimous sentiment of the American nation, which, he said, was absolutely determined to throw its whole force into the contest without counting the cost. It can be understood how greatly the expression of such sentiments was calculated to facilitate the task of the Allied governments. Indeed, material obstacles alone put a limit to American cooperation. Unfortunately, these were serious, and I emphasized their importance in a note I addressed on June 14th to the Prime Minister. In this note, I discussed the basis on which should be established the program for the transport of troops from America to France during the second half of 1918. I brought out, along with my legitimate desire to see the greatest possible number of men sent to France, the causes which might hinder its realization. I mentioned, among others, the amount of tonnage available, the possibility of finding in France or nearby horses necessary for the organization of the American units disembarked each month, the resources in the matter of armament to be procured in France or furnished by American factories. In short, all the ever-increasing demands for supplying the American expeditionary forces. The complexity of the problem necessitated careful preliminary studies in many different departments, as well as agreements to be arrived at between the governments, in order that exact data might be established. With the consent of the Prime Minister, I directed these studies, and in collaboration with Monsieur Tardieu, who was at that moment in France, I framed a program on the following basis. To place the Entente in a position to make with certainty a decisive effort in 1919, it must have an undoubted numerical superiority over the 220 or 240 German divisions. This means the presence of 80 American divisions in the month of April and 100 divisions in the month of July 1919. In order that these divisions might have 3 months' training before embarkation, the last of those to arrive in April 1919 must be composed of men called up in December 1918. The formation of each division, taking into account the corresponding proportion assigned to services, army troops, corps troops, etc., entailed the incorporation of 41,600 men. Consequently, including replacements, a minimum of 300,000 men must be enrolled during each of the last 6 months of 1918 and the first 4 months of 1919. This program was approved by General Pershing at a conference held in Chaumont on June 23rd. It was then submitted on July 2nd to the members of the Supreme War Council at Versailles, who likewise adopted it and transmitted it to President Wilson. He replied immediately that there would be 100 American divisions in France on July 1, 1919, and that other divisions would follow if necessary. The principal difficulty, that of tonnage, was next solved, thanks in the first place to the tremendous impetus given to the American merchant Fleet 67, and in the second to the help of the British Admiralty, which undertook to make good any unforeseen shortage. However, the rapid growth of the American forces 68 rendered all the more pressing General Pershing's desire to form them into an autonomous army. On July 10th, he came to see me with a request to expedite as much as possible the formation into Army Corps of American divisions then in the French zone. He also asked me to furnish artillery for those divisions which had none, drawing it, if need be, from French units. I was emphatic on this occasion in once more assuring General Pershing that no one desired more fervently than myself the constitution of American corps and armies, and sectors in which American troops would fight an American battle, and that my best efforts were being directed to this end. I was, indeed, firmly convinced that the soldiers of any country only give of their best when fighting under their own leaders and under their own colors. National self-esteem is then engaged. General Pershing's experience and character, moreover, were a guarantee that, whenever he might engage American troops, he would only halt after success had been achieved. Unfortunately, the lack of guns still prevented the furnishing of artillery to all the American divisions or Army Corps which it might have been possible to form. However, the object of the Entente was to obtain an indispensable superiority in numbers, and it would scarcely have accorded with its interests to deprive French units of their artillery for the benefit of American units. On the contrary, the American divisions which had no artillery would be very advantageously used to relieve French divisions in quiet sectors, and so make the latter available for battle. The collaboration of the American army was not applied solely to the Western Front. On June 17th, General Bliss came to Bombay to see me concerning Lord Milner's request, addressed to President Wilson, in regard to the dispatch of an American contingent of 4,000 men, 3 battalions, and 2 batteries to Murmansk and Archangel. President Wilson, as much for reasons of prudence as through his unwillingness to reduce the number of American troops and the corresponding transportation destined for the French front, was little inclined to accede to Lord Milner's suggestion. However, 6 days later, having learned that the Germans had transferred a certain number of divisions from Russia to France, I, in my turn, telegraphed to President Wilson that this fact could be regarded as a decisive military argument in favor of an intervention by the Allies in Siberia. On June 27th, in a second telegram to the President of the United States, I again stressed the point and requested him to send 2 American regiments as soon as possible to Siberia. On July 2nd, the question was submitted to the Supreme War Council during its meeting at Versailles, and the whole matter taken in hand by the heads of the Allied governments. As can be seen, in order to ensure the formation or the maintenance of the troops under its direction, the Supreme Allied Command was called upon to extend more and more its field of action, until it reached the interior of each Allied country and embraced the whole theater of operations where Allied interests were at stake. The Dowland's formula had been singularly enlarged. But while the war in all its aspects and on all its theaters claimed attention, it was still on the Western Front that the decisive game was being played, and the Western Front comprised all that vast territory which stretched from the mouth of the Usser to the mouth of the Piave. In spite of the preoccupation which the operations in France inspired, the importance and interest presented by the Italian theater could not be lost sight of, for events on the 2 sides of the Alps necessarily induced reactions upon each other. In the first place, it was important that the Allied arms should suffer no harm in Italy, and then, as soon as possible, they must be given the possibility of achieving victory. It was with this end in view that, at the Abbeville Conference, I had been entrusted with a mission of coordination in what concerned the Italian theater of operations. The operations on the Italian front. General Foch gets into touch with Italian headquarters and follows its plans for an offensive. May 7th, the enemy's threatened attack causes these to be postponed. General Foch approves General Diaz's line of action. Monsieur Clemenceau is perturbed by it. May 28th, June 12th, the Austrian attack and its complete repulse. June 15th, June 23rd, General Foch then requests General Diaz to resume his projected offensive and to expand it. June 27th. In virtue of this mission, I had written to General Diaz on May 7th, asking him to inform me as to the general lines of the offensive which Italian headquarters contemplated in the Melets region, the participation he contemplated on the part of Allied forces, French and British, in this action, and the date on which preparations for it would be completed. The arduous battles engaged on the Franco-British front in France, the inaction and indecision displayed by the Austrian armies since the winter, and the superiority of the Allied forces in Italy, constituted so many decisive factors in favor of beginning an important Italian offensive in the near future. The object aimed at should be to shatter the resistance of the Austrians, or, in any case, to draw to their side a portion of the German forces which were then engaged on the French front. With the idea of presenting these considerations more precisely to General Diaz, as also of being kept informed regarding his intentions, I sent an officer of my staff, Lieutenant Colonel Lepetit, on a temporary mission to the Comando Supremo. This was the situation when, on May 28th, General Graziani, commanding the French troops in Italy, reported by telegram that Italian headquarters, fearing an enemy attack on the Piave, was postponing the execution of the offensive which had been planned in the Asiago region. This decision was confirmed 2 days later by Colonel Cavallero, chief of the operations staff, whom General Diaz had sent to Sarkis with a personal letter for me. In this letter, the chief of the general staff of the Italian army explained in detail the reasons which rendered it impossible for him, in face of the Austrian threat, to consider for the moment the execution of any offensive project. Under these conditions, I was led to concur in his appreciation of the situation. While approving the decision he had taken under the circumstances, I expressed the hope that the Italian army would be held in constant readiness to resume, at an appropriate time, the offensive operations preparations for which had already commenced. On June 9th, Colonel Brigadier Calcagno, who had been detailed by General Diaz as permanent liaison officer at my headquarters, arrived at Bombon. He confirmed the information from the Comando Supremo regarding this Austrian attack, but gave no definite news as to its imminence. He added that the offensive program of the Italian staff was limited for the moment to a series of local operations, which would be carried out shortly in the region of the Tournelle. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Monsieur Clemenceau, informed me of a conversation which Monsieur Camille Barra, our ambassador in Rome, had just had with Signor Orlando, and from which it appeared that General Diaz had only postponed his offensive after having consulted me and obtained my agreement. Monsieur Clemenceau, greatly perturbed, asked me to explain. Nothing was easier than to immediately point out that, although on May 30th I had indeed approved of General Diaz's attitude, I had at the same time advised him to attack as soon as conditions should alter. It seemed to me, moreover, that the Austrian indecision on the Italian front, combined with the persistence of the Germans on the Franco-British front, ought to justify an early change of attitude on the part of the Comando Supremo. After again studying the situation with Colonel Brigadier Calcagno, I wrote to General Diaz on June 12th asking him to proceed at once with the realization of his plans for an attack. In this letter, I laid stress on the fact that the results to be expected from an extensive and vigorous Italian offensive would be of a nature to powerfully support the troops on the Franco-British front in the heavy fighting they had been engaged in for more than 2 months. In reporting to the Prime Minister the dispatch of this letter, I requested Monsieur Clemenceau to notify Monsieur Barra of its contents, so that the latter might be in a position, if necessary, to make representations in the same sense to the Italian government. But I had hardly done this when the great Austrian offensive was launched. On the 15th of June, the Italian 6th, 7th, and 3rd Armies were attacked on a front extending from the headwaters of the Brenta to the mouth of the Piave. They held their positions firmly, however, and the enemy only succeeded in crossing the Piave at a few points. The battle continued for several days, without the Austrians being able to increase their small gains. On June 23rd, they were even forced to retire to the left bank of the Piave. Their offensive had met with complete failure. It was important for the Italians to take immediate advantage of the undoubtedly favorable opportunity thus presented. Accordingly, on June 27th, I wrote again to General Diaz. After having congratulated him on the great success achieved by his armies, I requested him to resume his offensive plans and execute them as soon as possible, at the same time extending them so as to capture the massif of Melets and Mount Lissa. This advance would bring the Italian army close to the Feltre road, and thus provide it with a favorable base from which to undertake further operations in the direction of Trent, when the moment arrived for the Allies to make a general concerted offensive on all fronts. That is to say, in all probability during September next. Lieutenant Colonel Lepetit was directed to hand this letter to General Diaz and to develop its conclusions. Moreover, as the French government, on July 11th, had declared itself ready to furnish the Comando Supremo with certain material of which it might stand in need, notably tanks and hyperite shell, there was reason to hope that the Italian offensive would start very soon. At this moment, however, our whole attention became again concentrated on the French front, where a fourth German offensive was on the eve of being launched. Chapter VIII, the Second Battle of the Marne. Preparations for the German attack and for the Allied counter-offensive, first fortnight of July, the German attack in Champagne, July 15th, the Allied counter-offensive, July 18th, halt is ordered on the vessel, August 2nd. Thanks to the activity of the intelligence service and successful raids carried out on various parts of the front during the early part of July, the Allied High Command had in its possession reliable indications of the enemy's intentions. A new German offensive was in course of preparation on the 75 miles of front, which lay between Chaudière and the Argonne. The Marne was to be crossed in the neighborhood of Dormans. The attack was to take place sometime in the first 2 weeks of July. Another offensive was in preparation between Arras and Ypres. It was to be made with very large forces. The simultaneous organization of these two widely separated actions, one in Champagne, directed to the south, and the other in Artois and Flanders, directed to the west, the two therefore divergent, was difficult for me to understand and justify. In any case, the number of German troops then available seemed to forbid for the moment the two attacks being executed simultaneously. It therefore remained for us to feel out the situation and decide which of them was to be given priority, and in no event to lose sight of the second, for we must be ready to deal with it also if necessary. As time went on, certain indications enabled us to conclude that the first attack would come in Champagne. The enemy was actively pushing his preparations there, and in his haste he even neglected precautions which might have concealed them. The Allies, thus enlightened, made their dispositions and decided upon their line of action. On July 3rd, I drew General Pétain's attention to the necessity, in a defensive action, of issuing precise orders, defining the tasks of each and all. On July 5th, I requested him to strongly reinforce the threatened front in aeroplanes, field artillery, and infantry divisions. On the 11th, I again wrote, "The extension given to the enemy's preparations for an attack in Champagne reduces the likelihood of an action north of the Somme, or lessens the probable importance of this attack. Under these conditions, it would seem advisable to take preliminary steps for the rapid assembling behind our Champagne front of sufficient reserves to quickly check a powerful enemy offensive. To this end, I requested him to take several divisions from among those then assembled on the French left with a view to ultimate intervention in the British zone. Sir Douglas Haig was notified of this and at the same time requested to move 2 divisions of his general reserve south of the Somme so as to secure, in any event, the junction of the British and French armies. He was asked to provide for the eventuality of the coming battle using up all the French reserves, in which case it would be necessary to call on British reinforcements to give aid. It was also pointed out to him that a British attack on the line Festubert-Trobeck might offer great possibilities in the event of the enemy offensive against the French army taking on such an extension as to absorb the greater part of the German reserves. On the following day, July 13th, I drew on the British reserves by asking Field Marshal Haig to dispatch 4 of his divisions at once towards the French front and to make preparations for sending 4 more in case of need. These moves were dictated by the wide development which the approaching battle in Champagne promised to assume. In preparation for this battle, we constantly made new dispositions for stopping the enemy, while at the same time extensive measures were got underway for pronouncing the counter-offensive we contemplated to the southwest of Soissons. As the plans took shape, this latter action was given wider and wider development. It was to constitute a counter-thrust in the Tardenois to the enemy's attack in Champagne. Indeed, circumstances seemed to favor the success of our enterprise. Between the Marne and the Aisne, it already hit the flank of the enemy, and this flank would grow longer and weaker if he should attack between Chaudière and the Argonne and direct the mass of his forces towards the Marne, that is, southward. In order to play this double game effectively, all the French units available had to be concentrated between the Oise and the Argonne. Rested and filled up to strength, they constituted, with the addition of some American and British divisions, an imposing mass of 38 infantry divisions and 6 cavalry divisions. This was enough to meet the requirements of our defensive front in Champagne and of our offensive operations in the Soissons region. Moreover, these reserves were certain to be increased in the near future, for the American army, which already counted 27 divisions in France, was continually receiving reinforcements. On the contrary, the Germans gave evidence of the difficulty they were encountering in maintaining their units, and it was clear that numerical superiority would very soon pass to the Allies. By the middle of July, it could be seen that the time was fast approaching when the opposing forces would be sensibly equal. If the enemy did not attack, the hour had come for us to take the offensive. If he did attack, to accompany our parry with a powerful counter-stroke. In order to give still more force to this counter-blow, on July 9th, I instructed General Pétain to combine the offensive of the 10th Army with another one to be carried out at the same time between the Marne and Reims. It was to be directed against the eastern flank of the Parquet and executed by the French 5th Army under the command of General Berthelot. Finally, on July 13th, I summarized these designs in a letter to the French commander-in-chief, who was tabulating the distribution of his forces for the coming battle. The first operation, blocking the enemy's advance, required forces which, for the most part, were forthcoming, but which it was still possible to increase. In regard to the second, the counter-attack, which, apart from its own inherent advantages, would constitute an extremely efficacious method of defense, it was essential to devote to it, without delay and to the fullest extent possible, all the requisite forces. On the afternoon of July 14th, I proceeded once more to General Pétain's headquarters, where it was definitely decided that the French counter-offensive would be launched as a reply to the German attack in Champagne. The latter showed signs of being very near at hand. The studies in preparation for this counter-attack had been going on for several weeks. The business would require 4 days, more especially for assembling and placing in position the various reinforcements coming from different parts of the front. If the sectors from which they were withdrawn were attacked during this period, these troops might be seriously missed. There was therefore a risk, perhaps a grave one, which must be run during the 4 days when all useful action was out of the question. Nevertheless, in order to hasten the march of events, I gave instructions for the preparations to be commenced on July 14th. And as, on this date, the German attack in Champagne appeared to be quite imminent, it was settled, in the course of an interview at Provins with General Pétain, that the counter-attack, the preparations for which would be completed on the 18th, should be launched as a reply to the enemy's offensive when it took place. While our arrangements were proceeding, there occurred, in the course of a meeting of the Supreme War Council held at Versailles on July 4th, one of those displays of uneasiness which soldiers invested with wide authority excite in the breasts of certain politicians. Late that day, just as the afternoon session was about to close, Mr. Lloyd George presented a resolution, drafted in English, which was inserted in the minutes of the session, and which Monsieur Clemenceau, President of the Council of Ministers, declared that he accepted in the name of the French government. By the terms of this resolution, the Versailles Committee made its reappearance on the scene, and the military representatives who formed the committee resumed their right of control, if not of initiative, over the plans for the operations of the Allied armies. The result was to deprive the commander of these armies of all independence in establishing these plans and of all freedom in their execution. As soon as the document could be translated and I could study its import, the gravity of which appeared to have escaped the notice of the members of the council, I went to Paris to see Monsieur Clemenceau. I told him that I could not accept it or continue to command the Allied armies if it were maintained in its existing form. We returned together to Versailles to find Mr. Lloyd George, who was getting ready to dine with the representatives of the Dominions. In spite of the inconvenience resulting for that reunion, a discussion was immediately embarked upon with the British Prime Minister. A new draft was made, by the terms of which I retained entire latitude in the matter of establishing plans of operations, being responsible for them to heads of governments only. The military representatives, on their side, were under the obligation of coming to an agreement beforehand with me respecting any proposals they might wish to submit as to the conduct of the war. During this time, the enemy had been pursuing his preparations and had greatly advanced them. On July 14th, a raid carried out by the French Roman IV Corps brought in 27 prisoners. Interrogated at once, they disclosed that the German attack anticipated by the Allies would be launched that same night of July 14th-15th, and that the artillery preparation would begin 10 minutes after midnight. Before the German guns opened, our counter-preparation and counter-battery fire was started up along the whole front of the central group of armies. The enemy was forestalled in opening fire, and surprised by the number of our batteries, the majority of which were unmasked for the first time. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the execution of his plan. At the hour fixed, his artillery opened, and between 4:15 and 5:30 a.m., the German infantry moved to the assault along the whole front of 56 miles between Chaudière and Massagères, with the exception of the Reims salient. East of Reims, thanks to General Giraud's careful dispositions, it sustained a complete check. Before the enemy's columns could reach the main line of resistance, where the French Fourth Army was solidly established, they were broken up by the dense and accurate fire of our batteries, as well as by the fire of machine guns distributed along the line of our advanced posts. It was in vain that the Germans endeavored several times during the day to take this position by assault. They did not succeed in encroaching upon it anywhere. West of Reims, the day did not go so favorably for us. On the front of the Fifth Army, the enemy made rapid progress between the Marne and the Ardres in the general direction of Epernay, forcing the center of this army, French V Corps, and Italian Roman II Corps, back up on its second position. At the same time, he crossed the Marne east and west of Dormans, drove in the advanced posts holding the south bank of the river, and established a bridgehead following the general line Meruel-Laporte-Comblizy-Saint-Agnan-Farsoy, where the left of the Fifth Army and the right of the Sixth were posted. In order to meet these attacks, the reserves of the various armies and almost all the divisions in general reserve had been engaged during the day of the 15th. By evening, General Pétain had only one infantry and one cavalry division left in rear of the Fourth Army and one division in rear of the 5th. Thus the German offensive, though definitely stopped along the front of our 4th Army, had gained undoubted successes on the front of the 5th Army and at its junction with our 6th Army. Here it had succeeded in breaking our front and even in crossing the Marne at Dormans. Was this partial advantage going to be the precursor of an advance sufficiently deep and executed rapidly enough to bring trouble to our adjacent lines of defense and prevent us from carrying out our program? Was it going to divert us from our counter-offensive, whose preparations still required 2 more days? These were questions which could very well present themselves during the day of July 15th. However, indecision was no longer justified if one compared the paucity of the results obtained by the enemy with the magnitude of his effort and the mighty forces which his initiative had unchained. If, in sum, the extent of his check was considered. He had failed in Champagne on a front of more than 25 miles. He had crossed the Marne at Dormans on a front of nearly 12 miles. The 2 fronts were some 18 miles apart and separated by the powerful bastion presented by the town of Reims and the adjoining Montagne de Reims, both of which remained in our hands. In the 48 hours still required to complete the preparations for our counter-offensive, he would be unable to widen and augment his advantages on the Marne sufficiently to bring about a decision of the battle he had engaged. On the other hand, once this delay was ended, we could attack him in flank from the Aisne to the Marne on a front of 25 miles in a new direction and on fresh ground, unexpectedly and in force. In a word, under conditions calculated not only to neutralize his advantages, but even to render them disastrous. To effect this, we had only to inexorably maintain our plan and execute it in accordance with our previous intention of seizing the initiative and pronouncing an offensive between the Aisne and the Marne. Without ceasing our efforts to penetrate the enemy's designs or guard ourselves against dangers which might be immediate, the wisest course was to pursue, and if need be, intensify the line of action decided upon. It was to this task that I devoted myself on the 15th. Although he shared my confidence, the commander-in-chief of the French armies, in more direct contact with the events of the battlefield, was especially preoccupied by the German advance south of the Marne in the direction of Epernay, and to cope with it, he contemplated drawing on the troops designated for the counter-attack and thereby postponing its preparation. While on my way to Mouchy-le-Châtel, where I was to meet Sir Douglas Haig, I took occasion to stop at Noailles, the headquarters of General Fayolle. Here I was informed of these dispositions. I at once sent a message to General Headquarters which ensured the necessary correction, and the preparations for the counter-attack were pursued without any delay being occasioned. However, in view of the legitimate anxiety of the French commander-in-chief, I requested Sir Douglas to immediately dispatch the 2 British divisions, which, following the instructions contained in my letter of the 13th, would bring the number of British units on the French front up to 4. Notwithstanding his fears of seeing a secondary offensive, similar to the one directed against the Champagne front, started in Flanders in conjunction with a main attack to be undertaken between Chaudière and Lens, the Field Marshal yielded to my arguments, and 2 new British divisions, the 13th and 34th, were put in movement towards the French front. Under these conditions, the 2 British divisions constituting the British Roman 12 Corps and already en route were placed at General Pétain's disposal for reinforcing the front of the central group of armies, which, for the time being, was on the defensive. The 2 divisions just starting were to detrain in the Oise region and remain there at my disposal. They were to be employed ultimately either offensively to reinforce our 10th or our 6th Army, or defensively in support of our 3rd Army. In this way, immediate needs in the matter of defense were met, while the preparation of our counter-offensive was pursued and the forces assigned to it increased. The 16th passed without fresh incident. The German attack, smitten with failure the previous day, did not now succeed in obtaining any better results. On the Champagne front, it degenerated into unconnected and ineffectual local actions. South of the Marne, the enemy tried in vain to widen his bridgehead. He encountered not only a stubborn defense, but vigorous counter-attacks on the part of the French Sixth Army, which stopped him everywhere and even retook certain points of support. If it be added that our artillery and air service bombarded the passages over the Marne unceasingly and rendered difficult the arrival of reinforcements, ammunition, and supplies, it can be seen how precarious was the enemy's situation at the bottom of the Chaudière pocket. The sole progress he was able to register during the 16th was to the southwest of Reims, between the Vesle and the Marne, particularly along the latter river. But these advances were so localized that they could have no influence on the situation as a whole, and so costly that they could not be renewed without serious prejudice. After 2 days of fruitless efforts to improve the already precarious advantages gained on the Marne, it was only natural that the German Supreme Command should hesitate. What indeed had been the results of this Friedensturm, which, it had been so loudly proclaimed, was to bring peace by one victorious rush? Nothing but bitterness and deception, forerunners of defeat. The moral state of the whole army could not be otherwise than profoundly affected by this outcome. On July 17th, the Germans had been reduced to impotence. On the 18th, the guns of the Allies were in turn to make their thunder heard at the time and place which had been fixed upon. As already related, attention had been drawn as early as the month of June to the importance which Soissons had for the enemy, since it was here that centered railways absolutely indispensable for the adequate supply of his troops, engulfed in the deep but comparatively narrow pocket of Chaudière. The preparation of an offensive against this place, situated so short a distance from our lines, had been undertaken in accordance with my notes of June 14th and June 16th, and General Mangin's plans were all ready by June 20th. But since that period, I had been led to anticipate that the attack moving from west to east could bring much greater results than a simple disturbance of the enemy's communications, provided its base of departure was widened and the assault conducted with larger forces. Accordingly, General Mangin had gradually extended his plan so as to embrace the 15 miles which separated his positions on the Aisne from those on the Ourcq, where he joined up with the left of our Sixth Army. His forces had been correspondingly increased until, for the initial operation, he disposed of 18 infantry divisions, among which were the American 1st and 2nd Divisions, forming the American Roman III Corps, 3 cavalry divisions, 240 batteries of 75, 231 heavy batteries, 41 air squadrons, and 375 tanks. General Degout, commanding the Sixth Army, had reported that he might be able to operate in a similar sense, prolong the 10th Army to the right, and extend the contemplated action beyond the Ourcq. He had drawn up a plan for the resumption of the offensive by the Sixth Army, which would continue along the front Ourcq-Clignan, the attack to be made on its left by the 10th Army. He requested that a regiment of tanks and 1 or 2 infantry divisions be placed at his disposal. With these additional troops, bringing his attacking force up to 8 divisions, he could extend the front of the offensive by 16 miles. On July 9th, I had also contemplated a simultaneous attack by the Fifth Army on a front from Reims to the Marne, moving in a westerly direction. But since that time, the situation of the Fifth Army had become profoundly modified, and its action could now be only secondary. Meanwhile, the 10th and 6th Armies had improved their base of departure by a number of successive operations. Thus, west of Soissons, the 10th Army established itself on the plateau from Cutry to Daumurs. Farther south, it had captured the villages of Longpont and Courcy, adjoining the Villers-Cotteret's forest, and pushed its advanced posts east of the Savieres Brook. On its side, the 6th Army had recaptured several important positions west of Chaudière, such as the villages of Vaux, the Bois des Roches, and the Bois Belleau, where the American 2nd Division had brilliantly conducted itself. These local operations, prepared with the greatest care, had cost us losses very small in comparison with the moral and tactical results obtained. In any case, they had disclosed a certain decrease in the adversary's resistance in this region, indicated also by the large number of prisoners captured. In order to meet the crisis in manpower which now prevailed, the German Supreme Command had evidently separated the divisions into two categories, those entrusted merely with the task of holding onto the ground facing west, and those charged with conquering new territory to the south. Their value appeared to be frankly unequal. Such was the outlook, and the point reached by our preparations when the German attack fell with all its tremendous force, rapidly attenuated, it is true. Whatever the uneasiness it had produced, I could not admit that this attack ought to prevent the completion of the preparations going on in our 10th and 6th armies for an enterprise between the Aisne and the Marne, which seemed full of promise. The momentarily weakened situation in front of the 5th Army and south of the Marne could, in the meantime, be met by fortuitous measures. At daybreak on July 18th, the 10th and 6th Armies launched their offensive. At 4:35 a.m., on the front running from the valley of the Marne to the plateau of Nouvron, the heavily reinforced artillery of the two armies suddenly opened, while the infantry, without further preparation, emerged from its trenches and, preceded by tanks and accompanied by numerous aeroplanes, advanced against the enemy. North of the Aurc, the 10th Army penetrated deeply into the enemy's main position. By 10 a.m., it had captured Chaumont, Vierzy, and Villers-Halon. On the south, the 6th Army first seized the line of German advanced posts, and then, conforming to its program, carried out an artillery preparation of 1.5 hours on the enemy's line of resistance. It then successfully resumed its advance, and by midday, it had seized that line from Marisy-Saint-Mard to Torcy. In view of the important results thus obtained, I sent the same day the following instructions to General Pétain. 1. The region north of the Marne at Chaudière appears the most favorable for a fruitful offensive. It is therefore advisable to first of all intensify the action undertaken today by our 6th and 10th Armies, and then make preparations for its development northwards. 2. With this twofold object in view, it is necessary to concentrate without delay all available fresh units that are now south of the line Chaudière-Reims-Massagers, which line will doubtless become for us merely the scene of demonstrations. 3. The units to be considered, among others, are the British Roman 22 Corps, which should go to join the British 15th and 34th Divisions, the American 42nd Division, French or American units brought from the east. 4. This new distribution of forces must not in any way abate the offensive actively demanded of the 9th, 5th, and 4th Armies. It is by the reorganization of the forces already engaged, and not by the introduction of new forces, that the action must be sustained. At the same time, I notified Sir Douglas Haig that, in order to be in a position to exploit the results already achieved, the British 15th and 34th Divisions had been moved to the region of Villers-Cotterêts, where, while remaining in reserve, they would be able to make preparations to enter the battle. The results obtained on July 18th were indeed considerable. Apart from the ground gained, which by the end of the day had carried their advance guards up to the line Pernant-Neuilly-Saint-Front-Torcy, the 6th and 10th Armies had captured 10,000 prisoners and several hundred guns. The adversary had been surprised, and in general he had not put up a very stout resistance. The use of the railway lines centering in Soissons was henceforth denied him. On the 19th our advance was continued on the whole of the front without undue difficulty, while at the same time our air squadrons bombed the passages over the Marne, and the enemy concentrations reported at Auchy-le-Château and Firent-Tardenois. These concentrations seemed to indicate that the German Supreme Command had decided to defend the valley of the Aurc. For an Allied advance, they would gravely compromise both the possession of the Soissons Plateau and the bridgehead south of the Marne. It was therefore to be anticipated that a big battle would take place in the Tardenois country. Accordingly, after seeing General Pétain on the morning of the 19th, I addressed to him the following instruction. The battle now in progress should aim at the destruction of the enemy's forces south of the Aisne and the Vesle. It must be pursued with the utmost energy and without any loss of time, so as to exploit the surprise we have effected. It will be carried on by the 10th Army covering itself by the Aisne and subsequently by the Vesle, and seeking to conquer the high ground north of Firent-Tardenois, its right at Firentardenois. The 6th Army, supporting the advance of the 10th Army and pushing its left to Firentardenois. The 9th and 5th Armies, resuming a vigorous offensive as early as possible. The 9th Army in order to drive the enemy to the north of the Marne. The 5th Army in order first to recapture the front Châtillon-Bligny and subsequently the road from Villentardenois to Verneuil. On July 20th, the enemy's resistance hardened. That day, the 10th Army remained pinned on the high ground west and southwest of Soissons. Its right alone gained some ground in the direction of Auchy-le-Château. The 6th Army, likewise, encountered serious difficulties between the Ourcq and the Marne and only effected a trifling advance. The 5th Army, passing in its turn to the offensive, managed, with the support of 2 British divisions, to get slightly forward between Marvaux and Belleville. The German commander, surprised at first, necessarily grasped at once the seriousness of the blow delivered on July 18th and 19th by our 10th and 6th Armies, and the danger to which his troops on and beyond the Marne were exposed as a result of our drive along the Aisne and the Ourcq in the direction of Firentardenois. The communications of the troops he had massed on the Marne for the attack of July 15th, as well as their supply, were threatened to the point of being compromised. He realized that he must withdraw these troops as rapidly as possible, and to do so, he must at any cost halt or at least retard the march of our 10th and 6th Armies from the west and the advance of our 5th Army from the east, whatever the sacrifices entailed for his 2 flanks. The Germans, therefore, on July 19th and 20th, effected the withdrawal of all troops and material south of the Marne, and during the following days, they evacuated towards the line of the Ourcq the supplies of every sort which they had accumulated in the wooded regions north of the river. From this moment, the interest of our operations was transferred to the north of the Ourcq, and on July 21st, I gave General Pétain instructions accordingly. In order that the battle now in progress may yield all the results possible to draw from it, the action of the 10th Army on the high ground north of Firentardenois must be intensified to the highest possible degree. To this end, all available resources should be furnished it, in addition to the constant support which the left of the 6th Army must bring, and the aid to be realized through continuing the offensive on the fronts of the 9th and 5th Armies. 2 days afterwards, on July 23rd, I again insisted. It is important to resume the mastery of operations vigorously and without delay, if we are to get out of this battle all it can produce. Everything available should be given to the 10th Army. This army should concentrate these resources on one part of its front so as to execute a powerful attack in a particularly interesting direction, viz., the region of Firentardenois. Supported on its right by the 6th Army, and with all available troops concentrated on its left wing, this attack would force the enemy to evacuate, under difficult conditions, the whole region south of Firentardenois. As a consequence of assigning all means now available to the 10th Army, the 5th Army will have only limited forces at its disposal. Therefore, it should proceed by carrying out a series of successive operations, concentrating all its available strength for each, and so fixing their sequence that each will create a favorable situation for the following one. For example, an advance on the high ground north of the Ardres will facilitate a subsequent attack south of that river, and this, in its turn, will force the enemy to evacuate the region north of the Marne. While thus occupied with directing and intensifying the battle in progress, I could not neglect the possibility of a German offensive return in some other field. The supreme command of the Central Empires, in order to escape from the net which was now closing, might be tempted to employ its reserves in a diversion north of the Oise or against the British front. To be in a position to deal with such a move, I requested General Pétain to regroup in rear of the French, left all worn-out divisions withdrawn from the battle, and I restored to Field Marshal Haig's entire disposal the 2 British divisions, which on July 12th I had caused him to move south of the Somme. The 6th and 10th Armies, having concentrated the greater portion of their strength on the 2 sides of the Ourcq, on July 25th launched an attack in the direction of Auchy-le-Château. Auchy-la-Ville and Auchy-le-Château were captured by a brilliant assault, and a footing was obtained on the eastern slopes of the high Chalmont Hill that dominates the valley of the Ourcq. This was an important success, which deprived the enemy of any hope or possibility of re-establishing himself on the line of the Ourcq. On the following day, the Germans carried out their retreat towards the high ground north of that river, and at such speed that in some places our advance guards could not maintain contact. On the evening of the 29th, the French 10th, 6th, and 5th armies were halted in front of these heights along the general line Grandrazoi-Firen-Tardenois-Sierges-Villene-Tardenois-Vrigny. Here the enemy resolutely opposed them. On July 30th and 31st, our efforts to dislodge him remained fruitless. The villages of Seringes, Cergy, and Villers-Agran, furiously disputed, changed hands several times. The battle had once more reached a deadlock. But continuing the struggle in conformity with my directions of July 27th and General Peytain's instructions of July 29th, the 10th Army resumed the attack on August 1st at 4:45 a.m. The French 25th, 41st, and 68th Divisions and the British 34th Division, supported by tanks, assaulted the heights of Grandrazoi, and in spite of furious resistance on the part of the enemy, they carried by hand-to-hand fighting the German position between Grandrazoi, the Signal de Servanay, and the village of Cramale. There they maintained themselves in the face of numerous and powerful counter-attacks. This decisive action compelled the Germans to make a new withdrawal. At daybreak on August 2nd, the 10th, 6th, and 5th Armies found there was nothing in front of them, and by evening they had reached the high ground south of the Vesle without striking a blow. Soissons was reoccupied. On the 3rd, the advance was continued. Reaching the left bank of the Vesle, our troops regained contact with the enemy and at certain points even pushed elements across the river. However, on the 4th, we found that the Germans were strongly established along the line of the Vesle, and they seemed determined to defend it. To dislodge them, it would have been necessary to organize a new attack and bring up powerful material. Even then, decisive results could not be expected for a long time. Moreover, at this moment, we were making preparations for another battle susceptible of producing very important results, the Battle of Picardy and the Santerre. The number of troops now available did not permit of our undertaking this battle and an attack against the Vesle at one and the same time. Accordingly, the central and reserve groups of armies were instructed to establish themselves on their positions south of the Vesle, while continuing to give the enemy the impression that they were making preparations for a vigorous attack. Thus, after 3 weeks of fighting, the Second Battle of the Marne came to an end. After having been unprofitably started by the Germans on July 15th, it had been turned into success by the Allies on the 18th and continued ever since. A fortunate combination of circumstances had caused American, British, Italian, and French divisions to take part in it. Its results were important. 30,000 prisoners, more than 600 guns, 200 mine throwers, and 3,000 machine guns captured. The front shortened by 28 miles, the Paris-Chalons railway line re-established, and the menace against Paris removed. But above all, the morale of the German army had been lowered, that of the Allies raised. After 4 months on the defensive, imposed upon us by the enemy's numerical superiority, a victorious counter-offensive had once more placed in our hands the initiative of operations and the power to direct the progress of events in this long, vast war. It was essential to retain this mastery by accelerating the phases of the struggle and developing our efforts in a series of well-ordered actions. We must therefore bring into play all the Allied resources as rapidly as possible, so as to prevent the enemy from recovering before we could effect his definite destruction. Chapter Roman 9, the Memorandum of July 24th. Obsessed with these ideas, and especially so after the German offensive had been halted, in proportion as our victory in the Tardenois took on definite shape, I decided to apply them more and more. The immediate application would have to depend upon means we now had at our disposal. Later on, it could be based upon those which had become available. It was essential not only to pursue tactical successes, but to seek results such as might increase our resources and facilitate their employment. Finally, for the purpose of obtaining general approval, it was important that I set forth what I proposed to do in such fashion as to induce the conviction that our concerted efforts would bring decisive results, provided we gained time by hastening and coordinating them. With these purposes in view, I drew up the following memorandum. The Fifth German Offensive, halted at its very start, was a failure. The offensive taken by the French 10th and 6th Armies has turned it into a defeat. This defeat must first of all be exploited thoroughly on the field of battle itself. That is why we are pursuing our attacks without pause and with all our energy. But the consequences go far beyond the battle itself. Roman 2. The enemy's defeat forms a basis on which should rest the general attitude to be adopted by the Allied armies. As matters now stand, we have already attained equality in the number of battalions at least, and in a more general sense, in the number of combatants, though superiority in the total number of divisions is not yet on our side. The Germans have been compelled to throw so many divisions into action that for the first time we have a superiority in reserves. Also, owing to the large number of exhausted divisions they will be compelled to relieve from the battle front, we shall likewise have a superiority in the number of fresh reserves. Moreover, all available information is in agreement as to the enemy being reduced to the state of having to have two armies, an army for occupying the line, reduced in strength and condemned to be sacrificed, and a shock army maneuvering behind the flimsy protection of the other. This shock army, though trained with the utmost care by the German Supreme Command, has been already greatly weakened. In addition, the Allies have a material superiority in aviation beyond dispute, also in tanks. In artillery, our advantage is bound to be increased when and as the American artillery arrives. Finally, in the rear of the Allied armies, the powerful reserve of the American forces pours 250,000 men every month onto the soil of France. While on the enemy's side, we know the urgent measures which he has been forced to take in order to meet the crisis in the supply of men for the month of May. And it is apparent that, owing to the difficulty which the Germans find in keeping up the strength of their various units at the front, a new crisis is now asserting itself. In addition to all these indications that the factor of material force is veering around in our favor, there can be added the moral ascendancy which has been maintained on our side from the beginning of the battle, owing to the fact that the enemy, despite his unprecedented efforts, has been unable to bring about the decisive result he had to attain. And this moral ascendancy has been increased by the victory just won by the Allied armies. These armies, therefore, have arrived at the turning point of the road. They have recovered in full tide of battle the initiative of operations. Their numbers permit, and the principles of war command them to keep this initiative. The moment has come to abandon the general defensive attitude forced upon us until now by numerical inferiority, and to pass to the offensive. Roman 3. This offensive, while not seeking a decision, should consist of a series of movements to be undertaken immediately and having for their object results favorable to 1. The further development of the operations, and 2. The economic life of the country. They will also serve to keep the fighting initiative on the side of the Allies. These movements should be executed with such rapidity as to inflict upon the enemy a succession of blows. This condition necessarily limits their extent. Their extent will likewise be limited by the small number of units now at the disposal of the Allies for these offensives after 4 months of battle. Keeping these considerations in mind, the program of offensive actions to be executed without delay can be established as follows. 1. Operations having as their objective the clearing of the railway lines that are indispensable for the later operations of the Allied armies, viz. A. The freeing of the Paris-Havricourt railway line in the Marne region. This is the minimum result to be obtained from the offensive movement now going on. B. The freeing of the Paris-Amiens railway line by a concerted action of the British and French armies. C. The clearing of the Paris-Havre-Court Railroad in the region around Commercy by reducing the Saint-Mihiel salient. This operation should be prepared without delay and executed by the American Army as soon as it has the necessary means. 69. 2. Operations having as their objective to clear the mining region of the north and drive the enemy once for all from the vicinity of Dunkirk and Calais. These operations presuppose 2 attacks, which may be carried out separately or conjointly. As previously stated, these actions must succeed each other at brief intervals, so as to embarrass the enemy in the utilization of his reserves and not allow him sufficient time to fill up his units. The attacks must be provided with everything necessary to make their success certain. Finally, and above all, surprise must be effected. Recent operations show that this is a condition indispensable to success. Roman 4. It is impossible to foretell at present where the different operations outlined above will lead us, either in the matter of time or space. Nevertheless, if the objects they have in view are attained before the season is too far advanced, there is reason for assuming now that an important offensive movement, such as will increase our advantages and leave no respite to the enemy, will be launched towards the end of the summer or during the autumn. It is still too early to be more precise in regard to this offensive. Finally, it must be borne in mind that, either for the purpose of freeing himself from our pressure or for economizing manpower, in the course of these operations, the enemy may be compelled to execute a series of retrograde movements to shorter lines prepared in advance. If this should happen, the Allied armies must not be taken by surprise. Therefore, it is the duty of each army to determine what retrograde movements are possible by studying the form presented by the enemy's organization in rear of his line, to keep up a close observation in order to take note of any signs of contemplated retreat, to make preparations which will prevent the enemy from executing such retrograde movements unmolested. On July 24th, while the victorious Battle of Tardenois was still in progress, the commanders-in-chief of the Allied armies, Sir Douglas Haig, General Pétain, and General Pershing, were assembled at my headquarters at Bombay in order to examine with me the possibilities presented by the future. I requested my Chief of Staff, General Weygand, to read them the memorandum quoted above, and I must admit that it seemed to excite in them a considerable surprise by reason of its ambitious nature, its magnitude, and the number of operations it contemplated. Each officer, looking at the matter from his own point of view, which, I acknowledge, did not lack justification, replied in turn. Field Marshal Haig, the British Army, entirely disorganized by the events of March and April, is still far from being re-established. General Pétain, the French Army, after 4 years of war and the severest trials, is at present worn out, bled white, anemic. General Pershing, the American Army asks nothing better than to fight, but it has not yet been formed. How then, under such conditions, were we to contemplate the possibility of carrying out a succession of offensives, each on a considerable scale? While recognizing the justice of each of these observations, I insisted that I had given due weight to the temporary weaknesses mentioned, and I urged the fact that a proper combination of our forces would make the contemplated program practicable, especially as we could carry it out at a pace which I would fix as circumstances arose, my idea being to hasten it or slow it up according to the success obtained as we went along. The commanders-in-chief offered no formal objections. When they left me, they took with them the text of this note of July 24th, and the following day they gave it their full approval, accepting in principle the projected operations. Another subject discussed at this conference was the necessity for the Allies of finishing the war in 1919. In a letter to Monsieur Clemenceau, dated a short time before, I had asked him to call to the colors the class of 1920, beginning with the month of October 1919, and I gave him the following reasons. 1919 will be the decisive year of the conflict. By the spring of that year, America will have reached the climax of her effort. If it is desired to shorten the war, we must wage it with the greatest possible intensity from that moment on. Consequently, we must see that our armies are given all the resources we can muster. For I said in conclusion, the stronger we are, the sooner we shall be victorious, and the more we will be listened to. I wrote along the same lines to the commanders-in-chief on July 24th, asking them to draw up a statement of the resources upon which each of them could count at the beginning of 1919, in large units, in men, in artillery, in aircraft, in tanks and caterpillar transport. I laid particular stress on the necessity not only of maintaining, but of developing our superiority in tanks, and I requested the commanders-in-chief to bring the requisite pressure to bear on their respective governments for speeding up the production of these so much needed engines. On July 26th, General Pétain sent me his written adhesion to the contemplated program of operations, adding that he was of the opinion that an attack of the Saint-Mihiel salient, taken in conjunction with operations to clear the Armentières pocket, should be the main offensive envisaged for the end of the summer and the autumn. It will probably exhaust French resources for 1918, but in doing so, it will accomplish useful and definite results. The other two commanders-in-chief sent no written answers to the memorandum laid before them, but they gave their adhesion orally. Chapter X, Partial Allied Offensives, August-September 1918. Preparations for the attack. The Battle of the Santerre, August 8-12th, stiffening of the enemy's resistance, measures taken in consequence. Disengaging of Amiens and the Paris-Amiens Railway. As a consequence of the decisions just related and the measures taken for carrying them out, we were now about to launch, starting on August 8th, a second great Franco-British offensive, the Battle of the Santerre. It started on August 8th, and its consequences were destined to be of exceptional importance. Ever since the 3rd of April, I had entertained the idea of driving the enemy from the salient at Montdidier, as his proximity prevented our using the Paris-Amiens railway line. Later on, the Germans got their foothold around Villers-Bretonneux, and they were now so close as to threaten the last rail communications between the French and the British. The enemy's cannon even reached the network of railroads centering at Amiens. The region around Amiens and the Amiens-Paris Railway must therefore be cleared as soon as possible. This necessity had struck Sir Douglas Haig, and under date of July 17th, he had written me, "The operation which to my mind is of the greatest importance, and which I suggest to you should be carried out as early as possible, is to advance the Allied front east and southeast of Amiens, so as to disengage that town and the railway line. This can best be carried out by a combined French and British operation, the French attacking south of Moreuil and the British north of the River Luce." This proposal was so perfectly in harmony with my previous instructions and with my way of looking at the matter, especially since our successes south of Soissons and in the Tardenois region, that I wished to follow it up immediately and increase its scope as much as possible. Therefore, on the 20th, I wrote to the Field Marshal, "Having reached the point where we now are, it is indispensable to seize the enemy and attack him wherever we can do so to our own advantage. I am extremely glad, therefore, to get your letter of the 17th, in which you inform me of the various plans which you have in view for operations on your front. The combined attack of the British 4th and the French 1st Armies for the purpose of clearing Amiens and the railway should, it seems to me, be carried out at once, owing to the prospect it offers of most profitable results. I suggest that the commanding generals of the British 4th Army and of the French 1st Army be asked to at once arrange between them a plan regarding which we could come to a definite understanding later on." And I said, in conclusion, "The enemy seems at present to be reduced to having two armies. One, an army for occupying the line, condemned to be sacrificed and consequently of no great value, as is proved by the complete success of the multiple minor operations recently undertaken by us, and by the large number of prisoners captured in these operations. The second, a shock army, trained with special care, but already seriously weakened. This situation presents an element of weakness, which we can exploit by carrying out immediately several attacks along those parts of the front held solely by inferior troops. The check administered to the last enemy offensive A check that seems to become clearer every day offers an opportunity to be seized. We must not fail to grasp it. This Franco-British offensive, having as an objective the disengaging of Amiens and the railway, formed part, as has been seen, of the plan outlined in the memorandum communicated to the commanders-in-chief at Bambin on July 24th. On the 26th, during a conference at Sarkis with Field Marshal Haig, General Rawlinson and General Debeny, we drew up the general plan of the attack. It was to start from the line Somme-Hargicourt, the 4th British Army, 70-12 divisions strong, to move in the direction of Cholnez, the French First Army, 71-4 to 6 divisions strong, in the direction of Roye. On July 28th, the operation was prescribed in detail in the following instruction. 1. The object of the operation is to clear Amiens and the Amiens-Paris Railway, as well as to defeat and throw back the enemy between the Somme and the Avre. 2. For this purpose, the offensive, covered on the north by the Somme, is to be pushed forward as far as possible in the direction of Roye. 3. It will be executed by 1. The British Fourth Army, composed at the start of 12 divisions of infantry and 3 divisions of cavalry supported by 2. The French First Army, reinforced by 4 divisions. The first will operate north, the second south, of the road to Roye as soon as the possibility of debouching south of the Luce and east of the Avre is assured. It could be assumed that by the time this operation took place, our victory in the Soissons region would have yielded most of the results to be expected from it. Therefore, good reasons existed for hurrying forward the offensive south of the Somme so as not to allow the enemy any respite. Finally, for the purpose of ensuring perfect cooperation between the British Fourth Army and the French First Army, which were to act together, and of securing the greatest possible energy in execution, I asked Sir Douglas Haig to take personal command of the 2 armies. It was with this idea that I sent my second communication of the above date, handed by General Weygand to the Field Marshal at Montreuil. It ran as follows. Today, the 28th, our progress towards the Ardres and the Aisne is being rapidly accentuated. The enemy in the Marne region is retreating towards the north. There, beyond doubt, he will take up, behind some river, a defensive position which we shall not be able to attack immediately and which will probably enable him to reorganize his forces and in a short time restore his strength. Under these conditions, it seems in our interest to hasten the combined operation of your Fourth Army and our First Army. They would certainly be met by an enemy less able to cope with them. I ask you, therefore, to push forward as much as possible the date of these operations. I shall hasten, proportionately, the return of your Roman 22 Army Corps. Finally, since this attack of 2 Allied armies requires unified direction, I request you to take the command yourself. On the 29th, Sir Douglas sent his instructions to General Debeny, and on the 31st, the latter in turn gave his orders to the 3 French Army Corps which were to operate to the southward of the British Fourth Army. To facilitate the outflanking of Montdidier, the left corps of the Third Army, in position south of the town, was attached to the First Army. Local operations that had been carried out during the preceding weeks had already secured for the armies a better base of departure. Thus, on July 4th, the British Fourth Army had captured the woods of Vert and the village of Hamel, south of the Somme, while the French First Army, after taking the Anchin Farm and Castle on July 12th, had on the 23rd gained possession of the villages and plateau of Meilly-Raineville, Sauvillers and Aubevillers, capturing nearly 2,000 prisoners and several guns. This last combat, in particular, had brought very advantageous results. Threatened in his positions on the left bank of the Avre, the enemy had withdrawn to the right bank, keeping only some outposts west of Montdidier, August 3rd and 5th. If, in addition, it be borne in mind that the Germans facing the British Third Army were crossing to the east of the Ancre between Saint-Pierre and Dernancourt, and that in Flanders they were abandoning to the British Second Army a part of their positions south of the Lys. It will be realized what signs of exhaustion the enemy was showing in these first days of August, and under what favorable auspices the Franco-British attack in Picardy was being initiated. On August 8th, at 4 a.m., During a mist which continued to shroud the preparations of the preceding night, our artillery opened an intense fire which demolished the enemy's batteries. Immediately afterwards, the infantry and tanks of the British Fourth Army opened the attack. That of the French First Army, whose point of departure was at right angles to the British, was launched after an artillery preparation lasting 45 minutes. The enemy, taken wholly by surprise by the violence and rapidity of the attack, fell back in great confusion, abandoning a large quantity of material. Our advance during the day amounted to more than 6 miles on a front over 12 miles wide. We gained a firm foothold on the plateau of Santerre, reaching the line Morlancourt Harbiniers Cakes Hargicourt. More than 13,000 prisoners and 300 captured cannon gave evidence of the importance of the day's work. Now was the time to push our advantage vigorously by keeping up the action. It was with this end in view that Colonel Desticker, in compliance with my instructions, delivered the following note to General Debeny on the morning of the 9th. You understand, of course, that the French First Army should reach Roye as quickly as possible and then make contact with the Third Army. When this result is obtained, the situation alone can indicate the next step, halt or continue to move forward. It is precisely because we cannot today determine exactly what is to be done that we must leave no possibility out of consideration. With this in view, it is absolutely imperative that no divisions should be sent to the rear. Those that can advance no farther are to be passed, relegated to the second line, and used as supports until the result expected has been accomplished. Therefore, move fast, march hard, maneuver to the front, support firmly from the rear with all the troops you have until the desired result has been obtained. If these three things are done, losses will be avoided a few days later. Shortly afterwards, I sent another message to General Debeny, whose attention seemed to have become absorbed by the difficulties encountered by his right wing in crossing the Ave below Montdidier. Having assured the pivot of his maneuver on the other side of Montdidier, General Debeny must not lose sight of the fact that his marching wing is on the right bank of the Ave along the Roye road, the point of contact with the British Army, the stronger force. It is here that he should take personal charge, especially with a view to pushing the Roman 31 Corps with the utmost vigor towards Roye, without losing a minute, beating down all hesitation and delay. It is there that the big decision will be obtained. There consequently is his place, the field of his action. During the 9th, a considerable advance was again made on the Franco-British front, reaching as far as the line Morlancourt-Chipolly-Rosières en Santerre-Beauquois-Pierrepont-Saint-Villers-le-Troquois. Surrounded from the north and from the south, Montdidier was evacuated by the enemy during the following night. On the 10th, the attacks were continued and gained considerable ground north of the Somme, in the direction of Bray and southward, in the direction of Chaulnes and Roye. The French Third Army, in its turn, now entered the action in obedience to the orders of General Fayolle. For ever since August 5th, he had foreseen the advantages to be obtained from the Franco-British offensive and had made preparations for the Third Army to participate to the right of the First, with the idea of causing the entire Petite Suisse south of Noyon to fall as a secondary effect. The Third Army moved on Lassigny and by the evening of the 10th had reached the line of Conchy-les-Spots-Ressens-sur-Matz-Machimont. In view of these results, the Allied Supreme Command on August 10th addressed to its subordinates the following general instructions for the purpose of coordinating and orienting their efforts. 1. The movements of the British Fourth Army and the French First Army will be continued eastward in the general direction of Ham, the object of the British Army being to reach the Somme below Ham, so as to prepare the passage of the Somme, while at the same time continuing its movement astride of this river from Bray to Péronne. The French First Army will support this advance, taking as an objective the Guiscard-Ham road. 2. The French Third Army is now moving towards Lassigny-Noyon for the purpose of exploiting the advance of the French First Army, clearing the region of Montdidier and, eventually, that of Noyon. 3. The attention of Field Marshal Haig is invited to the unquestionable interest which attaches to preparing as soon as possible operations of the British Third Army in the general direction of Bapaume and Péronne, in order to shake the enemy's line and immediately exploit any break. While our victorious advance was being pressed forward on the left bank of the Somme, it was to be foreseen that a time would arrive when it would be forced to halt for lack of breath, or because it found itself confronted by some serious obstacle strongly defended by the enemy. When this moment came, an operation should be all ready for immediate execution on the right bank of the Somme and in Artois. This consideration inspired the third paragraph in my instruction of the 10th. On the morning of the 10th, I went to see Field Marshal Haig for the purpose of explaining to him this idea of preparing to the north of the Somme and in the direction of Arras an extension of his attacks. By doing so, we would avoid any frittering away of our gains in local actions. We would profit by the confusion caused to the plans of the enemy by our successive victories, and we would continue to shake his power of resistance by directing new blows at points where it could be assumed that this power had been weakened. And preparations for these operations ought to begin at once. But now, after 3 days of incessant attack, the Franco-British armies suddenly encountered serious resistance. The enemy had reached, at numerous points of the line, his old 1914 positions, and he seemed determined to make a stand there. It thus turned out, for on August 11th, the British Fourth Army and the left wing of the French First Army were unable to advance, except with great difficulty between the Avre and the Somme, although the French Third Army and the right wing of the First made considerable progress towards Lassigny. I strongly urged Field Marshal Haig to push the advance towards Bray energetically. On the evening of the 11th, I went to see him personally in order to ask him once more to put all possible force into his attacks. But on the day following, it had to be admitted, as I set forth in a letter to the commanders-in-chief of the British and French armies, that new tactics were required to ensure the results we were seeking between the Somme and the Oise, viz., the forcing back of the enemy on the Somme and the seizing of all the passages of the river at Ham and below that place. My letter read: in the presence of the resistance offered by the enemy, we must not try to reach him by pushing forward simultaneously along the whole front. Such a course would result in our being weak at all points. Instead of this, we must make concentrated and powerful attacks against the important points of the region. In other words, against those whose capture by us will increase the disorganization in the enemy's ranks, and more especially jeopardize his lines of communication. These operations should be prepared promptly and in great strength, by assembling and putting rapidly into their places whatever means are at hand which seem best suited for overcoming the resistance now being encountered, that is, tanks, artillery, infantry, in good condition. Therefore, what should be undertaken was, as quickly as possible, a combined attack of the French First Army and the right wing of the British Fourth Army, having as an objective to obtain possession of the network of roads around Roye. This attack to be supported towards the south by the French Third Army with a view to clearing the Noyon region. Without delay, an attack to be carried out by the center of the British Fourth Army starting from the vicinity of Le Hans-Herville and moving northwestwards, having as its object to capture, or at least bring within range of field guns, the high road from Amiens to Brie. This attack to be combined with the left wing of the British Fourth Army in an easterly direction. But moved by the desire to give our offensive greater scope, I added, these results can be enormously amplified by an extension of the attacks on the two flanks of the battle now in progress, north of the Somme on the one hand and east of the Oise on the other. With this in view, I prescribed north of the Somme, an attack of the British Third Army in the general direction of Bapaume-Péronne. East of the Oise, an attack of the French 10th Army in the direction of Chauny and the Chauny-Soissons road. In concluding, I added, the results obtained by the French Third Army unaided show what may be expected from the extension of offensive actions on the flank of a victorious attack. Since July 15th, the enemy has thrown into the battle 120 divisions. We now have an opportunity such as will not occur again for a long time, and which exacts of all an effort which the results in sight fully justify. Our interests demand that the attacks above outlined be executed as soon as possible and at the shortest possible intervals. During the afternoon of this same 12th of August, I met Sir Douglas Haig and General Pétain at Flizay Court near Amiens, they having been summoned there, together with myself, for an audience with H.M., the King of England. They both assured me of their complete agreement touching the operations order just cited. We were therefore about to start on a new basis with a series of powerful attacks. The regrouping and concentration of forces in the various armies began on the 13th. On the 14th, the preliminary artillery preparation started in the British 4th and the French 1st Armies. General Humbert, 3rd Army, and General Mangin, 10th Army, were getting ready to support the action on the south. The renewal of the combined offensive against Roye, Noyon, and Chauny was fixed for August 16th. During the afternoon of the 14th, I repaired to Provins to discuss the projected operations with General Pétain. While on the way, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was overtaken by an English officer who arrived in an aeroplane bearing a letter from Sir Douglas Haig. The latter reported that during the preceding 48 hours, the enemy's artillery fire along the front of the British 4th and French 1st Armies had increased considerably, that the German positions on the Chaulnes-Roye line were solidly held, and that for these reasons he had decided to postpone the operation fixed for the 16th until an adequate preparation enabled it to be undertaken in the best conditions. This attack might be made conjointly with the action on the front of the 3rd British Army, which is being made ready as rapidly as possible. While fully realizing that troops must not be launched to the attack without an effective artillery preparation, I could not see the necessity for subordinating the date of the attack by the British 4th Army and the French 1st Army to that of the British 3rd Army, as I immediately replied to the Field Marshal. On the contrary, I added, there is good reason for hastening as much as possible the action of the British 4th and the French 1st Armies, and having it speedily followed by an attack of the British 3rd Army. As soon as I returned to my headquarters at Bombay, and I had received information regarding the situation on the French side, I completed the expression of what was in my mind by another message to the British Commander-in-Chief, in which I stated that, in view of the dispositions now taken by the French 1st Army and of the artillery preparation already underway, any postponement of the movement against Roye, decided upon for the 16th, would have the most serious consequences. Therefore, I stated, the date agreed upon should be adhered to, and the British 4th Army should give its support to the French 1st Army on the 16th up to Hattoncourt, unless this was utterly impossible on the part of the troops forming the right wing of the former army. In case of such impossibility, Field Marshal Haig was requested to inform me without loss of time. As can be seen, the enemy had pulled himself together west of the Somme and had consolidated his resistance by using his old defensive lines of 1916. To what degree must this situation influence us? On the morning of August 15th, I proceeded to Sarcas, where General Debeny came to see me. He told me that the projected attack on Roye would certainly be difficult, and he felt that even assuming his forces to be sufficient for making it, they would be too weak to keep it going. During the afternoon of the same day, I had still another conversation with Sir Douglas. He told me again his reasons for believing that the attack south of the Somme would be hard and success doubtful, even at the price of considerable losses. He thought that the results sought might be obtained through means which, though indirect, were more sure, that is, by having the British 3rd Army attack north of the Indre, on the front Merimont-Monchy-le-Preux, in a southeastward direction, thus turning the line of the Somme south of Péronne. I came around definitely to the opinion of Field Marshal Haig, and I modified my orders of August 12th for the Somme operations, but I made it a condition that the impetus given to the attack of the British 3rd Army should be such as to ensure the resumption of the drive south of the river, with a view to attaining the objectives previously assigned to it. I confirmed these various points in a letter which I sent Sir Douglas that same evening. And now the time had come for considering an action of the British 4th and 3rd Armies working in combination, and an action of the French 1st Army conjugated with the attacks of the French 3rd and 10th Armies. Therefore, on this day, August 15th, the First Army was returned to its group commander, General Foch, acting under the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, General Pétain. At the same time, I informed the latter by telegraph that the attacks on Roye and Chaulnes had been postponed for the time being, that the British armies were actively preparing the extension of their operations on the Ankerkarp front, and that they expected these operations to reach their full development about August 20th. General Pétain was therefore requested to combine the operations of his 1st, 3rd, and 10th armies with the object of clearing the region of Lassigny, Noyon, and the forest of Carlepont, and preparing the eventual clearing of the country around Roye, Chauny, and Noyon. As these operations, together with those of the British armies, had for their purpose forcing the withdrawal of German troops in position west of the Somme, it was important to maintain strong pressure in this region. II. Extension of the French-British front of attack. The offensive from the Aisne to the Scarpe begins August 20th, 21st, results obtained since July 18th. The mining region of the north cleared of the enemy without a blow. Future prospect. Ever since the middle of the month of August, I had been worried by the fear that the German commander-in-chief might extricate his armies from our grip and abruptly break off the combat in order to resume it some distance in the rear. Here he could select better positions on a shorter front, behind obstacles and on ground more favorable to the defensive, and make a new distribution of his forces such as might enable him to launch an advantageous counter-attack. In short, I feared that he might attempt in the domain of position warfare some maneuver similar to that by which General Joffre had prepared and won the First Battle of the Marne. From a strictly military point of view, such a solution would enable him to take and keep the initiative, and might give him a chance to restore the fortunes of his army. The maneuver might consist in slipping from our grasp as quickly as possible, breaking the close contact we were maintaining everywhere, and then reforming on some line farther back, such as that of Antwerp, Brussels, Namur, Münster, Cheersmet, Strasbourg. He could do this by taking advantage of the necessary slowness which must mark our advance through the devastated regions. On this new line, the Germans might mass their forces and offer a fresh resistance, calling for most strenuous efforts on our part just as the winter was setting in. This line would be little more than half as long as the front extending from the North Sea to the Vosges, and most of it would run through country offering serious natural obstacles, while its two ends would rest upon fortifications providing the strongest kind of support. Such a line could not be assaulted by the Allied armies under proper conditions in less than a fortnight, a period of time which would certainly be used to advantage by the German General Staff. And then would begin for us a hard battle, necessitating long and serious preparation. The battlefield would embrace Lorraine, already powerfully organized, the Ardennes region, most difficult to penetrate, and for a short distance, the plains of Belgium. We might even be compelled to spend the winter facing this line. But the retreat which would be comprised in such a maneuver, the only one offering the possibility of restoring the fortunes of the German armies, would be tantamount to an acknowledgement by the German General Staff of an appreciable military defeat, susceptible of dangerously influencing German public opinion. It would mean the evacuation of a part of France and most of Belgium and Upper Alsace. It would bring about a considerable modification of the war map at a moment when peace proposals were being thought of. And finally, it would entail the immediate risk involved in removing or abandoning an enormous quantity of war material. But whatever ideas on this subject the Germans may have had, the Allied General Staff, by unremittingly continuing its operations, proceeded to deprive them of all possibility of carrying out any such maneuver. As a consequence of the dispositions made, the Franco-British offensive was henceforth to reach from the valley of the Aisne to that of the Scarpe. The resumption of this offensive was set for August 20th. On the right wing, the French 10th Army had, on the 17th and 18th, prepared its principal operation by some local actions, which gave it possession of the heights between Tracy-Laval and Morsaine, and enabled it to push forward a part of its artillery. On the 20th, it assaulted the enemy's main position, drove him from the Nouvron Plateau, and hurled him back towards the wooded region of Montchoisy and Carlepont. On the 21st, it took those places, and pursuing the beaten Germans, reached the banks of the Oise and of the Ailette on the 22nd and 23rd. Simultaneously, the French Third Army occupied Lassigny and the right bank of the Divette. Thus the first task entrusted to these armies, the clearing of the neighborhood of Lassigny, Noyon, and the forest of Carlepont, had been successfully accomplished within 3 days. On the left, the British Third Army, under General Byng, in its turn entered into action. Owing to delay in the arrival of certain units, which Field Marshal Haig reported, the attack had been postponed until the 21st. To avoid any further delay, on the 19th, following the successful results obtained by the 10th Army, I addressed the following urgent appeal to Sir Douglas. The enemy has everywhere been shaken by the blows already dealt him. We must repeat these blows without losing any time, and to increase their effect, we must use every division that can be put into line without delay. Therefore, I assume that the attack of your Third Army, postponed already until August 21st, will be launched on that day with the utmost violence, carrying along with it the divisions of the First Army lying next to it and your Fourth Army in its entirety. After your brilliant successes of the 8th, 9th, and 10th, any hesitation on their part would not accord with the situation of the enemy and the moral ascendancy we have obtained over him. The British Third Army did not fail to do all that was expected of it. On August 21st, after a rapid penetration of the German lines, it threw the enemy back to beyond the Arras-Albert Railway, between Moyenville and Beaucourt, resumed its advance on the 23rd, and on the 25th, reaping the fruit of its efforts, arrived at the gates of Croissels and Bapaume. Profiting by this advance, the British Fourth Army pushed forward north of the Somme and arrived on the plateau of Mametz and the heights of Bray. But while perfect success was attending the attacks of the two wings, north of the Somme and on the Oise, the Franco-British centre was fighting hard between the Somme and the Oise, in the direction of Roye, without obtaining any appreciable results. It seemed more and more certain that German resistance in this central region could be broken only by the action of our wings, which were being constantly extended and reinforced. I had no difficulty in bringing the commanders-in-chief into agreement with me on this point. As early as the 22nd of August, Sir Douglas Haig, in particular, with accuracy of vision and admirable ardor, informed me in the course of an interview at Mauchy-le-Châtel that the attack of the British Third Army would be pushed with the utmost energy, supported to the north of the Somme by the British Fourth Army. The commanders of these two armies, Generals Byng and Rawlinson, were given the mission to reach as quickly as possible the line Queant-Velou-Peyran. At the same time, the British First Army, in its turn, was to attack about the 26th beyond the Scarpe and try to pierce the Drocourt-Queant line. These dispositions, prescribed in a general operations order from British headquarters dated August 24th, corresponded entirely with my way of looking at the situation and my wish to precipitate events and widen the front of our attacks. Therefore, on the 26th, I wrote to Field Marshal Haig, "Things are going very well with you. I can only admire the resolute manner in which you press forward the business, giving no respite to the enemy and constantly increasing the scope of your action. It is this persistent widening and intensifying of the offensive, this pushing vigorously forward on carefully chosen objectives without over-preoccupation as to alignment or close liaison, that will give us the best results with the smallest losses, as you have so perfectly comprehended. No need to tell you that the armies of General Pétain are about to start up their attacks again, using similar methods. The combative ardor animating Sir Douglas even led him to desire to take along the American divisions in his victorious career. On August 27th, he wrote me, "I am convinced that it is desirable for the American divisions to take an active part in the fighting without delay, and I have the honor to submit for your consideration the suggestion that the distribution of these divisions be arranged in such a way as to make possible the launching of a concentric movement against Cambrai, and starting from the southwards against Mézières. The actual direction taken by my attacks will bring me to Cambrai, provided the pressure exerted against the rest of the enemy's front be constantly maintained. The hour was thus approaching for the important offensive envisaged in my memorandum of July 24th. The clearing operations north of the Oise had thoroughly succeeded. Before it was possible to pass to a concentric advance on Cambrai-Mézières, it was important to first undertake the operations already planned for the Meuse region and reserve for them a large force of American troops. Therefore, in answering Sir Douglas, I observed, "The final objectives, which you mentioned to me in your letter, are exactly those I have in mind, and towards which I am directing the operations of the Allied armies. These operations are now being conducted in several different regions, each in its own style and at short intervals one from the other. So all that is needed now is to develop them as actively as possible. That is what I am doing. Approaching events, with their results, can alone form the basis for a new distribution of the forces now available. They must also decide whether additional American divisions should be assigned to the British Army. For the time being, all we have to do is to push hard and get forward as far as possible." And we were pushing hard. On August 26th, the British right wing, under General Horne, attacking east of Arras, brilliantly carried the heights of Monchy-le-Preux, seized next day the crossing of the Sensee below Croiselles, and after capturing the latter place on the 28th, ran against the fortified line Drocourt-Quéant, which proved a serious obstacle to its further advance, as well as a strong base for the enemy. The latter availed himself of this position for launching, on the 29th, violent counter-attacks against the British First Army. Although these failed to shake the British, they gained for the enemy the time needed for the retrograde movement being carried out farther south. For the Germans, menaced by General Horne's rapid advance, and under constant pressure from the British Third and Fourth Armies and the French First Army, now proceeded to retreat along a wide front between the Sensee and the Oise during the whole of August 27th, 28th, and 29th. They established themselves on the heights east of Bapaume, behind the Somme above Péronne, and behind the Canal du Nord, thus abandoning to the Allies important centres such as Comblaise, Chaulnes, Roye, and Noyon. West of the Somme, they now held only one bridgehead, established in front of Péronne, and from it they had to be dislodged by main force. On August 30th, the British Fourth Army captured the railway bridge south of the town, and during the night of August 30, 1st September 1st, it stormed the hill of Saint-Quentin, key to the defense of Péronne. At dawn next day, the old city was free from Germans, while the British First Army, continuing its advance on the extreme left of the battle line, was preparing to attack the Drocourt-Quéant line and the Franco-British centre. British Third and Fourth Armies, French First and Third Armies, was turning and carrying the line of the Somme. The French 10th Army, on the right of the battle line, was engaged in very hard fighting between the Aisne and the Ailette, on the plateau north of Soissons. Here the enemy, strongly entrenched, offered a desperate resistance, for the Germans must at all costs prevent the turning from the south of the Saint-Gobain Massif, which during 4 years had been the buttress of their defensive system. Despite this resistance, the French 10th Army, fighting foot by foot, was gaining ground daily, and to such an extent that, on September 2nd, it had surmounted the heights of Crouy and reached the high road from Soissons to Council-le-Château. At the other end of the battle line, the British First Army, continuing its broadly conceived operations, recommenced its attacks. On September 2nd, after violent and stubborn fighting, it broke through the Drocourt-Quéant line and passed on for several miles in the direction of Marquion. After this smashing blow, the enemy began to retreat along the whole front between the Somme and the Sensee, reaching new positions behind the Tortel and the Nord Canal, in front of the Hindenburg line. Thus, at the beginning of September, victory had passed to the Allied banners, thanks to the rapid and sustained development of the operations following the German offensive of July 15th. The results envisaged in the memorandum of July 24th were being attained. On July 18th, the reserve group of armies, 6th and 10th, attacked between the Aisne and the Marne, followed shortly by the center group of armies, 9th and 5th, advancing between the Marne and the Vesle. In 3 weeks, the enemy was pushed back to the latter river, and the Paris-Chalons railway was cleared. On August 8th, the Franco-British attack was launched between the Ancre and the Ava, and soon extended to the Oise. In 3 days, the enemy was relegated for the most part to his 1914 positions. Amiens and the Paris-Amiens railway line were relieved entirely of danger. These results being obtained, the offensive was continued by 3 British armies, 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 3 French armies, 1st, 3rd, 10th, operating simultaneously along the whole front between Arras and Soissons. After 2 weeks fighting, the enemy, badly shaken, fell back towards the Hindenburg line. Now the incessant attacks which the Germans had been obliged to meet since July 18th, the serious losses which these attacks had occasioned them in men and material, the necessity of feeding a battle which widened out each day, perhaps also worry as to whether they ought to expose themselves any longer in a salient where they ran the risk of being attacked under unfavorable conditions, all combined to decide them to shorten their front in the north and voluntarily give up the gains they had made in April in the direction of Hazebrouck. Between August 8th and September 4th, the German Supreme Command withdrew its troops from the salient south of Ypres and placed them on the line of Vichy-Armentières-la-Bassée, abandoning important positions like Mount Kemmel and raising the heavy mortgage which for 4 months had weighed upon the coal basin of Béthune. This was one of the advantages, and not the least, obtained by the Allies from a victory which, despite its extent, was still only at its beginning. To sum up, in 6 weeks, the enemy had lost all the gains he had made in the spring. He had lost heavily in men and material. Most important of all, he had lost the initiative of operations. He had lost his moral ascendancy. Material and moral confusion must inevitably reign within his ranks. All we now needed to do was to continue the execution of our program, push forward the disengagement of the Paris-Havricourt railway line in the vicinity of Commercy by using the American army, just as we had cleared the Paris-Amiens and the Paris-Chalons lines by using the French and British armies. In short, the time had come to extend further eastward the scope of the general operations in which we were engaged, and as had been provided for in the memorandum of July 24th, bring into the battle as soon as possible the army which had been the last to enter the struggle, that of the United States. Furthermore, in view of the retrograde movements of the enemy, giving evidence, as they did, of exhaustion and lack of reserves, I called the attention of Field Marshal Haig and of Lieutenant General Gillane to the fact that the situation in the north offered favorable opportunities for exploitation. What particularly strikes me, I wrote on September 2nd, is that it might be possible to undertake an operation by the Belgian Army and the British Second Army, which could at small cost seize the heights of Clerken, the forest of Houthulst, the Passchendaele Ridge, the heights of Geluwelt and Zandwoord, and Carmines. Besides the immediate advantages which such an action would bring to our present offensive, by the unexpected extension of our front of attack to the north of the Lys, the attainment of the objectives mentioned would give an excellent base of departure for subsequent operations towards Roulers and Courtrai. In asking the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army and the Chief of Staff of the Belgian Army to make an immediate study of these projects, I was furthering the preparation of the general offensive which I now had in view for the Allied armies, an offensive made possible by the success of all the partial operations carried out since July 18th, the finishing touch to which was to be furnished by the American First Army in the Saint-Mihiel salient. Roman 3. Disengaging the Paris-Havricourt Railway in the neighborhood of Commercy. Autonomous American armies are formed. First conception of the Battle of Saint-Mihiel. Changes made in it late in August owing to the combined program of Allied offensive operations. Battle of Saint-Mihiel, September 12th. As will have been noted, the memorandum of July 24th included a plan for an American attack in the Wavre region. With this in view, it had been decided on July 22nd to form, in addition to the American First Army on the Marne an American Second Army on the Meuse which, as the troops composing it arrived, was to take possession of the sector from Normandy to the region north of Saint-Mihiel. The possibility of creating these two large units by the end of July showed clearly the importance which American assistance was assuming on the French front. It was proof also of the ardent desire of American soldiers, so often expressed by General Pershing, to have the American expeditionary forces united as soon as possible under his orders and given an autonomy similar to that of the other Allied armies. They wished to see the stars and stripes waving over a battlefield at the earliest moment. I was convinced more than anybody else of the necessity of forming, with the least delay, a great American army under the orders of its commander, since I knew perfectly well that soldiers of a national army never fight as well as under the orders of the officers their country has given them, who speak the same tongue, fight for the same cause, have the same sort of ideas, and act in a manner familiar to the men under them. I greatly desired to satisfy General Pershing's wish as soon as possible, but to do so it did not seem advisable to stop or slow down at the end of July operations so successfully begun, and then being continued in the Tardenois country, and in which divisions of the American First Army were participating. It was also necessary to consider the possibility of unforeseen emergencies arising, which might necessitate engaging American troops under some command other than that of their own commander-in-chief. That is what I wrote General Pershing on July 28th. So well did he seize the meaning of my letter in its application to the French front, that, on July 29th, he informed me of his anxiety in connection with the sending of American reinforcements to Italy. He asked me to adhere to my opinion in the matter, of which he was fully cognizant, viz., that it was necessary to concentrate our military effort on the Western Front, and impossible to deflect to some other territory any part whatsoever of the American forces. It was to this same effect that I answered our Minister of War 72, when shortly afterwards he transmitted to me a message from Monsieur Newland 73, suggesting that American reinforcements be sent to the Allied contingents operating in northern Russia. I declined to see the necessity of increasing these forces beyond the total fixed by the Supreme War Council, and I added that, in any case, no troops should be taken from the French front. At this moment, I was pushing forward as rapidly as possible the preliminaries for the Wavre attack. With this object, I asked General Pétain, on August 4th at my headquarters at Bombay, to finish these preparations by the end of the month, and I urged General Pershing to speed up the formation of the American Army of the Wavre. On August 9th, in view of the magnificent development of the operations on the Somme, it seemed advisable to make the Wavre attack as soon as possible. Therefore, to gain time, it was decided, at a meeting at Sarkis between General Pétain, General Pershing, and myself, to form the American First Army in this region instead of in the Aisne territory as had been previously contemplated, since the front along the Aisne was now stabilized. For the time being, as will be noted, we were confining ourselves to the formation of only one American army. On August 17th, General Pershing received my general instructions for the projected attack. After reminding him of its purpose, the disengaging of the Paris-Havricourt railway line by the reduction of the Saint-Mihiel salient, they described for him the objectives to be attained, viz., the line running roughly through Bauxières-sous-Freudemont, 4 miles northeast of Pont-à-Mousson, Mars-la-Tour-Parfendrup-Bezenvaux. They also indicated the general procedure of the action, which was to consist of 3 attacks. 1. On the east of the Saint-Mihiel salient, starting from the Les-Mesnil-Sicapri front and moving in a northerly direction. The second, on the north of the salient, starting from the entrenched front of Calonne-Hordemont and moving in an easterly direction. The third, flanking the second on the left, and starting from the front Chatillon-sous-Les-Côtes-Bezenvaux. A total of 18 or 19 divisions would be necessary. If the objectives thus defined were attained, the result would be to clear far more thoroughly than was essential the railway from Paris to Havricourt. These operations in the Wavre would, moreover, bring other results than the one immediately sought, such as hitting the enemy as hard a blow as possible, obtaining the maximum benefits to be expected from a major operation, conquering an advantageous base of departure for subsequent offensives. General Pershing was given all material means possible. At his request, 3 American divisions, 33rd, 78th, 80th, drawn from those under Field Marshal Haig, were transferred from the British zone of operations to the Meuse. The American First Army received from the French Army a certain amount of supplementary resources in artillery, ammunition, tanks, aviation, etc. And finally, those French forces, 3 Army Corps, which were to cooperate in the American attack, were placed under General Pershing's command. On August 24th, the Commander-in-Chief of the American Expeditionary Forces came to Bombay and explained to me the general plan and the command organization for the Wavre operation. We also came to an agreement regarding the employment of certain American divisions in the Allied armies. 2 divisions, 27th and 30th, were to remain under the orders of Sir Douglas Haig and take part in the operations in the British zone. Dating from September 8th, 2 other divisions of General Pershing's reserve, over and above the 14 American divisions earmarked for the Wavre operation, were to be held in readiness to participate, as circumstances might dictate, either in the attacks of the French armies or in the American army's attack. These matters being arranged, I decided, as we shall see later, that in view of the successful development of the Allied offensives since July 18th and the increasing disorganization of the enemy, I would now begin the grand offensive operation foreshadowed in the Memorandum of July 24th, for the end of the summer or for the autumn. At the end of August, our series of victories made it possible to contemplate results far more important than the mere disengaging of the Commercy railway line by the capture of the Saint-Mihiel pocket. We were now justified in envisaging the Battle of Mézières, provided we brought to this battle all the Allied armies, and provided especially we did not permit the American army to get carried too far in an offensive of its own, and headed in a divergent direction, such as might become the case if it made too great an advance in the Wavre region. Therefore, on August 30th, after apprising General Pétain in the morning of this new program, I repaired to Ligny-en-Baudois and saw General Pershing that same day. I explained to him the broad lines of the projected maneuver, which would consist of combining with the Franco-British attack already underway around Cambrai and Saint-Quentin, a Franco-American attack towards Mézières, along both banks of the Meuse. This attack was to be entrusted to an American army disposed astride the Meuse, with the French Fourth Army on its left, and later on, the French Second Army on its right, the 2 latter reinforced by from 12 to 16 American divisions. It was to begin between the 15th and 20th of September. In the meantime, both in order to give no respite to the enemy and also to facilitate the withdrawal and transfer of the American troops destined for the attack on Mézières, the Wavre operations were to be begun about September 10th by forces reduced to some 9 divisions, and with their objective limited to the mere clearing of the Paris-Havricourt railway line, that is to say, to the conquest of the line Vignoles-Thieu-Courtrai-Naval. In other words, to enable me to direct against Mézières an offensive from which I expected very great results, I was led to reduce the Wavre operation to a far smaller scope than I had had in mind when I wrote my instructions of August 17th. And in addition, I was led to ask General Pershing to undertake a new offensive. Before quitting Ligny, I left the General a note summarizing and explaining in detail the various points touched upon in our conversation. This note elicited from the Commander-in-Chief of the American Army some observations which he developed in a letter he sent me on August 31st. To smooth out any difficulty and avoid loss of time, General Pershing, General Pétain, and I assembled on September 2nd at my headquarters. We took as a basis for our conference the answer to the letter which I had sent General Pershing the day before. It was as follows. My note of August 30th and my verbal explanations of the same date contemplate organizing immediately a general battle of the Allied armies. 1. In a predetermined direction. 2. With the maximum of Allied forces. 3. In the shortest possible time. 4. Under the best conditions of supply and hence of communications. To accomplish this, I had in view as the American Army's part. A. An operation against Saint-Mihiel on a more or less reduced scale. B. An attack west of the Meuse. The attack west of the Meuse will be maintained at all costs. As regards direction, as regards the importance of the forces engaged, as regards considerations of time. If you think, as you state in your letter of August 31st, that you cannot undertake the Saint-Mihiel operation previously or simultaneously, even if its scale be reduced, I consider that this operation should be abandoned. In any case, with a view to organizing at once, and without any loss of time the operations west of the Meuse, I request you to meet General Pétain and me tomorrow, September 2nd, at 2 p.m. at my headquarters, in order that the broad lines of these operations may be then and there definitely drawn up. In the course of this meeting, which took place under the conditions stated, General Pershing, after going over the list of American divisions, then in a condition to undertake an offensive, admitted that the Saint-Mihiel operation and the offensive against Mézières did not, by any means, exclude one the other, provided they followed in rapid succession, and that the dates were arranged with this end in view. Under these conditions, it was decided, 1. That the attack on Saint-Mihiel, limited to the occupation of the line Vignoles-Thieu-Courtrai naval, would be prepared for execution on September 10th, using from 8 to 10 divisions. 2. That the attack west of the Meuse would be made between September 20th and 25th by the American Army, 12 to 14 divisions, not counting those to be recuperated from the forces making the preceding attack, between the river and the Argonne, supported on the left by an attack of the French Fourth Army, the whole under the command of General Pétain. The decisions thus arrived at were incorporated in a note, which was handed immediately to the two commanders-in-chief as a preliminary to the general instructions sent them on the next day, September 3rd. And so, after the changes and negotiations just explained, the Saint-Mihiel operation was at last got underway. But even then, it had to be put off 48 hours after the time first set owing to the extreme complexity of the movements of concentration. On September 12th, after an artillery preparation by nearly 3,000 guns during 4 hours, the principal attack, American Roman IV and I Army Corps, starting from the front of Siequepri-Ligny, was launched at 5 a.m. in the direction of Vignoles-Thieu-Court. This attack was so violent and was carried out with such resolution that the enemy succeeded nowhere in stopping it. The thick wire entanglements were crossed, the centers of resistance were overwhelmed and passed over, and by evening all the objectives had been reached. Meanwhile, the secondary attack, American V Corps, having debouched at 8 o'clock from the Eparges front, moved forward with the same rapidity as the main attack, and pursuing its advance throughout the day, reached Vignoles-les-Hattonchâtel in the course of that same night. There, on the morning of the 13th, liaison was established between the secondary and the principal attacks. A few hours had sufficed for disengaging this Saint-Mihiel salient, where during 4 years the enemy had been established. The Germans did not have time to evacuate the pocket completely, and 250 prisoners with 460 guns were taken. It was a splendid success, and I hastened to send my congratulations to General Pershing. To complete it, all that had to be done on the days following, September 13th, 14th, and 15th, was for the troops to install themselves in front of the new positions occupied by the enemy and build a solid defensive line to face him. For the American First Army would now be called upon to withdraw a considerable part of its forces and send them to the west of the Meuse. Here new tasks and new fortunes awaited them. Chapter Roman 11, the General Offensive of the Allied Armies, September 26th to October 15th. Breaking of the Hindenburg Line. Instructions given by the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Armies for carrying out the general offensive from the Meuse to the North Sea, fighting around the advanced works of the Hindenburg Line, Franco-American offensive between the Suippes and the Meuse, Franco-British offensive against the Saint-Quentin-Cambrai front. offensive of the Flanders group of armies north of the Lys. While the American army was preparing and fighting in the Wavre region, a battle whose usefulness for the future development of operations was evident to all, the advance of the Franco-British armies between the Aisne and the Scarpe continued without pause. Shaken by the piercing of the Drocourt-Quéant line, driven from the valley of the Somme by the loss of Péronne, hard pressed on the plateau north of Soissons, the enemy, as we have already seen, had been compelled to fall back towards the Hindenburg Line. This retreat, begun on September 2nd, was continued until the 9th, and brought the Allies to the general line Arleux-Marquion-Vermen-Tergnier-Valley. On this enormous front, they had advanced from 12 to 30 miles in a month. They now had to attack the formidable defensive system erected by the enemy during the winter of 1916–1917 on the front Cambrai-Saint-Quentin-la-Fère-Saint-Gobain. This system proper was prolonged both northward and southward by the positions, since constantly strengthened, in front of which we had been stopped at the end of 1914. To drive the enemy from this fortified system, to break down this obstacle, we must assail it by continuing and maintaining the attacks of our already victorious armies. But there was a chance that this method might not suffice, for should we confine ourselves to it alone, we ran the risk of seeing all the enemy reserves massed to meet the onslaught of our armies, and aided by a powerful system of fortification, in a position to frustrate our efforts. If we were to continue our plan of rapidly exploiting the enemy's disorganization, we must launch as soon as possible new attacks in new directions, joined to the attacks already underway, and which must be maintained, other attacks capable of absorbing a part of his forces, and by their convergent directions, make them harmonize their effects with those produced by our already successful enterprises. In short, extend the front of our offensive while keeping it always headed in the same general direction. This was to be the task of the American army on the right, of the Belgian army on the left. Having settled on September 2nd, as has been stated, that the Saint-Mihiel operation would take place with limited objectives, I sent on September 3rd to the British, French, and American commanders-in-chief a general instruction having for its purpose to hurl the mass of their forces against the line Cambrai-Saint-Quentin-Mézières, where it would reach the principal German lateral railway line. This meant the launching, west of the Meuse, of a new and powerful American attack. The instructions stated, "At present, the Allied offensive is being developed successfully from the Scarpe to the Aisne, and is forcing the enemy to fall back all along that front. In order to develop and increase the scope of this offensive, all the Allied forces are being thrown into the battle. They are following converging directions along those positions of the front, promising favorable results. With this in view, and while 1. The British armies, supported on the left by French armies, continue to attack in the general direction of Cambrai-Saint-Quentin, and 2. The central units of the French armies continue their efforts to throw the enemy across the Aisne and the Ailette. 3. The American army will carry out the following operations. A. The offensive decided upon for the Wavre region, reduced to occupying the line of Vignoles-Thiault-Courtrai-Naval, which suffices for ensuring the results in view, viz. disengaging the Paris-Havre-Court railway line and securing a satisfactory base of departure for subsequent operations. This attack is to start as soon as possible, on September 10th at the latest, in order to allow the enemy no respite. B. An offensive in the general direction of Mézières, as powerful and violent as possible, covered on the east by the Meuse, and supported on the left by an attack of the French Fourth Army. The last named offensive will be prepared with the greatest rapidity in order that it may be launched, at the latest, between the 20th and 25th of September. Its first objective will be to force back the enemy, by operations on each side of the Argonne, to the line of Stenay-le-Chesnay-Tigny, and afterwards to occupy the region of Mézières, maneuvering to the eastwards, so as to overcome the resistance of the Aisne. The successive stages of this operation are marked by the lines Dun, Grand Pré, Chalarange, Sampai, Stenay, Le Chesnay, Attigny. In tracing this outline of operations, I by no means gave up the idea of urging vigorous and direct action by the British armies against the Hindenburg Line. On September 8th, I wrote Sir Douglas Haig to undertake at once the preparation of an offensive having for its purpose to capture this line and push on beyond it towards certain indicated objectives, Valenciennes, Solesmes, Lacadao, Wassigny. In order to catch the enemy as ill prepared as possible, it is advisable to launch this offensive without delay. With the object of increasing to its extreme limit the scope of the operations, I went next day, September 9th, to La Panne, the residence of the King of the Belgians. I pointed out to His Majesty how, owing to the fact that the Germans were shaken and exhausted, and that their forces were largely concentrated in France, a most favorable opportunity was presented for defeating them in Belgium and reconquering the province north of the Lys. We discussed the general lines of an operation which might be undertaken with this end in view by the Belgian army, aided by the British and French armies. King Albert was in full accord with these views and gave them his approval in principle. I then went to Kassel for a conference with Field Marshal Haig, General Plumer, and Lieutenant General Gillane. Here I discussed the project more in detail, and we worked out a plan of operations suitable for giving it effect. The first requirement was to prepare a base of departure for the capture of the following line: Klerken, Ridge, Houtholst, Wood, Pastendale, Ridge, Geluvelt, Height, Zandwoord, Carmines Canal, then march resolutely on the one hand towards Bruges in order to liberate the Belgian coast, and on the other, in the direction of Thielt and Ghent. The first operation would require 9 Belgian and 2 British divisions. The second would be executed by the bulk of the Belgian army, the British Second Army, 3 French infantry divisions, and 3 French cavalry divisions. At the close of our conference, I handed those participating in it a written note setting forth the decisions arrived at. Naturally, General Pétain was kept informed of these plans, as also of my intention to place General de Gout in charge of carrying them out, if occasion arose. The King of the Belgians having come to Bombay on the morning of September 11th, I requested him to take the command not only of the Belgian army, but of the British and French forces designated for these operations. He agreed to do this and personally asked that a formal order to this effect be made out. Since His Majesty also requested that a French general be assigned to him, General de Gout was definitely detailed for this service and immediately assumed his duties as Chief of Staff of the Allied Army in Flanders under the orders of King Albert. Lieutenant General Gillane, Sir Douglas Haig, and General Pétain were notified of these decisions. At the same time, I asked that pains be taken to see that they were kept absolutely secret. Sir Douglas had thoroughly entered into my views, for on the 14th, he answered my letter of September 8th by stating that it was his intention to shortly launch a heavy attack between Vermand and Gouzeaucourt, so as to capture the enemy's defenses west of the Saint-Quentin Canal and the River Scheldt, thus bringing the British Fourth Army within assaulting distance of the Hindenburg Line. To aid this action, I ordered General Debeny to support with his left the right wing of the British Fourth Army, this to be henceforth his essential and permanent task. The order stated that, during the period now approaching, the left wing of the French First Army must constantly support the right wing of the British Fourth Army and remain in close liaison with it. On September 18th, the British Fourth Army, supported by the left of the French First Army and the right of the British Third Army, successfully attacked the line Halnon-Fesnoy-le-Petit-Hargicourt-l'Empire-Gouzeaucourt. Every objective was reached. More than 10,000 prisoners and 150 cannon fell into its hands. Above all, the principal result aimed at was accomplished, for the army was now within attacking distance of the Hindenburg Line. This became all the more important in that Field Marshal Haig's intention was to direct his main attack precisely against that portion of the line which lay between Saint-Quentin and Cambrai. Preparations were at once made with this in view. On September 22nd, Sir Douglas gave orders to his 1st, 3rd, and 4th Armies for a general attack on the Hindenburg Line, and though he still refrained from communicating the date for this attack to his subordinates, he decided, in his own mind, to start it about the 25th. Meanwhile, General Pétain had been apprised of the intentions of the British commander-in-chief and asked to reinforce without delay the French First Army, especially in artillery. For this purpose, he was instructed to obtain what was necessary chiefly from the center of the reserve group of armies, where no operations of importance are contemplated for the time being. It was easy for General Pétain to comply with this request, for the front of the reserve group of armies, as a result of the advance made during the last 2 months, had become considerably shortened, to such an extent indeed that during the first half of September 2 of the armies composing it, the 6th and 3rd, had been placed in reserve, while the Allied forces designated to make the breach in the German fortress were being concentrated, and in order to conceal these movements as much as possible by turning the enemy's attention away from the storm preparing on our left, I made a tour of inspection from the 19th to the 22nd of September along the Lorraine and Vosges front. I stopped successively at Chaumont, Saint-Mihiel, Nancy, Lure, Massevaux, and Belfort, inspecting our advanced positions and prescribing the immediate preparation of important attacks along this front, as well as the execution of movements preparatory to them. Having returned to my headquarters at Bombay, and after a conference with the commanders-in-chief, I definitely fixed the time schedule for the general offensive from the Meuse to the North Sea. September 26th, a Franco-American attack between the Suep and the Meuse. September 27th, an attack by the British 1st and 3rd Armies in the general direction of Cambrai. September 28th, an attack by the Flanders group of armies between the sea and the Lys, under the command of the King of the Belgians. September 29th, an attack by the British 4th Army, supported by the French 1st Army, in the direction of Busigny. The plan for this offensive comprised 1. An operation denominated B, to be carried out between the Meuse and the Argonne by the American 1st Army in the general direction of Buzency-Stan, 74. 2. An operation denominated C, to be carried out between the Aisne and the Suep by the French 4th Army, taking as a general axis the Chalons-Mézières road. A mixed Franco-American detachment was to maneuver on the right bank of the Aisne to ensure the liaison between the two operations. Meanwhile, General Pétain had decided to extend westwards the front of attack of the center group of armies. This was to be effected by Operation D, prescribed for the 5th Army, for the purpose of capturing the Reims forts and the Monts de Champagne in conjunction with the lateral exploitation of the first successes of the 4th Army. Operations B and C were scheduled for September 26th. Operation D was to be ready for noon of the 28th. Finally, in order to profit by the eventual success of the last-named operation and dislodge the enemy from the Chemin des Dames, where he might decide to re-establish himself, the 10th Army had received orders to prepare an action of its right wing in the direction of Chavignon and La Malmaison. Thus, the Franco-American maneuver was so prepared that it could be extended, according to the march of events, from the Meuse to the Ailette. These orders, as now perfectly worked out, satisfied me, except for the parts which limited the advance of each army with the purpose of assuring better liaison between them. This restriction offered the risk of preventing a priori the favorable exploitation of opportunities that might arise and impairing the ardor of the troops. This must at any cost and under all circumstances be maintained intact. My preoccupation over this point led me on September 25th to draw up the following note. The nature and importance of the operation undertaken for the 26th require that all its advantages be followed up without the slightest delay, that the rupture of the line of resistance be exploited uninterruptedly to as great a depth as possible. For this reason, halts in the development of the action must be avoided. This applies especially to the advance of the American army between the Meuse and the French 4th Army. As the strength of this army relieves it from all risks, it must, without further instructions, and upon the initiative of its commander, push forward its advance as far as possible. The American army, therefore, must endeavor, before all else, to press its advantage as far and as promptly as possible in the direction of Busancy. The French Fourth Army is to cover the American army by an advance towards the Aisne near Rethel, and this must be executed with similar speed, resolution, and initiative. The Fourth Army must in all cases endeavor to maintain liaison with the American army, but under no circumstances must it slow up the march of the latter, which remains the deciding factor. Hence there must be no question of determining for these armies fronts they are to reach, but not pass unless they get further orders. Such restrictive instructions would tend to prevent fully exploiting favorable circumstances which may arise and impair the ardor of attack, a thing to be maintained above all else. Under the conditions now existing, the main thing is to develop, before anything, the shock power of the Allied armies. The Marshal commanding-in-chief the Allied armies counts upon a spirit of decision and initiative in each of these armies. The General commanding-in-chief the armies of the North and Northeast will please make the strongest possible appeal to this spirit. This message was followed by a second, dated the 27th. It dealt with the principles which, under the conditions then existing, should guide the decisions of commanding officers of all grades. At the point which has now been reached in our affairs, surprise and extensive attacks launched by us on the enemy compel him to immediately parry our blows when, and as he can in order to support his troops occupying the line. They prevent him from bringing up units in proper form, capable of waging a well-ordered battle, and from assembling artillery and infantry in a defensive position of any considerable extent and prepared in advance. In short, prevent him from conducting any battle on a large scale, even a defensive one. Hence, if we do not give him time enough to pull himself together, we shall be confronted everywhere with nothing but disorganized units, mixed up together, or, in any event, improvisations hastily made. The use of numerous machine guns can undoubtedly slow up or cover the enemy's retreat, but they do not suffice to create a solid defensive system, and at all events, small organizations properly maneuvering can get the better of any such methods. This being the situation, our attacks must constantly seek to break through. For this purpose, attacking groups composed of infantry and artillery should be formed for advancing against objectives, the capture of which will break down the enemy's front. Therefore, it is important, 1. In Army Corps, to decide upon and point out distant objectives of capital importance. 2. In divisions, to choose intermediate objectives. 3. And in smaller bodies of troops, regiments, battalions, to maneuver with precision and rapidity against points which hold up their advance, especially machine gun nests. From now on, the progress of the battle depends upon the spirit of decision evinced by corps commanders and the initiative and energy shown by division commanders. The issue once more hinges upon the activity of commanders and the endurance of the troops. The latter is never found wanting whenever an appeal is made to it. The Allied offensive operations B and C were started by the American First Army at 5:30 a.m. September 26th, and by the French Fourth Army at 5:25 a.m., following a violent artillery preparation. Sensible gains were at once obtained between the Meuse and the Suippe. Along the entire attacking front, the enemy's first line was captured and at several points passed. The average advance of our troops was from 2 to 3 miles. In order to follow more closely the development of the operations, I had installed myself on the afternoon of the 26th at the Château de Trois Fontaines, north of Saint Dizier, and remained there the 27th. In the course of the day, I paid visits to General Pétain, temporarily fixed at Netincourt, and to the headquarters of General Gouraud at Chalon-Saint-Mémy. During the 27th and 28th, the enemy's resistance stiffened and became more active. The Fourth Army soon came up against defenses which the Germans had erected in the valley of the Pai, while the American First Army, hampered by flanking fire in the Argonne, was brought to a standstill around Apremont. However, on September 29th, the French Fourth Army, concentrating its efforts on the center, succeeded in overrunning the line of the Pai and driving the enemy back upon a second position between Saint-Pai and Monthoi. But on this side, the American army, squeezed into the narrow corridor between the Meuse and the Argonne, opposed by a resistance which was all the stronger because favored by difficult, broken country, and hampered in its advance by flanking fire both from the Argonne and from the east bank of the Meuse, continued to mark time. It tried to overcome these difficulties by increasing its forces in the first line, but this only intensified them, resulting in a complete blocking of its rear and the bottling up of its communications. To remedy this situation, I decided, in agreement with General Pétain, to withdraw a certain number of divisions from the American sector of attack, and to use them in part east of the Meuse and in part west of the Argonne. To avoid all loss of time, it was proposed to incorporate them in French Army Corps already in line. General Pershing was then to take under his orders the Franco-American forces operating on both banks of the Meuse, while a new French Army commander, Second Army, would take command of the Allied forces operating on each side of the Argonne. General Weygand was instructed to communicate these measures to General Pershing, who accepted them as a whole, but refused to acquiesce in the placing of another French army in the Argonne region. In order to satisfy him, I agreed to maintain the organization of the command as it was, provided the American attacks should be resumed, and once started, continued without pause. While the American First Army was restoring order in its units, before recommencing operations in the direction of Mézières, the center and left of the French Fourth Army added the efforts of its center and left to the attacks of the Fifth Army, aiming at the reduction of the Monts de Champagne and the Massif de Reims, Operation D. On September 30th, the Fifth Army made a surprise attack between the Vesle and the Aisne, and despite strong enemy resistance, forced the Germans back. Continuing its offensive on October 1st, it obtained even more valuable results than the day before, compelling its adversary to cross to the east bank of the Aisne-Marne Canal, from Berriobac to La Nouvellette, leaving behind 500 prisoners and some 30 cannon. Simultaneously, the Fourth Army, aided by the American 2nd Division, attacked and carried the strong German positions on the heights south of Orfuil, capturing such solid points of support as Notre-Dame-des-Champs and Blancmont, and taking 18,000 prisoners with 200 cannon, October 1st and 3rd. This double success was not long in bearing fruit. During the 5th, 6th, and 7th of October, the Germans carried out an extensive retrograde movement northeast of Reims, establishing themselves behind the Suippe and the line of the Arnes. Meanwhile, on October 4th, the American First Army resumed its attacks. Its left and center, advancing through the Argonne, reached Apremont, Exermont, and Gesnes. Its right, hampered by the German flanking positions on the heights east of the Meuse, advanced only slightly. It became absolutely necessary to suppress these flanking positions by capturing the cliff from Dun-sur-Meuse to Damvillers. During the days October 8th-10th, the French Roman 17 Corps, aided by 2 American divisions, 33rd and 39th, began operations on the right bank of the river, and after heavy fighting, got possession of the lines Civry-sur-Meuse-Beaumont. However considerable the results obtained by the Franco-American offensive, they seemed, nevertheless, inferior to what it was permissible to expect against an adversary assailed everywhere, and resisting at certain points with only worn-out, heterogeneous, and hastily assembled troops, and in a region where his defensive organizations had already been captured. Through not having been adequately conducted, the battle underway presented some confusion. Those in command, 75 too distant from the action, did not seem to personally push it with the utmost energy, by themselves supervising the execution of their combinations. Therefore, General Pétain was asked to give instructions to the high command, commanders of groups of armies and armies, with a view to ensuring at the present stage of the war of movement a personal and active direction of the battle on the terrain itself on designated days. Encourage, inspire, watch over, supervise still remains its chief task. In issuing these instructions, General Pétain again specified the objectives to be attained. By the Fourth Army, march straight to the Aisne in the direction of Rethel. By the Fifth Army, push towards Neufchâtel and Soissons in order to aid the movement of the 10th Army upon Laon. Thus oriented, The attacks along the whole front were resumed October 8th, while the American First Army, having cleared the Argonne, reached the defiles south of Grand Pre and captured the heights of Romagny and of Cunel. The French Fourth Army, attacking in force in the direction of Corey-Machault, gained a footing on the north bank of the Arnes and on the heights of Monthoi. On its left, the Fifth Army assaulted and forced the passage of the Suippe between Agincourt and Saint-Étienne, while north of the Aisne, the 10th Army, driving forward in its turn, carried the line of the Ailette and gained the heights of Cernay-en-Layennois and of Jumigny. These threatening advances struck the enemy a heavy blow. On the 11th, 12th, and 13th of October, he found himself obliged to execute a wide movement in retreat along the entire front, comprised between the Aisne at Vusiers and the Oise at La Fère, and to fall back on the strong position, Hunding-Stellung and Brunhilde-Stellung, established along the general line La Fère-Crécy-sur-Serre, Sisson-Chedau portion, and the valley of the Aisne below Grand Pre. On October 15th, the Franco-American armies established contact with this position and made immediate dispositions for assaulting it. Franco-British offensive against the Cambrai-Saint-Quentin front. On September 27th, the British First and Third Armies, Generals Horn and Byng, moved in the direction of Cambrai and attacked the German positions between the Sensee and Villers-Ghislain at dawn. They crossed the Canal du Nord and with magnificent dash captured the celebrated points of support of Marquion, Bois-Berlan, and Flesquières, piercing the enemy's lines to a depth of 4 miles and taking over 8,000 prisoners and 100 cannon. On the 28th, they followed up their advance, seized Fontaine-Notre-Dame and Marcoing, crossed the Scheldt north of the last named place, and the next day, September the 29th, they reached the very gates of Cambrai. The whole of the Hindenburg line that lay in their sector of attack was in their hands. The British Fourth Army, General Rawlinson, responded to this brilliant victory by an equally successful advance farther south. On September 29th, in its turn, it attacked the Hindenburg position between Ventuil and Halnon, carried its first lines, and advancing resolutely upon Beauhain, crossed the Saint-Quentin Canal between Ballecourt and Lahacourt. On its right, the French First Army, General Debany, attacked south of Saint-Quentin, and after heavy fighting, captured the strong point of Cerisy. The Franco-British offensive was furiously pursued during the next few days. On October 3rd, the British armies, following the Scheldt above Masnieres, reached the outskirts of Le Catelet and the line of heights east of the Saint-Quentin Canal. At the same time, the French First Army, having extended its front of attack north of Saint-Quentin, crossed the canal near Le Tronquoy, surrounded the town from the north and from the south, and reoccupied it. There was nothing left to capture in this region but the last strongholds of the Hindenburg line. On October 5th, these were assaulted. The British Fourth Army, crossing the Scheldt between Crèvecoeur and Le Catelet, captured the plateau of Beaurevoir-Montbretagne and thereby completed for its sector of attack the conquest of the renowned German position. In contrast to this success, the French First Army, closely held to its mission of supporting at all costs the right of the British Army, encountered the strongest sort of resistance east and northeast of Saint-Quentin. Renewing its attacks on the following days, it captured Lesdin, October 6th, and advanced upon Fontaine-Udet. On the 8th, it captured the latter place and turned the German defenses northeast of Saint-Quentin. Seconded by the progress of the British Fourth Army, it was soon to reap the fruits of its tenacity. The day the entire Hindenburg line fell into the hands of his armies, Sir Douglas Haig had given instructions for exploiting the success without the least delay. Rapid movement must prevent the enemy from having time to re-establish himself solidly on his second line, the Hunding-Stellung, which south of Cambrai was nearer to the Hindenburg line than anywhere else. The Field Marshal, therefore, ordered his Third and Fourth Armies, still covered on the right by the French First Army, to make a general attack on October 8th in the direction of Beauhain-Busigny and capture the heights south of Cambrai. This object having been achieved, the British First Army was to try to force the passage of the Scheldt north of the latter town in the vicinity of Ramillies. In execution of these orders, the assault of the British Third and Fourth Armies was made on October 8th between Cambrai and Sequehart. It met with complete success, capturing with one blow the Hunding along the whole front prescribed. General Debeney's army, having seized, as already noted, the high plateau of Fontaine-Neudert, extended and effectively supported the British advance. On October 9th, the British First Army, in its turn, forced the passages of the Scheldt at Ramillies and farther south. This victory, succeeding those of the preceding days, was a serious disaster to the Germans, obliging them to effect a wide movement in retreat between the Sensee and the Oise. On October 12th, the Allied advance guards, pressing the enemy hard, reached the left bank of the Selle between Haspers and Le Cadeau, the western edge of the forest of Andigny, and the northern bank of the Oise below Bernat. Their left now came in contact with a third position, which the enemy had erected along the general line of Bouchain-la-Capelle Cadeau-Herson-Mézières, while their right faced that part of the Hunding which runs along the western bank of the Oise, between Mont d'Origny and the mouth of the Serre. Roman II. Offensive of the Flanders Group of Armies north of the Lys. The Flanders Group of Armies G.A.F. was ordered to be formed, as we have seen, on September 11th. The work was pursued with the greatest rapidity. Haste was essential, for here in the lowlands of Flanders, wholly devastated by the war, if the bad season should overtake us while we were still engaged in mere preparations, it would be well nigh impossible to withdraw the Belgian army from the ground it occupied or had consolidated on the left bank of the Usser and throw it across to the right bank. For both borders of the river were nothing but quagmires, and 4 years of battle and bombardment had transformed the adjacent land into an almost continuous marsh, which bad weather would make absolutely impassable. After ensuring a suitable direction for the Flanders Group of Armies, H.M., the King of the Belgians, assisted by General de Gout and his staff, it became necessary to provide it with the troops needed to accomplish the mission which fell to it as part of the general Allied offensive. Besides the Belgian army, these forces comprised the British Second Army, General Plumer, the French Second Cavalry Corps, and 2 French Army Corps, Roman 7 and Roman 34. In order to furnish them with the necessary material for combat, transport, and communication, appeals were made to the British Army, the French Army, and even to the military governor of Paris. The British Navy promised the cooperation by day and by night of an air force. I insisted that all the means thus placed at the disposal of the King of the Belgians should be used in such a way as to obtain results of the widest possible scope from the start. With this in view, I asked Sir Douglas Haig to take the necessary steps with General Plumer, and in order to avoid any mistaken interpretation, I requested him to specify that the entire British Second Army was placed at the disposal of its commander from the very first day. Its attacks to the northeast of the Carmines Canal aimed at reaching Zandvoort and the heights of Cruzec as soon as possible. It was under these conditions that, after an artillery attack lasting 3 hours, the offensive of the Flanders Group of Armies was launched on September 28th at 5:30 a.m. in the interval comprised between Dixmude and the Lys. It obtained immediately a great success, capturing the entire German first line and greatly weakening the second. Next morning I was in Flanders. I saw in turn General Plumer at Kassel, King Albert at La Panne, Lieutenant General Gillane at Houtham. I urged them to push forward rapidly towards Roulers and Thouaraut, but ardor was by no means lacking. On the 29th Dixmude was reoccupied, and the whole Passchendaele Ridge, as well as the strong position of Messines-Wytschaete, fell into the hands of the Allies. In 2 days nearly 10,000 prisoners and 200 guns were taken. The advance was continued the 30th, but hampered by bad weather, progress became slower. The British Second Army, nevertheless, drew nearer to Menin and reached the left bank of the Lys from Warneton to Wervik. On October 1st and 2nd, after some unimportant progress had been made, it was decided to call a halt in order to prepare a new and powerful attack, after re-establishing communications with the rear. For the difficulties of the terrain had become only too apparent. While the troops had rapidly pushed forward across this country, which presented nothing but a succession of more or less continuous shell holes filled with water, and had come to solid soil farther to the rear, Communications on the right bank of the Usser had been cut in many places, and it became clear that it would be impossible to make repairs with earth taken from neighboring ground, since it was little more than a marsh. To supply the troops in battle, in the matter of both food and ammunition, was becoming impossible in certain zones. For a time, we were reduced to having thousands of rations transported by air. To make it possible for the convoys to move, it was necessary first of all to thoroughly repair our lines of communication. This required the construction at certain places of miles of roadway supported on piles. Notwithstanding these difficulties, the results of our incontestable success in Flanders were already becoming noticeable. Menaced by the advance of the Flanders group of armies north of the Lys, and by the simultaneous advance of the English armies south of the Sensee, the Germans again fell back before the British Fifth Army, General Birdwood, operating to the right of the British Second Army and also in liaison with the First. On October 2nd, La Bassée and Lens were reoccupied. On the 3rd, Armentières. On the 4th, the advance guards of General Birdwood were on the railway from Armentières to Lens and had reached the Haute-Duel Canal. Here they established contact with the advance guards of General Horn, whose left wing likewise was following up the retreating enemy. Since the 18th of July, we had dealt the enemy blow after blow, and now he was being shaken in Flanders as well as along the rest of the front. This process had prevented him from re-establishing his resistance at any point, and the favorable situation resulting for our armies could be maintained or even accentuated, provided we exploited it immediately and left him no time for recuperation. This seemed the more certain since, according to all information received, the Germans had no line of defense in Belgium farther back than Douai, to which they might withdraw. Therefore, in letters dated October 6th and 9th, I urged the Flanders group of armies to hurry the resumption of its attacks as much as possible by pushing the repair of its lines of communication. The defeat which the enemy has just suffered on the British front, said the last of these letters, as well as the development of our attacks on the Franco-American front, create at present an exceptionally advantageous situation for the continuation of the offensive in Belgium. This state of affairs makes it particularly desirable for you to hasten your attack, and consequently suggests, as of the greatest interest, that you push forward your preparations to the utmost. Nevertheless, despite the goodwill of everybody, the Flanders group of armies could not be got ready for another attack until October 14th. But on that date, with its troops operating on territory that had not been devastated, and with communications now assured across a region torn up by 4 years of conflict, it was able to resume the battle. If material resources of sufficient power were forthcoming, it would now be in a position to continue its attacks, in no matter what season, until the enemy's resistance was entirely overcome. Chapter Roman 12. The problem of effectives, communications, and manufacture of munitions in the autumn of 1918. Was it going to be possible to keep up this uninterrupted effort, daily becoming more extensive, which the Allied armies had furnished since July? This grave question presented itself to the Allied High Command and to the Entente governments as the autumn of 1918 opened. It especially touched the following matters: maintaining the effectives of the armies in the field, assuring the supply of ammunition and all war material, restoring means of communication in reconquered territory. It must be added that upon the solution given to these problems, both as to extent and time, depended the possibility of the Allied armies following up their successes and attaining a definite victory by means of an offensive pursued without pause. Delay in meeting material requirements might render our success in part sterile and impose upon our forces severe and bloody fighting to overcome a recuperated enemy. The fact of having mapped out a scheme of operations on July 24th was not sufficient. It was necessary to provide means for keeping them going. Effectives. From July 1st to September 15th, the French army had lost 7,000 officers and nearly 272,000 men. At the beginning of October, most of its divisions were short by from 1,000 to 2,500 men all available reinforcements having been incorporated. The situation became even worse during the subsequent weeks, because it was now necessary to add to losses in battle those occasioned by having to divert soldiers for the repair of communications with the rear. Nevertheless, we were maintaining the same number of divisions, the momentary deficits in their strength being met by various palliatives adopted in the internal structure of the component units. It was for this reason that General Pétain had decreased the theoretical strength of the divisional centers of instruction, reduced to 175 men the strength of infantry companies, and ordered the general commanding the tank corps to offset by similar methods his deficiencies in men and material. To replace our losses in the matter of horses also presented serious difficulties. France's resources having been almost exhausted, we were obliged, on and after September, to import from America up to 10,000 horses monthly. This had the disadvantage of absorbing part of the tonnage required for transporting American troops. Moreover, long delays ensued before these horses were ready for service. To meet the emergency, General Pétain was obliged to adopt certain temporary expedients, such as ordering commanders to send forward only a number of groups or batteries proportional to the available horses, or else to decrease by 1 gun per battery all horse-drawn formations. The British Army had lost, from July 1st to September 15th, 700 officers and 166,000 men, and, as with the French army, it was unable to fill the gaps in the ranks. The government in London, being inclined to give aviation and tanks a perhaps exaggerated importance in relation to the combatant forces as a whole, favored the suppressing of some infantry divisions. During a conference held on October 7th at Versailles, with Mr. Lloyd George presiding, I was compelled to protest against this intention, and I succeeded in obtaining that the number of British divisions would be maintained intact, even if it should become necessary to reduce temporarily the number of men in each. I also suggested to Lieutenant General Wilson that some of the fresh British divisions in Italy be substituted for some of the exhausted divisions in France, sending the latter for recuperation across the Alps. The Italian Roman II Corps was 13,000 men short, following the attacks in which it participated during the summer on the French front, and the government in Rome wanted to compensate the reconstitution of this corps by having all the laborers ceded to France by the agreement of January 13, 1918, sent back to Italy. Fortunately, Monsieur Clemenceau arranged that this repatriation should be discussed by the commanders-in-chief concerned. I succeeded in convincing General Diaz that the recall of all the Italian laborers would be a great prejudice to the French army, so it was agreed that the latter should return to Italy only 4,000 of the laborers. Moreover, in order to justify the retention in France of the Italian auxiliaries, General Pétain was asked to establish an organization guaranteeing the rational and full-time employment of the laborers under his orders, and to exercise a rigid control over the work performed. Finally, the Italian Roman II Corps was brought up to strength by drafting a certain number of men from among the best of the laborers, and by reinforcements arriving from Italy. Even the American army showed a deficit in men. For a total of 30 divisions at the front on October 10th, 90,000 were lacking. This shortage, it must be admitted, was merely temporary, since the transporting of men from America to France was being pushed most energetically. Nevertheless, it might have somewhat hampered the projected operations for the moment. General Pershing thought it his duty to inform me of the situation, and he asked me whether there did not seem cause to change my decisions. Naturally, I maintained the full program of attack decided upon. Another difficulty was presented by the necessity of furnishing the American army with the numerous horses required for the organization of its divisions. The policy of sending at first only infantry and machine gun units had caused the postponement of shipment from the United States to France of the horses needed, by artillery units especially. Purchases of horses in Spain and some drafts on the French and British stocks had made it possible to meet the first requirements, but beginning with September, reliance had to be placed solely on importations from America. This, as we have already stated with regard to the French army, was attended with considerable inconvenience. These few items show the efforts which, during the autumn of 1918, were demanded of commanders of the various armies and their staffs to keep up the strength of the Allied forces. Though it was found impossible to obtain the complete solution desired, nevertheless, the emergency measures I was obliged to adopt were always inspired by the twofold purpose of seeing that the progress of the operations was not slowed up and that the number of Allied divisions was at all costs maintained. Arms and munitions, though not quite so difficult a problem as keeping up the strength of the various armies, that of munitions also caused a certain degree of worry. Towards the end of July, Monsieur Laucheur, Minister of Munitions, told me that the average consumption of shells for the 75 mm gun amounted, in the French army, to 280,000 a day, whereas only 220,000 were being manufactured. Therefore, he was being forced to draw the surplus needed from stocks on hand. During August, the situation became actually critical, owing to the delays in receiving from America steel for the 75 mm shells. I had to ask General Pershing to take action with his government in order to hasten the shipments. On his side, General Pétain gave orders on several occasions, and in very severe terms to his subordinates, looking to the exercise of a close supervision over the expenditure of ammunition. The crisis was not entirely overcome until October, when the United States began sending to France completely finished shells. The French War Munitions Service had to make a considerable effort to construct and keep in order the numerous machines needed for fighting, cannon, aircraft, tanks, to mention only a few. But we had not only our own needs to meet, but also most of those of the American Army, since American factories were not yet able to supply all the material required. I often received visits at my headquarters from officials occupied with these questions: Clemenceau, Laucheur, Tardieu, General Bourgeois, General Lerond, and others. I discussed with them the progress being made in manufacture, both in France and America, what supplies were to be turned over to the Americans, how much metal was to be asked from them in exchange, what purchases were to be made in England, etc., etc. In order to decrease our importations of coal, and thus increase the ocean tonnage available, I discussed with Sir Douglas Haig, at the request of Monsieur Laucheur, the possibility of getting the British Army to turn over 4,000 prisoners of war for labor in the mines in central France. Sir Douglas, however, found it impossible to accede to this request. Communications. The systematic devastation effected by the Germans in the areas which their defeat forced them to evacuate is well known. Much of the destruction was in no way justified by the exigencies of war, but was due solely to that joy in wreaking damage, schadenfreude, which our enemy had made into a veritable dogma and which he employed as a war instrument. On September 6th, I asked Monsieur Clemenceau to demand of the Germans that they refrain from these barbarous acts, under pain of incurring the gravest responsibilities and the severest reprisals. In spite of this threat, they continued their acts of willful damage in northern France and in Belgium up to the very day of the armistice. In addition to these destructions, which nothing could justify, there were others which conformed to the necessities of war, such as damaging railways, navigable waterways, and roads. This seriously retarded the advance of the Allied armies. The restoration of these lines of communication was one of the most important problems which I and my staff had to solve during the autumn of 1918. It required simultaneously active direction, experienced personnel, and a considerable amount of material. The management of this work was reorganized in August 1918 and turned over to the commander of the Allied armies. At its head was placed a French General Officer 76, charged primarily with the duty of meeting the general necessities of the Allied armies in what concerned supplies and communications, more especially in reconquered territory, hence his title, Director General of Army Supplies and communications. To recruit the necessary personnel for restoring and maintaining the lines of communication destroyed by the enemy was no easy matter. Despite the diminished effectives from which the Allied armies were already suffering, they were obliged to furnish a large part of this special labor force. For instance, the French army supplied for railway work nearly 100,000 men. For the remainder, we were forced to take anything we could find: civilians that had been held by the Germans, workmen replaced in factories by prisoners of war, civilian prisoners, etc. At one time, Belgium furnished personnel for service in northern France. The material required for repairing railways was supplied partly from French, partly from British or American mills. From the United States, 70,000 tons of rails arrived each month, making it possible to repair about 120 miles of lines. Most of the engines were repaired by the efforts of the Ministry of Munitions. I also had to devote my attention to the organization on the liberated Belgian coast of harbor and marine services. Concerning this, I gave instructions to General de Gaulle. The hasty sketch just given of the problem presented by munitions, communications, and manpower is made with the sole purpose of showing how it weighed upon the development of operations during the autumn of 1918, and of indicating, in a general way, its magnitude, the difficulties attending its solution, and the efforts made to that end. Chapter Roman 13, General Offensive of the Allied Armies from October 15 to November 11, 1918. Combined maneuver of the British armies and the Flanders Group of armies between the Oise and the North Sea. Combined maneuver of French armies and of the American First Army between the Oise and the Meuse. Maneuver prepared east of the Meuse. General retreat of the German armies on the whole line from the Meuse to the sea. In their advance along a front 200 miles wide, from the North Sea to the Meuse, the Allied armies, each launched in its own direction, were destined to meet various enemy positions more or less strongly organized and more or less strongly manned. It was difficult to estimate beforehand what degree of resistance these various positions were capable of offering, except by taking into consideration the nature of the ground lying in front of each army and the rate of progress it had already attained. But speaking generally, the ground became lower and flatter as we moved from the right to the left of the Allied line, from the hilly banks of the Meuse to the great plains of Flanders, where, from the earliest days to Waterloo, the destinies of Europe had been so often decided. It was in the region north of the Oise that it was easiest for us to accumulate and employ our superiority of forces, a superiority which in our day consists chiefly of having more material and larger supplies of ammunition than the enemy. The marked advance made in this region by the British armies was an illustration. The advantage of pushing it was already apparent. Moreover, by reason of the convergent direction of our movements, the blows successfully delivered on one part of the enemy's defensive system must be made to react upon neighboring parts, turning them and thus causing their fall, even though they were still capable of offering resistance. On October 10th, I invited Sir Douglas Haig's attention to this situation, and at the same time, I instructed General Pétain to reinforce the French First Army operating on the right of the British. My letter was as follows. Today, October 10th, operations are being pursued in 3 converging directions. 1. In Belgium. 2. Along the Solesmes-Wassigny front. 3. Along the Aisne-Meuse front. Of these, the one most advantageous to exploit, thanks to the success obtained by the British armies, is that of Solesmes-Wassigny. Therefore, operations along this direction must be pursued with the largest possible force, in order not only to advance towards Mons and Avesnes, but also to develop a maneuver in combination with the Belgian offensive, having as its objective the clearing of the Lille region, to be executed by the British forces in a northeasterly direction between the Scheldt and the Sambre. In order to make possible this extension of the British attacks northward, the limit of the zones of action between the British and French armies is hereby prolonged to the general line, south of Wassigny, south of Avesnes. B. A maneuver in combination with the Aisne-Meuse offensive, with a view to turning the line of the Serre, to be executed by the French First Army. Therefore, the first available French reinforcements are to be given to the First Army in order that it may carry out this maneuver. Forces which may later become available are to be used for feeding either the attack in Belgium or that of the Aix-Nemours. On October 15th, the Franco-American armies between the Oise and the Argonne, headed towards Mézières, had come into contact with a strong German position, Hunding-Stellung and Brunhilde-Stellung, established along the general line La Fiercressy-sur-Cercisson Chedau-Portion Vuziers Grand Pré. North of the Oise, the British armies, marching on Mons and Avesnes, reached that same day the front Wassigny-la Chedau-Solis-Misdouai. They had thus, from the south, turned the region of Lille, which was likewise threatened from the north by the Flanders group of armies between the Lys and the sea. For on October 14th, this group of armies arrived on firm ground and free from all anxiety as to its lines of communications, now completely restored, had resumed the offensive between Zaren and Werwick under excellent conditions. 2 American divisions taken from those which had already participated in attacks had been sent to support its action. In addition, for the purpose of assuring to the Flanders command and organization commensurate with the increase of French forces in that region, General de Boissaudi was placed at the head of the 6th Army, while General de Gout, under the direction of the King of the Belgians, devoted himself exclusively to conducting the operations. Thus reinforced, the Flanders group of armies continued uninterruptedly its movement towards Thouaraut, Courtrai, and Menin, gaining ground rapidly. On the 14th, it got possession of Hugeld, Roulers, and Mursil. On the 15th, it marched beyond Courdemarque, reached the gates of Courtrai, and entered Menin and Werwick. On the 16th, Thouaraut, Lichterwelde, Ardoy, and Yscombe fell into its hands. Then the enemy gave way. He evacuated the entire Belgian coast, including his armored batteries and submarine bases, which, during months and years, had threatened England and the English lines of communication with France. On the 17th, the Belgian army reoccupied Ostend, and on the 19th, Blankenberg and Zeebrugge. On the 20th, it reached the Dutch frontier and the Schipdonk Canal. At the moment, King Albert was making his triumphal entry into liberated Bruges. The Flanders group of armies had accomplished the task prescribed for it 5 weeks before by the commander-in-chief of the Allied armies, viz., to defeat the enemy in Belgium and reconquer the province north of the Lys. On October 22nd, I came in person to congratulate the artisans of this victory, and making a new appeal to them, I asked them to resume at once their forward march without delay, as soon as they had put order into their units, restored their communications, and reorganized their services of the rear, especially the port and marine services along the liberated Belgian coast. During this advance of the Flanders group of armies between the North Sea and the Lys, the right of the British armies continued its attacks towards Wassigny and Solismes, according to plan. On October 17th, the British Fourth Army took Le Cadeau in the face of very strong resistance from the enemy. On the 18th and 19th, having captured Wassigny and the Andigny woods, it threw the Germans back to the eastern bank of the Sambarois Canal. Then, pushing its left wing beyond the Selle, in conjunction with the British Third Army, it gained possession of Solismes, October 20th, and advanced to the edge of Landrecies and the Mormal Forest, October 24th. On its left, the British Third Army, clearing the ground south of the Sensee, forced the passages of the Acalon and reached the gates of Le Quesnoy and Valenciennes, October 24th and 26th. While the double maneuver in the north was thus being developed by the Flanders group of armies on the left and by the left wing of the British armies on the right, the centre, composed of the British First and Fifth Armies, pressing the enemy in front, gave the finishing touch which compelled him to execute a general retreat. This retirement, begun on October 17th on the front between the Lys and the Scarpe, lasted 10 days. On October 17th, Lille and Douai were reoccupied. On the 18th, Tourcoing and Roubaix. On the 19th, Marchiennes and Bouchain. On the 20th, Denain. On the 21st, Saint-Amand. By the 27th, the British lined the left bank of the Scheldt from Tournai to Valenciennes. The right wing of the Flanders group of armies, thrown anew into the attack, crossed the Lys between Courtrai and the Roulers-Oudenarde railway line, captured Courtrai on October 19th and pressed forward immediately towards the Scheldt, which it reached between Avelgem and Tournai, October 20th, 26th. Profiting from this success, the left and center of the Flanders group of armies attacked again on October 21st, and after 4 days of battle threw the enemy back to the right bank of the Scheldt. Thus, the maneuver prescribed in my order of October 10th was being developed north of the Oise under the best possible conditions. Indeed, by the 19th of October, I was able to orient the efforts of our armies on this part of the battlefield towards fresh objectives, while constantly pushing those on the right wing towards their common goal, Mézières. I therefore ordered, for the purpose of exploiting the advantages already gained, the operations of the Allied armies will be continued as follows. 1. The Flanders group of armies will march in the general direction of Brussels, its right towards Halle, reaching the Scheldt at Pec, the Dender at Lessines. During this march, important waterways such as the Scheldt and the Dender will be forced by combining, if need be, a flank movement on the part of the British armies, so as to turn these streams. 2. The British armies, 5th, 3rd, 1st, 4th, will advance south of the line Pec-Lessines-Halle, their right marching via Freude-Chapelle and Philippeville, upon Adjumont, north of Givet. The mission of the British armies continues to be to throw the enemy back upon the almost impenetrable massif of the Ardennes at the point where they cut his principal transversal line. At the same time, the advance of the Flanders group of armies must be aided in effecting a crossing of the various water courses, Scheldt, Dender, which might halt its march. The British armies will be supported by the French First Army. 3. The French armies, 1st, 10th, 5th, 4th, and the American First Army will operate south of the above-mentioned line. Their roles will be as follows. For the French First Army, to support the attack of the British armies by marching towards La Capelle, Chimay, Givet, and to maneuver by its right in order to turn the enemy resistance presented on the line Serre-Sisson. For the French 5th and 6th Armies and the American 1st Army to reach the region Mézières, Sedan, and the Meuse above that place, causing the line of the Aisne to fall through a maneuver on both wings. The left French 5th Army directed towards Chedau-Portion, the right French 4th Army and American 1st Army towards Bussensila-Chesney. As will have been noted, the French First Army was to continue in support of the British armies and at the same time turn the enemy resistance on the Serre-Sisson line. It is this second part of its task which will now be examined by giving it its place in the general plan of the Franco-American offensive underway between the Oise and the Meuse. Attacking in liaison with the British right and profiting by the latter's advance on Wassigny, the French First Army captured, between October 18th and 26th, the entrenchments of the Hunding Stellung between the Oise at Mont d'Origny and the Serre below Assis. This success gave the 10th Army an opportunity to outflank the lines of the Serre and the Aisne. Attacking with its right northeast of Laon, it captured Verneuil-sur-Serre and Notre-Dame-de-Lys and crossed the drainage canal between Vessel and Pierrepont. Under the pressure of this double action, the Germans, on the 27th, evacuated a wide band of territory between Guise on the Oise and Crécy-sur-Serre. The French Fifth Army, conforming to its orders, attacked at the same time west of Chaumont-Portion and succeeded on the 25th in capturing, together with the heights of Bagnères-Recouvrance, the last portion of the Hunding Stellung remaining in German hands, that lying between Saint-Quentin and the Aisne. Thus, at the end of October, the maneuver prescribed for the left wing of the French armies on October 19th, and having for its object to capture the line of the Aisne, was moving as smoothly as possible. Let us turn now to the right wing and see what the French Fourth Army and the American First Army were doing at this same moment. The middle of October, after 3 weeks of bitter and costly fighting, the American First Army had reached the defile of Grand Pre on its left, and on its center, the heights of Romagny-sous-Montfaucon. The advance through the Argonne from south to north had presented undeniable difficulties to the American staffs. Most of the roads in this region run from west to east, and the hilly nature of the country makes easy organization of new lines of communication impossible. Hence the trouble of all sorts encountered in supplying the numerous American troops engaged in the battle, and yet their ardor had to be kept up at any price, and their violent efforts sustained. Instead of furnishing the aid of a French direction, whose experience would give promise of smoothing over some of the difficulties, it seemed to me that the most efficacious way of facilitating the American task was to rely upon the spirit of initiative of the American High Command itself, and for that purpose, establish direct relations, on the same footing as those existing with the Commander-in-Chief of the French armies, the Commander-in-Chief of the British armies, and the King commanding the Belgian army, between the Allied High Command and General Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the American armies, of which the first was operating on the Argonne front, and the second in the Wavre region, without mentioning the other American troops distributed along the front. At the point which American cooperation had now reached, I believed it was under such conditions that, working side by side with the other Allied armies engaged in the battle, it would strike the heaviest blows at the enemy. The American armies would be fighting with the stars and stripes floating over them, under a leadership which had always given evidence of magnificent authority, and with staffs devoting their talents to the profit of soldiers animated by an uncontestable ardor. In order to augment the effort demanded of the American army, I did not hesitate to increase the scope of its command. The autonomy of this force had been fully established, and now, in order to effect a concordance between operations in the Argonne and those in Champagne, as well as a close union of efforts, General Meister, who in this region commanded the center group of French armies, was charged with assuring coordination between the operations of the French troops on the right of his group and those of the American First Army. The slowing up of the Argonne operations had been otherwise interpreted in certain quarters, less acquainted with the difficulties encountered by commanders in handling the masses of modern armies. It was thus that Monsieur Clemenceau, impressed by the marking time of the American army, wrote me on October 21st the letter below, which had in view nothing less than to effect a change in the chief command of the American army. I have postponed from day to day writing you about the crisis existing in the American army. It is not that I have anything to tell you regarding a state of affairs which assuredly you know better than anybody else, since, as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies, you are necessarily the first to suffer from its consequences. We have talked too often, and at too great a length, concerning the employment of the American troops for it to be necessary to revert to the subject today, even in the most summary fashion. You have watched at close range the development of General Pershing's exactions. Unfortunately, thanks to his invincible obstinacy, he has won out against you as well as against your immediate subordinates. To go over all this again can only lead to useless regrets. You are in the midst of the action, so that past events and mere words are out of place here. What matters is the immense battle now going on, a battle which you have conducted in such a way as to place you in the front rank of great captains. It is this battle in its present stage that I am now thinking of, in the hope of furnishing you the military means of bringing to a magnificent conclusion the succession of glorious feats of arms with which your name will be forever associated. Constitutionally, I am the head of the French army. The interests of this army lie only too obviously in the parallel organization of all the troops under your command. I would be a criminal if I allowed the French army to wear itself out indefinitely in battle, without doing everything in my power to ensure that an Allied army which has hurried to its aid was rendered capable of fulfilling the military role for which it is destined. The French army and the British army, without a moment's respite, have been daily fighting for the last 3 months, battles which are using them up at a time when it is impossible for us to reinforce them immediately with fresh effectives. These two armies are pressing back the enemy with an ardor that excites worldwide admiration. But our worthy American allies, who thirst to get into action and who are unanimously acknowledged to be great soldiers, have been marking time ever since their forward jump on the first day. And in spite of heavy losses, they have failed to conquer the ground assigned them as their objective. Nobody can maintain that these fine troops are unusable. They are merely unused. One does not have to be a technician in order to understand that the immobility of your right wing cannot possibly be a part of your plan, and that we have lost, no matter how favorably other things may have turned out, the benefit of movements which, through lack of organization, have not been effected. I am aware of all the efforts you have made to overcome the resistance of General Pershing. Indeed, it is because you have omitted nothing in the way of persuasion that I cannot shirk the duty of asking myself whether, after the failure of fruitless conversations, the time has not come for changing methods. When General Pershing refused to obey your orders, you could have appealed to President Wilson. For reasons which you considered more important, you put off this solution of the conflict, fearing that it would bring reactions of a magnitude which you thought it difficult to gauge. I took the liberty of differing with you. You had a right to think that I was resorting too hastily to a radical solution of the problem. You wished to prolong the experience. Now that I have learned, however, that you have taken in hand the direct command of General Pershing's troops, I cannot refrain from feeling that this trial should be the last of those we have been compelled to undergo. I ardently wish you success, and it may come, provided it is possible for you, through some miracle, to combine the separate direction of one army with the general conduct, along comprehensive lines, of the Allied armies as a whole. I think that it will not take long for you to make up your mind on this subject. If General Pershing finally resigns himself to obedience, if he accepts the advice of capable generals, whose presence at his side he has until now permitted only that he might reject their counsels, I shall be wholly delighted. But if this new attempt to reconcile two contrary points of view should not bring the advantageous results you anticipate, I must say to you that, in my opinion, any further hesitation should be out of the question, for it would then be certainly high time to tell President Wilson the truth and the whole truth concerning the situation of the American troops. Indeed, neither you nor I have the right to conceal it from him. The President of the United States has frequently declared that he was ready to conform to your judgment in all military questions. He will undoubtedly appraise at their true value, as he ought to do, both the patience you have so long shown and the decision to which you have finally been led. Whether you share my opinion or form a different one, you will certainly agree with me in recognizing that this state of affairs cannot continue any longer. For this reason, I would be glad if you could find it possible to send me an early answer. The reason why I have deemed it my duty to offer you these observations is that, in the present circumstance, the responsibility of the French government and of the constitutional head of the French armies is no less directly involved than is your own. I feel sure that you cannot misinterpret the sentiment which inspires me, and I hope you will do justice to my motives, as I do to yours. Clemenceau, having a more comprehensive knowledge of the difficulties encountered by the American army, I could not acquiesce in the radical solution contemplated by Monsieur Clemenceau. Not wishing, however, to start a discussion of this subject with the French Prime Minister, I confined myself to maintaining my orders and to answering him on October 23rd as follows. The American divisions on October 20th were thus distributed. As shown by the above table, of the 30 divisions fit for battle, 10 are distributed among the Allied armies, French and British, and 20 are under General Pershing's orders, constituting the autonomous American army. I count upon maintaining these two categories, differing in their nature and the existence of which I consider necessary for various reasons. I also contemplate varying the proportion between the two according to circumstances, increasing the 10 and diminishing the 20 whenever operations being prepared permit it. It is by manipulation of this sort that I expect to diminish the weaknesses of the High Command, rather than by orders. These I shall give, to be sure, but the High Command may not perhaps be in a position to have them executed, since to do so would require corps and division commanders and staffs having the necessary experience. Moreover, this crisis is of the sort from which all improvised armies suffer, and which always considerably impairs their effectiveness at the start. But there is no denying the magnitude of the effort made by the American Army. After attacking at Saint-Mihiel on September 12th, it attacked in the Argonne on the 26th. From September 26th to October 20th, its losses in battle were 54, 158 men, in exchange for small gains on a narrow front, it is true, but over particularly difficult terrain, and in the face of serious resistance by the enemy. In the meantime, with a view to hastening as much as possible the resumption of the combined offensive of the French Fourth Army and the American First Army, and in order to render their progress easier, I drew up, on October 21st, a general instruction setting forth the objectives to be attained and the methods to be employed in reaching them. For the purpose of assuring close cooperation between the American First Army and the French Fourth Army, it is advisable to observe the following. The general aim of the combined operations of the American First Army and the right wing of the French Fourth Army is to reach the region of Buzency for the American First Army, Le Chesnay for the French Fourth Army, in order to unblock the line of the Aisne from the east. The operations which up to the present these armies have been conducting in the region of Alazie-Grand Pré, north of Saint-Juvin, have resulted in assuring complete liaison between them through the defile of Grand Pré, and permitting the American Army to debouch from the wooded region which had hampered its first movements. Now that this first indispensable result has been obtained, the combined attacks of these armies should have as their object to reach the goal fixed for them, Buzency-Le Chesnay, by turning, from the west and from the east, the wooded heights of the Argonne by movements of wider scope. This will obviate exhausting the troops by fighting in the woods, which is costly and of little value. To accomplish this, the following is necessary. 1. That the American First Army prepare and execute without the least delay a powerful attack in the direction of Boltorx-Bois, Buzency, and the Bois de la Folie, for this taking advantage of the wide opening conquered by it north of the Bois des Loges and of Romagny, while avoiding getting engaged in combats in the woods of the Argonne and of the Bantheville region. Nothing but an attack of this amplitude will enable it to reach its objectives. 2. That the French Fourth Army, maintaining through Grand Pré only its liaison with the American Army, act rapidly and in strong force through Vouziers against Quatre-Champs, and by way of Vandy and Terron and farther north against Les Salus, likewise towards Le Chesnay, resolutely widening its attacks. The attention of the general commanding the American Army and of the general commanding the center group of armies is invited to the above instructions, which have as their purpose both to enlarge the sphere of action of each of these armies and to assure the convergence of their efforts upon the objectives assigned. They are requested to be good enough to inform me as to the measures they each intend to take to carry out these orders, as well as the arrangements they arrive at for coordinating their efforts. My intention was thus to launch an enlarged Franco-American offensive on both sides of the Argonne, over territory for the most part easy to traverse. The preliminary plans drawn up by the French Fourth Army and the American First Army for the execution of this maneuver did not entirely correspond with my conception of its conduct. The movements they presented gave evidence of a rigidity which might conceivably hamper the rapid exploitation of any success achieved. They indicated a return to the method of attack which consisted in marking beforehand on the map successive lines to be reached, and betrayed an exaggerated solicitude in the matter of alignment. In my opinion, this was by no means the style which should characterize operations at this moment, because important results, such as we are pursuing in the present stage of the war, when we are confronted by an enemy whose exhaustion increases every day, can only be achieved by progress as rapid and as deep as possible. Troops launched into an attack need not think of anything except the direction of their attack. In that direction, they must go as far as they can, attacking and maneuvering against the resisting enemy with no preoccupation as to alignment, units which have got the farthest forward working for the advantage of those temporarily delayed. They must operate not against lines indicated a priori and suggested by the nature of the ground, but against the enemy, and once they have seized him, they must never let go their grip. Though he shared this point of view in principle as regards direction of exploitation along which the advance is to be resolutely pushed, with no preconceived notions and without solicitude for alignment, General Pétain thought that in practice it was impossible to escape from fixing successive objectives to be attained. In his opinion, whether one is breaking through a fortified zone or attacking in open country, this procedure is indicated, for in the face of an opponent who defends himself, it is always necessary that efforts succeed each other as a function of 1. The amount of support which this or that fortified point, this or that peculiarity of the ground, may give or seem to give to the enemy. And 2. The possibility of bringing to bear fire action, artillery or infantry. However, on November 1st, General Pétain sent out to his troops a general instruction reconciling the 2 points of view. The designation of successive lines of objectives, he wrote, must never be allowed to hamper the dash of attacking troops or diminish the chances of pushing forward as far as possible. It follows that to make such designation is justified as a general procedure only during the phase when the rupture of a fortified line is being effected. As soon as pursuit begins, speed becomes the principal factor of success, and the idea of direction must take precedence over everything else in the mind of a commander. Once the enemy has been seized, the hold on him must not be relaxed. When this moment arrives, the only thing which need concern any unit is the direction of exploitation assigned to it, and along which it must boldly push forward without stopping to regulate its advance on its neighbors. Complete identity of views thus existed between the commander-in-chief of the Allied armies and the commander-in-chief of the French armies. It was now important to pass from theory to action. For that reason, General Pershing was urged to hasten the launching of his offensive west of the Meuse. It is of the highest importance, the Allied commander-in-chief wrote him on October 27th, that the American First Army be ready to begin operations on the date decided upon, viz. November 1st, and that it be able to continue them until important and certain results have been attained. I therefore prescribed that the attacks to be undertaken by the American First Army on November 1st should be pushed forward and continued without any pause until this army was in possession of Bold-Torque-Spoys, Buzency, and farther to the east, and had assured the occupation of this region as a first result to be obtained. These attacks were facilitated by successive actions which the French Fourth Army had been developing since October 13th east of Vouziers. These, having assured a bridgehead on the right bank of the Aisne between Vandy and Falaise, now enabled it to draw upon itself a considerable part of the German troops in the Argonne, thus relieving the pressure on the American army. It was under these conditions that the American offensive was carried out on November 1st. From the beginning, it achieved brilliant success, capturing the first day the enemy positions as far as the Buzency-Stenay road, while on the left, the French Fourth Army extended its foothold east of the Aisne. Orders were now given to develop, without delay, the advantages obtained by continuing the combined Franco-American operations in the direction of Sedan and Mézières. Severely shaken, the enemy, between the Aisne and the Meuse, was not long in beginning a retreat. On November 2nd, Croix-Bois, Buzency, Villers-de-Vantdun, and Daucun fell into our hands. On the 3rd, the entire northern part of the Argonne was cleared, the heights of Belleville were occupied, and our troops lined the left bank of the Meuse as far as Dun. On the 4th, the Franco-American advance was continued beyond Stenay and Le Chesnay, penetrating into the wooded regions south of Beaumont and progressing along the Meuse almost to Stenay. I warmly congratulated General Pershing on the very important results obtained, thanks to the ability shown by commanders and the energy and bravery of the troops. I urged him to continue his operations in the direction of the Meuse around Basiles and upstream from there, and to extend them as much as possible on the right bank of that river. In view of the withdrawal of the Austrian divisions from France, as a consequence of the armistice concluded with Austria, General Pershing had been asked a few days before to have the American Second Army execute, with the means at its disposal, local operations sufficiently vigorous to reconnoiter the enemy and develop whatever partial success may be obtained. But now, what was happening east of the Meuse? Mention has already been made of the action of the French Roman 17 Corps, reinforced by two American divisions, 33rd and 29th, in prolonging, during October 8th-10th, along the right bank of the Meuse, the offensive being conducted on the left bank by the main body of the American army, and how, after hard fighting, this force had reached the lines Civry-sur-Meuse-Beaumont. Continuing these operations on the ensuing days, it had met with constantly increasing resistance from the enemy, and the means at its disposal were insufficient to overcome the obstacles which its advance encountered. Its gains became more and more modest. The enemy seemed firmly resolved to hold the right bank of the Meuse at all costs, an assumption which was all the more plausible since this was his sole chance of covering and assuring the retreat of his beaten armies on his right wing and center. With the idea of frustrating this scheme by taking the Meuse defenses in reverse, the Allied High Command decided that the time had come to make an attack along both banks of the Moselle in the general direction of Longwy-Luxembourg on one hand and of the Sarre on the other. On October 20th, the following instructions were given General Pétain. The operations now underway are intended to throw the enemy back on the Meuse at Stenay and below that place. To overcome his resistance on this river by taking it in reverse, attacks should be prepared west and east of the Moselle, moving in the general direction of Longwy-Luxembourg on one side and of the Sarre on the other. The chance of a rapid success for these attacks will be in proportion to the promptness with which they are made, since the enemy has at present in line 127 divisions west of the Meuse and only 32 divisions east of that river. Their chances are also increased by the fact that the enemy will soon be deprived of his principal lateral railway line from Mézières to Sedan. Therefore, it would be well to utilize French troops released by the shortening of our line in those parts of the Lorraine front, west and east of the Moselle, where our material and the nature of the ground permit immediate action. It would also be useful to examine in what way the American forces might best participate in these operations as soon as they are rendered in part available by the advance being made on the left bank of the Meuse, and they can be oriented in a new direction. This decision to attack in the Moselle region seemed all the more justified in view of the fact that a survey recently made by the intelligence branch of French General Headquarters had shown not only the lack of equilibrium existing between the German effectives on the two sides of the Ardennes, but also the impossibility which would exist for the German Supreme Command to re-establish this equilibrium the moment it lost possession of the railway between Hirson and Mézières. The decision mentioned above was not such as to surprise those whom it concerned, who, having been stationary on this part of the front for a long time, were fully prepared for the eventuality of a march forward. I had taken up this matter personally with the commander of the French 8th Army, General Gayraud, during my trip to the east on September 20th, and on his side, General Pétain, over a month before, had charged General de Castelnau with the elaboration of a plan for an attack along the front of the eastern group of armies. It was thus possible to rapidly draw up the plans for the action. On October 21st, the Commander-in-Chief of the French armies sent me his proposals covering the general organization of the projected attacks in Lorraine. Though judiciously conceived, this study nevertheless had the drawback of making a sufficiently rapid execution difficult. Especially was the action proposed west of the Moselle such as to require, for various reasons, a delay that was incompatible with the need of quickly seizing the favorable opportunity presented by the weakness of the enemy and his lack of reserves in this region. East of the Moselle, on the other hand, conditions seemed better, and it was for this reason that I decided to utilize in that quarter first, and without delay, such forces as were immediately available. I therefore gave up for the moment the action against Luxembourg and restricted the scope of the original plan. But I still counted upon obtaining, even with relatively reduced resources, important results, from the military standpoint, by capturing at small cost the entire depth of the defensive zone organized during 4 years through a wide exploitation of our attacks. And from the moral standpoint, by making our first entry upon territory considered by the enemy as part of his own country, and which we therefore ought to conquer. General Pétain was asked to prepare an attack which, starting from the line Noménie-Racourt and covered on the side of Metz, would move in the general direction of Saint-Avold-Sarrebruck. On October 25th, he reported that this attack could be made about November 15th, and he explained from what sources he expected to draw the large units required. On the 27th, he sent General de Castelnau, commanding the eastern group of armies, instructions fixing the objectives of the offensive and designating the resources on which it could count for making it. The execution was to be entrusted to 2 armies, the 8th General Gérard, already in position, and the 10th General Mangin, which would be removed from the Aisne front, transported eastward, and placed between the American 2nd Army and the French 8th Army. 20 divisions, of which 4 or 5 American, 10 or 12 regiments of field artillery, 180 to 200 heavy batteries, 3 regiments of light tanks, and 2 groups of medium-sized tanks, 1 corps of cavalry, and the air division were to constitute the attacking forces. As explained in General Pétain's orders, these operations were to constitute not an assault delivered without pause against a fortified line, but a maneuver. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the French armies asked that a certain number of American divisions be placed at his disposal. Even under the most favorable circumstances, he could not count upon the cooperation of more than 6 or 8 American divisions over and above the forces to be employed in covering Metz. This was to be entrusted to the American 2nd Army. On October 30th, General de Castelnau issued his orders. He assigned analogous missions of rupture and exploitation to the 10th and 8th Armies, one to operate north of the Grémesy Forest and the slopes of Delmy, the other south of the Bézenge Forest. In making this arrangement, General de Castelnau supposed that these 2 armies would be nearly equal in force. But the High Command made certain modifications in his plan, induced by the belief that exploitation would probably be much easier for the 10th Army, and that this army, in addition, would be obliged to cover itself on the sensitive flank towards Metz. Therefore, it was deemed wiser to assign to this army the major part of the troops available. On November 5th, General Pétain transmitted these observations to the commander of the eastern group of armies and asked him to make the required changes in his original arrangements. This was done the next day. Meanwhile, the Allied forces were being concentrated in Lorraine, and on November 6th, General Mangin and his staff arrived on the scene of preparations. In spite of the desire expressed by General Pétain to have 10 or 12 American divisions assigned to him, 4 to cover the 10th Army from the direction of Metz and 6 or 8 for the attack itself, it turned out that such a large American participation could not be hoped for. Moreover, it was added, there is an obvious interest in beginning the Lorraine offensive as soon as possible, since the size of the force is less important than the moment chosen for action. However, efforts to provide General Pétain with the greatest possible number of American units went on actively. Some were obtained by reducing the length of the American First Army's front as soon as it arrived on the Meuse. I also wrote General Pershing asking the cooperation of 6 of his reserve divisions, and I wrote him again a few days later to reassure him. The general commanding the French 10th Army, who will have these divisions under his orders, will take measures to see that they operate as much as possible on his left, and on my side, I will give orders to have them promptly replaced under American command. It is a case, before everything else, of moving quickly. That is why I again become insistent with you. I also asked General J. Horler, Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Army, to authorize the participation in the approaching offensive of the Polish 1st Division, which, after serving on the front in a quiet sector, was now capable of taking an active part in the battle. Thus, thanks to the activity of everybody, the Lorraine attack was quickly prepared. It was to start on November 14th with 28 divisions of infantry and 3 divisions of cavalry, supported by a considerable mass of artillery and by about 600 tanks. It was to cover a width of 20 miles, which would be added to a battle already being victoriously pursued along a 200-mile front. It was to be launched in a new direction, where there was no possibility of its encountering strong enemy forces. For this reason, it was permissible to expect from it a brilliant start and a rapid conquest of a dozen or so miles. After this, it would undoubtedly encounter devastations such as were already retarding elsewhere the progress of our other armies. It would add its efforts to theirs, augment them, reinforce their effect, without changing their nature. It was the march towards the Rhine, in the direction of Berlin, once more confirmed for the ensemble of the Allied forces by a convergence of repeated efforts growing greater every day. Such a march along such a route could not fail to bring about the definite decision of the war. At the beginning of November, the line of the Scheldt below Valenciennes and as far as Ghent constituted an obstacle in front of the left wing of the Allied armies, while in Champagne, the strong defenses of the Serre were soon to confront a portion of our center. By pushing forward the actions confided to the American First Army and the French Fourth Army on the left bank of the Meuse, we would be outflanking the line of the Serre from the east. On the west, we were turning it by advancing the French First Army and the British right north of the Oise. This last movement would also turn the line of the Scheldt from the south, while the Flanders group of armies would soon be facing it farther north in front of Ghent. All that was needed then was to accentuate the movements of these groups of forces. Foreseeing the important events destined to occur in the north, I had transferred my headquarters on October 18th from Bambin to Senlis. It was in accordance with the maneuvers above developed that I intended to push without interruption the advance of the Allied armies. The halt we had been forced to accept towards the end of October had ended. From November 1st to the 5th, the American First Army and the French Fourth Army, by continuous wide attacks, had successfully pursued their outflanking maneuver, and on the last named date had reached the line Le Chesnay-Beaumont-Stenay. Similarly, the British right, supported by Debeney's army, had advanced towards Avesnes-Philippeville. Thanks to this double effort, we were masters of the line of the Serre on November 5th and 6th. To make this possible, it had been necessary to arrive at new agreements with Sir Douglas Haig. As I had asked him especially to push forward his right wing, he sought to have restored to him the British Second Army, which had been temporarily attached to the Flanders group of armies. This army would have formed his left wing, and at the same time would have enabled him to make a new distribution of his forces. I had no trouble in showing Sir Douglas that if the Flanders group was to do the work expected of it, the British Second Army must remain with it until it had conquered Belgium as far as the Scheldt. As a matter of fact, the Flanders group of armies reached the Scheldt above Ghent on November 1st, and the British Second Army on November 4th was restored to the direct command of Field Marshal Haig. This was effected by a note dated November 2nd. The Flanders group of armies, by a series of successful operations, has now reached the Scheldt above Ghent. Since the principal maneuver for effecting the fall of the Scheldt defences must now be executed by the bulk of the British armies south of Valenciennes, it is necessary that all his British forces be placed at the disposal of the British Commander-in-Chief. Marshal Foch, therefore, has the honor to request H.M., the King of the Belgians, to be good enough to consider the British Second Army as under the direct command of Field Marshal Haig from noon of November 4th. Meanwhile, the success achieved by the French First Army between October 24th and 27th prompted me to write as follows to Sir Douglas on the 27th. The advance made by General Debeney makes it possible to resume, under most favorable conditions, the offensive of the main force of the British armies, in liaison with the French First Army, in the direction of Mons, Avesnes, and La Capelle, the objectives designated for the Allied armies in this region. On October 29th, the Field Marshal, in conformity with these directions, ordered his 4th, 3rd, and 1st armies to be ready to resume their attacks beginning November 3rd. As a matter of fact, they resumed them on the 4th, and with complete success strongly supported by the French First Army's movement on Guise. This was another coup de grace for the German army. Reeling under this blow and shaken by the uninterrupted advance of the Franco-American armies on his left, the enemy, on the 5th, began a vast movement in retreat between the Mons Canal and the Aisne at Rethel. During the following days, it extended to the Meuse. On the 8th, the Franco-Belgian troops of the Flanders group of armies captured the passages of the Scheldt between Eck and Oudenaarde, accelerating the retirement of the enemy, who now, from the Dutch frontier to the Cartes de Meuse, was in full retreat. Chapter XIV, The Armistice. Germany asks an armistice October 6, first pourparlers. The High Command is commissioned to study the matter and propose the conditions of an armistice. October 25, examination of these conditions by the Supreme War Council. Adoption of the final text. October 31, November 4. Arrival of the German plenipotentiaries, November 8. Negotiations at Rathans. Signing of the armistice. November 8, 11th, cessation of hostilities, orders published to the Allied armies. By the beginning of October, the Belgian army had got across the marshy country of the Ussur and reached firm ground, and the Allied armies were in a position to pursue into the winter season the series of attacks they had begun. They had been waging a victorious battle since July 18th, and now, to increase its power and scope, they were preparing to extend it first to the Moselle and afterwards to the Vosges. The direction of their operations was plainly marked, for their objectives could only be the main body of the German army, and this they were already pressing hard. The base of this army was in North Germany, the head in Berlin. By attacking uninterruptedly in this direction, we were certain to shake, dislocate, and finally destroy the enemy's military power, and by depriving the German government of its armies, force it to ask for terms. On the other hand, without counting the destruction which the enemy could operate along our obligatory lines of communication and the resulting delays to our march, if he continued the struggle, a serious obstacle would soon confront our advance in this direction, the Rhine. Here the Germans would be in a position to stop our progress for a long time, and, under the protection of the river, they could reconstitute their army. It was to prevent this contingency that the Allies sought to reach and cross the Rhine as soon as possible, by pushing forward the battle and exploiting, without a moment's halt, the increasing disorganization of the enemy. Once the barrier of the Rhine was conquered, Germany would be at the mercy of the Allies, even should they have to go as far as Berlin to prove it. These were the higher considerations which dictated the movements of the Allied armies, as long as political action did not intervene to retard or modify the course of operations. On October 6, 1918, through the intermediary of the German minister at Bern and the Swiss government, the government of Germany had already addressed a note to the President of the United States. It requested Mr. Wilson to take into his hands the cause of peace, to inform all the belligerent nations that he had done so, and to ask them to send plenipotentiaries to open negotiations. It declared itself ready to enter into these negotiations on the basis of the program announced by President Wilson in his message to Congress of January 8, 1918, and in his subsequent utterances, particularly that of September 27, 1918. Finally, urged by its state of pressing necessity, the German government asked for the immediate conclusion of a general armistice on land, on sea, and in the air. President Wilson replied to this note on October 8, stipulating as a condition preliminary to the conclusion of an armistice that the German armies be withdrawn immediately from all invaded territory. The same day, October 8, I took the initiative of sending Monsieur Clemenceau a résumé of the obligations which, in my opinion, should be imposed upon our foe, in case the question arose of stopping hostilities, even momentarily. These obligations were based on three essential principles. There must be no question of halting hostilities in what concerns the armies operating in France and Belgium, unless the following conditions are fulfilled. 1. Liberation of the countries which, in violation of all law, have been invaded, viz. Belgium, France, Alsace-Lorraine, Luxembourg, with the return of their inhabitants. Therefore, the enemy should evacuate these territories within 15 days and repatriate their inhabitants immediately. First condition of the armistice: 2. Assure a suitable military base of departure, permitting us to pursue the war until the enemy's forces are destroyed in case peace negotiations fail. For this, we need 2 or 3 bridgeheads on the Rhine: Rastatt, Strasbourg, and Neubrissach. The bridgehead would be a semicircle traced on the right bank, with a radius of 18¾ miles, taking the edge of the right bank as a center. This also to be effected within 15 days. Second condition of the armistice: 3. Take securities for reparations to be exacted for damage done in the Allied countries, the bill for which to be presented at the time of the peace negotiations. For this purpose, the territory on the left bank of the Rhine must be evacuated by the enemy's troops in not more than 30 days. This territory will be occupied and administered by Allied troops in concert with the local authorities until such time as peace shall have been signed. Third condition of the armistice: in addition, the following supplementary conditions should be exacted. 4. All the war material and supplies of every kind that cannot be removed by the German armies within the time limit prescribed must be left on the spot. Their destruction is forbidden. 5. Troops which have not evacuated the territory specified within the time limits fixed shall be disarmed and made prisoners of war. 6. All railway material, including track and operation equipment, must be left where it is, and none of it destroyed. All seized Belgian and French material, or its numerical equivalent, shall be immediately returned. 7. Military establishments of all sorts intended for the use of troops, camps, barracks, ammunition dumps, arsenals, must be left intact, it being forbidden to take away or destroy anything therein. 8. The same applies to industrial establishments and factories of all sorts. 9. Hostilities will cease 24 hours from the day on which these conditions shall have been approved by the contracting parties. During the first 2 weeks of October, to be sure, we were still too far from the northern Rhine to consider its occupation under the terms of an immediate armistice, but we could assure to ourselves the possession of the southern Rhine, which was much nearer to our armies. This would guarantee for us the certainty of maneuvering the obstacle should hostilities be resumed. Therefore, in the note of October 8th, I demanded the bridgeheads of Neubrissach, Strasbourg, and Rastatt, which gave us the possibility of turning the defenses afforded by the central portion of the Rhine, in case it should become necessary to take up arms again after a suspension of operations at this moment. As will be noted, there was considerable difference between these proposals and the sole condition of evacuation announced up to that time by the President of the United States. To be sure, it was apparent that President Wilson, in fixing a minimum without which there could be no armistice, had not thereby excluded such other stipulations as might seem necessary to the Allies. It was this additional set of conditions that I developed before the representatives of the Allied governments, assembled in Paris at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the afternoon of October 9th. In spite of the opinion held by Monsieur Clemenceau, who preferred not to mix in the debate started between Berlin and Washington, Mr. Lloyd George, in order to avoid any subsequent misunderstanding, convinced his colleagues of the urgent necessity of sending President Wilson a message calling his attention to the insufficiency of his conditions. These, said the British Prime Minister, would not prevent the Germans from drawing such advantages from a suspension of the fighting as to be in a better military situation at the expiration of an armistice not followed by peace than they were at the moment when hostilities had been interrupted. The chance would be given them to extricate themselves from a critical situation, save their war material, reform their units, shorten their front, and retreat without loss of men to new positions which they would have time to select and fortify. And he added, the conditions of an armistice cannot be fixed until consultation has been had among the military experts, and after consideration of the military situation at the moment when negotiations are begun. Mr. Lloyd George was well advised in urgently demanding that this message be sent, for the Germans, as might be expected, did not fail to seize the unhoped-for opportunity offered them to extricate themselves honorably from their dilemma. On October 12th, Prince Max of Baden hastened to inform Washington that he was ready to conclude an armistice in conformity with the evacuation proposals presented by the president. But the latter, warned meanwhile by the allies of the danger into which he risked being dragged, brought the pourparlers back to firmer ground. On October 14th, he telegraphed the German chancellor, "It should be clearly understood that the conditions of the armistice are matters that must be left to the judgment and advice of the military counselors of the United States and the Allied governments, and that no arrangement could be accepted by the government of the United States which did not secure, by means of absolutely satisfactory safeguards and guarantees, the maintenance of the present superiority of the armies of the United States and of the Allies on the battlefield. It would have been presumptuous to suppose that a German government, whatever its complexion, would accept with good grace these new exactions coming from the White House. The conditions imposed for the conclusion of an armistice having struck it as suddenly too severe, it proceeded to ignore them. The government of Berlin had been referred to the Allied generals. It could not object, but what it could do was to endeavor to lead them onto ground which it hoped might prove more favorable. Why speak of military advantages, it asked. These are difficult to estimate. Would it not be better, for casting up the balance sheet of the war's profit and loss, to take as a basis figures easy to establish, for instance, the total number of troops now confronting each other on the battlefield? The German government, wrote the Chancellor, under date of October 20th, in accepting the proposals relating to the evacuation of occupied territories, assumed that the methods to be pursued in this evacuation, as well as the conditions of the armistice, were to be left to the judgment of military advisers, and that the proportion now existing between the troops at the front would serve as a basis for the arrangements which would assure and guarantee these conditions. The German government leaves it to the President to draw up the conditions necessary for regulating details. It is confident that the President of the United States will countenance no demand that would be irreconcilable with the honor of the German nation and the making of a just peace. The trap set by the Prince of Baden could not fool the Allied governments. It was high time, nevertheless, that the conversations which for 2 weeks had been underway between Berlin and Washington should come to an end. All they could accomplish would be to create confusion. Moreover, it was undesirable that the Germans should come to consider President Wilson as a sort of arbiter between the Entente governments and the Central Powers. In such a game, the Entente had everything to lose and nothing to gain. It was advisable, therefore, that without delay the military counselors be given the floor. When the Supreme War Council was created in 1917, the heads of the Allied governments had at their disposal, as technical advisors, their military representatives installed at Versailles. The creation, 4 months later, of a commander-in-chief for the Allied armies had somewhat diminished the importance of these advisors, but theoretically they remained none the less the normal counselors of their governments. It was in their capacity as such that they were called upon, on October 8th, to draw up a project for an armistice with Germany. However, while it was natural that the Allied governments should seek the advice of their military representatives, it was still more appropriate that, first of all, the generals in command of their armies should be consulted. They knew better than anybody else the state of the troops, the efforts of which they were still capable, and the conditions under which they could halt their operations without losing the benefit of the victories gained, and be assured of an advantageous situation in case hostilities were resumed. Their responsibility, therefore, was as much involved in granting an armistice as it was in conducting the fighting, and this I brought out in a letter to the French Prime Minister dated October 16th. It was as follows. In my letter of October 8th, I had the honor of informing you concerning the principal conditions under which, in my opinion, we might consider a cessation of hostilities at that date. The first and second conditions named are those imposed by military exigencies. And in his answer of October 14th to the German proposals, President Wilson states that the matter of fixing the terms of an armistice should be referred to the military counselors of the governments. This phrase, military counselors, already frequently employed in the course of previous conversations, is ambiguous and demands elucidation. As a matter of fact, the only military counselors qualified to deal with the conditions of an armistice are the commanders-in-chief. They alone are responsible to their governments for the safety of their armies and the conditions under which hostilities should be resumed in case of rupture. They alone are thoroughly informed as to the state of their armies and of the enemy forces confronting them. In what concerns the French and Belgian theaters, I consider that the Marshal commanding-in-chief the Allied armies, after agreement with the commanders-in-chief of the French, British, and American armies, and the Chief of Staff of the Belgian army, should be the government's counselors. The third condition deals with taking guarantees for obtaining reparation for damage done in Allied countries, which is to be demanded at the time the peace treaty is negotiated. This guarantee consists in the occupation of the territory on the left bank of the Rhine, to be evacuated by the troops of the enemy within a specified time, and to be occupied and administered by Allied troops in concert with the local authorities until the treaty of peace is signed. Will these guarantees suffice for ensuring the reparations to be demanded by France and her allies, especially Belgium? If so, after reparations shall have been paid, what is to be the fate of these territories? Are we to continue in occupation? Are we going to annex a part of this territory or to favor the creation of neutral, autonomous, or independent states, forming a buffer? Should the armistice make complete reservations at this time as to the fate of these territories? These are questions concerning which it is important that the military commander, whose duty it will be to sign the armistice and discuss its terms when a request for it has been presented, be informed through a study of them made beforehand with the governments concerned. For it is certain that the armistice should give us full guarantees for obtaining, in the course of the peace negotiations, the terms that we wish to impose upon the enemy, and it is evident that only the advantages secured to us by the armistice will remain to us, that only the sacrifices of territory agreed to by the enemy at the time of signing the armistice will remain final. For these reasons, it seems necessary that I be placed in close and continuous touch with a prominent member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whose duty it would be to keep me informed as to your views and those of the Allied governments regarding the terms of the armistice. In this way, it would be possible for me to determine what conditions would secure, in addition to military guarantees, the necessary diplomatic guarantees, reconcile these conditions with the military situation of the moment, and consequently be always in a position to meet, without loss of time, my responsibilities, not only to the French government, but to the governments which have entrusted me with the command of their armies. If you share this point of view, I request you to inform me with what member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs I am to collaborate. In this letter, as will be noted, I emphasized the matter of territory to be held as security for reparations due the Allies, and the situation which it was to be anticipated would arise for this territory. In short, I brought up a series of questions of a political nature demanding immediate study and concerning which the government ought to make up its mind and announce its decision to the military commander, upon whom would devolve the duty of communicating it to the enemy. What was obviously needed was a careful preliminary examination of the political terms to be put in the armistice, as a guard against being surprised by future events. The armistice involved halting the operations of enormous armies, and it ought to contain within itself the germ of the principal conditions of the definitive treaty of peace, in such a way that whatever was decided upon later could involve no serious modification of the situation established at the moment hostilities were arrested. The Prime Minister, however, wishing to preserve the government's freedom of action, in a letter dated October 23rd, rejected the suggestion that some important official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs be placed at my disposal. The conditions of the armistice were, in fact, to be established by the Allied governments. This meant that the preparation of the terms would naturally be conducted by the most active of these governments. The question had just been placed before them by President Wilson. Cutting short his correspondence with Berlin, he referred the German government to the tribunal composed of the Allies, leaving to the latter, however, full latitude to conclude or not conclude an armistice and to dictate to the enemy conditions such as would fully protect the interests of the peoples concerned and assure to the associated governments unlimited power for the purpose of safeguarding the peace to which the German government has consented and the details to be executed. The Allied governments had no reason to reject the principle of the 14 points as a basis of peace, except that, if deemed advisable, they might ask that some of them be modified or elucidated. They also had no reasons for objecting to a cessation of hostilities, provided the conditions which they intended to impose were accepted by the enemy. They asked me, therefore, to prepare a detailed proposal from the military standpoint. Monsieur Clemenceau, their spokesman, made an appointment with General Pétain and myself on October 24th at Paris. We agreed orally upon the conditions which would assure full security to the Allied armies and the guarantees to be exacted to that end. The blockade was to be maintained, and the duration of the armistice was to be short. The progress made by our armies since October 8th permitted us to reinforce and make more definite certain points in the note drawn up on that date. With a view to getting their opinion, on the afternoon of the next day, I called together at my headquarters at Senlis the commanders-in-chief of the American, British, and French armies. Also the Chief of Staff of the French Navy, Vice Admiral de Barne, 77, I requested them, in turn, to state what they thought should be the armistice conditions. Sir Douglas Haig, speaking first, declared that, in his opinion, the German army as a whole was not so broken that it could not still offer serious resistance, that it was capable of retiring to the German frontier and of defending it against equal or even superior forces. On the other hand, the British army was short to the extent of 50,000 infantry, the French army was exhausted, and the American army incompletely organized. Therefore, he thought that the conditions to be imposed upon Germany should be moderate and demand nothing further than 1. Evacuation of Belgium and the occupied portions of France. 2. Evacuation of Alsace-Lorraine, Metz, and Strasbourg being delivered to the Allies. 3. Return of rolling stock taken from France and Belgium and the repatriation of their citizens. Without going into a discussion of these conditions, it did not seem that the reasons supporting them were well-founded. In the course of a few months, the German army had lost enormously in territory, prisoners, and war material. It was a beaten army and must assuredly be badly shaken and greatly demoralized. In what concerned the Allied armies, it had to be recognized that victorious forces are never fresh. Ours had just emerged from a successful battle, but a battle of the sort in which the victor often loses as heavily as the vanquished. However, this did not imply that the Germans were anything but thoroughly disorganized. Hence, there was no reason to anticipate serious resistance from them. Questioned in his turn, General Pétain declared that it must be made impossible for the Germans to resume hostilities. To ensure this, he proposed 1. Allied occupation of the left bank of the Rhine from the Dutch to the Swiss frontiers, including bridgeheads on the right bank. Limit to be fixed at 15 days. 2. Surrender by the Germans of 5,000 locomotives and railway cars in perfect condition. When asked for his opinion, General Pershing stated that he considered the military situation most favorable for the Allies, and that it justified imposing upon Germany severe conditions. He therefore proposed 1. Immediate evacuation of all territory occupied by the enemy. 2. Occupation of Alsace-Lorraine by the Allies. 3. Withdrawal of the German armies to the right bank of the Rhine and occupation by the Allies of bridgeheads on that bank. 4. Transportation by sea of the American army and its supplies not to be interfered with. 5. Immediate repatriation of all the inhabitants of territory occupied by the Germans. 6. Delivery of all submarines and submarine bases to the Allies or to some neutral power. 7. Return of all rolling stock seized in Belgium and France. At the close of this meeting, to which the commanders-in-chief had thus been summoned for the purpose of giving their views on the subject of the armistice, a draft was made of the military conditions to be submitted to the Allied governments. They were in substance: 1. The immediate evacuation of lands unlawfully invaded, Belgium, France, Alsace-Lorraine, and Luxembourg, and the immediate repatriation of their inhabitants. 2. Surrender by the enemy of 5,000 cannon, 30,000 machine guns, and 3,000 Minenwerfer. 3. Evacuation by the German army of all territory on the left bank of the Rhine. Occupation by the Allies of bridgeheads on the right bank, drawn with a radius of 18¾ miles, at Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne, and Strasbourg, and the creation on the right bank of a neutral zone 25 miles wide, running east of the river. 4. Prohibition of any destruction or damage by the enemy in the area evacuated. 5. Delivery of 5,000 locomotives and 150,000 railway cars in good condition. 6. Delivery of 150 submarines, withdrawal of the surface fleet to Baltic ports, occupation by the Allied fleets of Cuxhaven and Heligoland. 7. Maintenance of the blockade during the period fixed for the fulfillment of the above conditions. I took this paper myself to Paris on the afternoon of October 26th, and I handed the text to both the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister. During my conversation with Monsieur Poincaré, when he remarked that these conditions might be judged unacceptable and refused by the Germans, I replied, "Then we will continue the war, for at the point the Allied armies have now reached, their victorious march must not be halted until they have rendered all German resistance impossible and seized guarantees fully ensuring peace. A peace we will have obtained at the price of inestimable sacrifices. The prosecution of our march towards Berlin should not be interrupted until we were masters of the obstacle presented by the Rhine, for it bars the road to Berlin along the space between Cologne and Mayence." On the other hand, in a letter dated October 29th, I warned Monsieur Clemenceau against the tendency of some of our allies to show too great a severity in the matter of naval terms they might wish inserted in the armistice. I had the honor of sending you, on October 26th, the military conditions of the armistice. It seems probable that naval conditions will be added. These cannot be accepted without examination, for if they are too vigorous, it would result in the continuance by the land forces of a costly struggle for the purpose of obtaining advantages of doubtful value. I ask you, therefore, to give me a hearing before the final draft of the terms of the armistice is agreed upon. On the morning of October 31st, the heads of the Allied governments held their first meeting. It took place at the Paris residence of Colonel House, who had been sent expressly to France by President Wilson. At the opening of the meeting, it was learned that Turkey had just signed the Mudros armistice and that Austria had collapsed. This news made it all the easier for me, when asked to give my opinion as to the general military situation, to point out how distinctly favorable events were for the Allies. During more than 3 months, the Germans had been steadily beaten in France and Belgium and forced continuously to retreat. They had lost more than 260,000 prisoners and 4,000 guns. The military situation of their country was seriously disorganized, whereas we were in a position to keep up the fighting all winter, if need be, and along the whole 250-mile front. We could readily go on fighting until the enemy was destroyed, if that became necessary. After I had concluded my statement, Colonel House asked if I considered it preferable to continue the war against Germany or conclude an armistice with her. I answered, "I am not waging war for the sake of waging war. If I obtain through the armistice the conditions that we wish to impose upon Germany, I am satisfied. Once this object is attained, nobody has the right to shed one drop more of blood. During the afternoon of the same day, October 31st, a plenary session of the Supreme War Council was held at Versailles. At the opening of the meeting, which was to be devoted to examining the terms of the Austro-Hungarian armistice, I was again asked to express my opinion, and I repeated my statements of the morning, to the effect that the Allied military situation was becoming more and more favorable. On November 1st, the detailed examination of the terms to be imposed upon Germany commenced. In the morning, a first meeting of the heads of the Allied governments was held in Paris at the Ministry of War. The conditions I had proposed concerning the occupation of the left bank of the Rhine were read. A discussion was then started in order to give Marshal Haig an opportunity to again develop his point of view and repeat his statements of October 25th, which evidently expressed the opinion of Mr. Lloyd George and his colleagues. This proposal, which, for the purpose of suspending hostilities, would halt the Allied armies at the frontiers of Belgium, Luxembourg, and Alsace-Lorraine, that is to say, on the left bank of the Rhine and some distance from the river. In other words, with this obstacle in front of our very noses, was militarily unacceptable. It would leave to Germany, protected as she would be by the Rhine, the possibility of reforming her armies while the conditions of peace were being discussed, and the possibility, if she refused those terms, of resuming the fighting under conditions disadvantageous to the Allies. The latter might thereby lose much of the benefit of their hard-won victories. If the armistice did not give the Rhine to the Allied governments, there would be a risk of jeopardizing the peace they were seeking. My thesis was accepted. The reading and examination of the document continued at Versailles that afternoon. It was decided that clauses concerning the Russian front should be added to the convention and that my staff should draft them. On the afternoon of November 2nd, there was another session at Versailles, during which the naval conditions and those dealing with the Russian front were discussed. At that very hour, the Austrian High Command was receiving from General Diaz the text of the armistice terms offered by the Entente. What was the Vienna government going to do? Would it accept or not? And if it accepted, would not the disruption of the dual monarchy render it incapable of fulfilling its promises? All these questions preoccupied the thoughts of the Allied leaders, and so heavily did they weigh upon the discussion of the afternoon that Mr. Lloyd George abandoned his naval experts and a considerable part of their demands relative to the delivery of the German war fleet. But as soon as Vienna's capitulation was known, he resumed these exigencies in their entirety. They demanded more especially the disarmament of the German war fleet, the surrender of many ships, both submarine and surface, along with considerable naval material, in short, terms so heavy that they might prove unacceptable by Germany, and thus prevent the signing of an armistice convention which, in the matter of land conditions, would be entirely satisfactory to us. Faced with the fact that these naval clauses might be so severe as to make Germany reject our armistice, thus necessitating the continuation of the war on land for the purpose of acquiring, at the cost of much blood, naval material of no value for our operations, I called the attention of the Allied governments to the responsibility they would be incurring if more of our men had to be killed for so little profit to the common cause. In reply to this, I was told to insert the naval clauses in the armistice conditions. Then, if the enemy found them unacceptable, the matter of what modifications to admit would be taken under consideration. As a matter of fact, the Germans accepted everything. The propositions regarding the Russian and Romanian fronts were approved without discussion. In connection with this point, Monsieur Pichon, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, raised the question of Poland's restoration, which was one of the Allied aims in the war. But it was decided that this matter lay outside the scope of the armistice, and that for the moment it was sufficient to have Germany withdraw to her eastern boundaries as they existed in 1914. Finally, on November 4th, after a last reading, the definitive text of the armistice was agreed to by the heads of the Allied governments and immediately cabled to President Wilson. In addition, it was decided that, aided by a British admiral, I should be charged with the duty of communicating this text to envoys duly accredited by the German government, and of treating with them on the basis of its terms. In transmitting to Washington the conditions they had just agreed upon, the Allied governments, at the special request of Great Britain, made all due reservations as to the principle of the freedom of the seas, which figured among the 14 points of President Wilson. The latter was careful to point this out in the message he sent Berlin on November 5th, referring the Germans to Allied headquarters. This was sufficient proof that the Allied governments, however little they seemed to think so, were free to set aside at this moment all formulas that might embarrass them in the coming negotiations. I immediately gave orders for receiving any German envoys who presented themselves at our front lines, and as I intended, if warned beforehand of their coming, to direct them along the line Givet-la-Capelle-Guise, I sent special instructions to General Debeny. At the same time, I warned all the armies against false rumors, which the enemy might circulate prematurely regarding the conclusion of an armistice. It was the night of November 6th-7th, at 12:30, that I received the first wireless message from the German Supreme Command. It gave the names of the plenipotentiaries designated by the Berlin government and asked that I fix a place of meeting. It added, the German government would be glad if, in the interest of humanity, the arrival of the German delegation before the Allied front might cause a provisional suspension of hostilities. I replied at once in these simple words: if the German plenipotentiaries wish to meet Marshal Foch to ask him for an armistice, they should present themselves at the French outposts on the road Chimay-Fourmies-la-Capelle-Guise. Orders have been given to receive and conduct them to the place selected for the meeting. On the morning of the 7th, I was informed that the German plenipotentiaries would leave Spa at noon and arrive before the French lines between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Measures were taken by both the French and German commanders to stop the firing on each side during the passage of the enemy delegation. Accompanied by General Weygand, 3 officers of my staff, 78, and the British naval delegation headed by Admiral Wemyss, First Sea Lord of the Admiralty, I left Senlis at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and went by special train to the place chosen for meeting the German plenipotentiaries, a spot in the Campigny forest, north of and near the station of Rathons. My train was there run onto a siding built for railroad artillery. The German delegation, having been constantly halted by the blocked condition of the roads behind the German front, reached the French lines only at 9 p.m. and arrived at their destination 12 hours late. It was not until 7 in the morning of November 8th that the train bringing them drew up near mine. 2 hours afterwards, at 9 o'clock, the first meeting took place in the office car of the French train. The report reproduced below, sent by me to the French Prime Minister and to the President of the Republic after the signing of the armistice, gives in detail what occurred at Rathons between the Allied and German plenipotentiaries. Let me add that, on the 9th, in order to show the determination of the Allies to put an end to all German resistance, I sent the following telegram to the commanders-in-chief. The enemy, disorganized by our repeated attacks, is giving way all along the front. It is urgent to hasten and intensify our efforts. I appeal to the energy and initiative of commanders-in-chief and their armies to make the results achieved decisive. And all of them, feeling the wind of victory that played upon their standards, sent word in answer. Count upon us to keep on as long as need be. Report. The pourparlers leading up to the conclusion of the armistice with Germany took place in the office car of Marshal Foch's special train. The Marshal's train and the one which the German plenipotentiaries had taken at Tergniers were lying on sidings built for heavy railway artillery in the Forêt de l'Aigle, near the station of Rathons. November 8th. The special train bearing the German plenipotentiaries arrived November 8th at 7 o'clock a.m. The Marshal informed the German delegates that he would receive them at or after 9 o'clock. They asked to be received at 9, and at that hour they proceeded to the Marshal's train. Marshal Foch, accompanied by Admiral Sir Roslin Wemyss, General Weygand and Admiral Hope asked the delegates to show him their credentials. These were produced and handed the Marshal. They read as follows. 1. Full power. The undersigned, Chancellor of the German Empire, Max, Prince of Baden, hereby gives full power to Imperial Secretary of State Matthias Erzberger as President of the Delegation, to Imperial Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary, Count Alfred Oberndorf, and to Major General Detlev von Winterfeldt, Royal Prussian Army, to conduct in the name of the German government, with the plenipotentiaries of the powers allied against Germany, negotiations for an armistice, and to conclude an agreement to that effect, provided the same be approved by the German government. Berlin, November 6, 1918. Signed Max, Prince of Baden. 2. Full power. The undersigned, Chancellor of the German Empire, Max, Prince of Baden, hereby appoints as additional plenipotentiary for the armistice negotiations with the powers allied against Germany. Captain Vancelow, Imperial Navy. General Erich von Gundel, Royal Infantry, has been relieved of his post as plenipotentiary. Consequently, his name has been stricken from the power enclosed herewith. Berlin, November 6, 1918. Signed Max, Prince of Baden. After withdrawing with Admiral Wemyss and General Weygand to examine the above credentials, the Marshal returned to the place of conference and asked the head of the German delegation to announce the names of its members. They were Secretary of State Erzberger, Major General von Winterfeldt, Minister Plenipotentiary Count Oberndorf, Naval Captain Vancelow, Staff Captain Jayo, Cavalry Captain von Heldorf. The Marshal then announced the members of the Allied delegation, viz. Admiral Wemyss, General Weygand, Admiral Hope, Naval Captain Marriott, and as interpreters, Commander Baggett, Interpreter Officer Lapage. Places were now taken at the conference table. Marshal Foch asked the German delegates the purpose of their visit. Herr Erzberger replied that the German delegation had come to receive the proposals of the Allied powers looking to an armistice on land, on sea, and in the air, on all the fronts, and in the colonies. Marshal Foch replied that he had no proposals to make. Count Oberndorf asked the Marshal in what form he desired that they express themselves. He did not stand on form. He was ready to say that the German delegation asks the conditions of the armistice. Marshal Foch replied that he had no conditions to offer. Herr Erzberger read the text of President Wilson's last note, stating that Marshal Foch is authorized to make known the armistice conditions. Marshal Foch replied that he is authorized to make these known if the German delegates ask for an armistice. Do you ask for an armistice? If you do, I can inform you of the conditions subject to which it can be obtained. Herr Erzberger and Count Oberndorf declared that they asked for an armistice. Marshal Foch then announced that the armistice conditions would be read. As the text was rather long, only the principal paragraphs would be read for the present. Later on, the complete text would be communicated to the plenipotentiaries. General Weygand read the principal clauses of the armistice conditions, text, agreed upon at Versailles on November 4th. Immediately after this, Herr Erzberger requested that military operations be at once suspended. He gave as a reason the disorganization and lack of discipline which reigned in the German army and the spirit of revolution that was spreading through Germany as a consequence of the people's sufferings. He described the difficulties which he and his fellow delegates had encountered in passing through the German armies and in crossing their lines, where even the order to cease firing was executed only after considerable trouble. All these circumstances led him to fear that Germany might soon fall into the grip of Bolshevism, and once Central Europe was invaded by this scourge, Western Europe, he said, would find the greatest difficulty in escaping it. Nothing but the cessation of Allied attacks would make possible the recovery of discipline in the German army, and through the restoration of order save the country. I immediately answered, 79, at the moment when negotiations for the signing of an armistice are just being opened, it is impossible to stop military operations until the German delegation has accepted and signed the conditions which are the very consequence of those operations. As for the situation described by Herr Erzberger as existing among the German troops and the danger he fears of Bolshevism spreading in Germany, the one is the usual disease prevailing in beaten armies, the other is symptomatic of a nation completely worn out by war. Western Europe will find means of defending itself against the danger. When I had finished my statement regarding the impossibility of my acquiescing in the verbal request of Herr Erzberger, General von Winterfeldt asked to be heard. He had a special mission to fulfill on behalf of the German Supreme Command and the German government. He read the following statement, prepared in advance. The armistice terms, which have just been brought to our knowledge, require careful examination by us. As it is our intention to reach a conclusion, this examination will be made as promptly as possible. Nevertheless, it will require a certain amount of time, especially as it will be necessary to consult our government and the military supreme command. During this time, the struggle between our armies will continue, and it will result, among both soldiers and civilians, in numerous victims who will die in vain at the last minute, and who might be preserved to their families. Therefore, the German government and the German Supreme Command have the honor to revert to the proposal made by them in their wireless message of the day before yesterday, viz. that Marshal Foch be kind enough to consent to an immediate suspension of hostilities for the entire front, to begin today at a certain fixed hour, the very simple details of which could be decided upon without loss of time. To this, Marshal Foch replied, I am the commander-in-chief of the Allied armies and representative of the Allied governments. These governments have decided upon their terms. Hostilities cannot cease before the signing of the armistice. I am likewise desirous of reaching a conclusion, and therefore I shall help you as far as is possible towards this end. But hostilities cannot cease before the signing of the armistice. At the termination of the session, the German delegates asked the Marshal if it would be possible to extend the time limit for a reply by 24 hours, on account of the time required for informing their government of the terms. The Marshal replied that, in view of the fact that the limit set had been fixed by the Allied and associated governments, it was impossible for him to change it. After conferring among themselves, the German delegates asked that the following message be sent by wireless. German armistice plenipotentiaries to the Imperial Chancellor and to the German military and naval high commands. The plenipotentiaries received the armistice conditions Friday morning at Allied General Headquarters, also the ultimatum that they be accepted or refused within 72 hours, expiring Monday morning at 11 o'clock, French time. The German proposal for an immediate agreement to suspend hostilities provisionally was rejected by Marshal Foch. A German courier bearing the text of the armistice conditions has been sent to Spa, there being no other practical mode of communication. Please acknowledge receipt and send back the courier as soon as possible with your final instructions. It is not necessary for the time being to send new delegates. Signed, Erzberger. This message was forwarded at 11:30 a.m. The German delegation decided to send Captain von Helldorf as courier in order to transmit the text of the terms to German General Headquarters. The Marshal's staff took measures to assure transportation and passage through the lines of this courier, who left at 1 p.m. Count Oberndorf, General von Winterfeldt, and Captain Vancelow then requested that personal conferences between them and General Weygand and Admiral Hope might be held in order to obtain certain explanations desired by the German delegates. These conversations took place in the afternoon. Count Oberndorf and General von Winterfeldt with General Weygand, Captain Vancelow with Admiral Hope. Below is a resume of these conferences. Count Oberndorf first asked whether the Allies had drawn up such severe terms with the object of having Germany refuse them. The answer was that the Allies were making known the conditions under which they would grant an armistice, and that there was nothing hidden in their intentions. Count Oberndorf then asked whether the Allies did not intend to cause the armistice to fail, in order to proceed immediately with peace negotiations? The answer was that Marshal Foch had come here to negotiate, and he wished to negotiate nothing except the conditions governing an armistice. Later on in the conference with Count Oberndorf, as well as in the subsequent one with General von Winterfeldt, questions were asked concerning the various armistice conditions. During these conversations, the principal ideas or arguments advanced by the German delegates for the purpose of softening the terms may be summarized thus. Germany wishes an armistice. The fact that her delegates are here proves that no other course is open to her. Hence, it may be assumed that the delegates are sincere. The German army is beset by unimaginable difficulties, exhaustion among the troops who have been fighting without pause for 4 months, the consequent relaxation of discipline, blocking of roads and railways, which paralyzes all movement. To exact of this army, any rapid movement would prevent it from being put in order. Even should it so desire, the German army would be incapable of recommencing the fight once the armistice is signed. Hence, there is no point in imposing too severe terms. No protest is made against the military clauses concerning the surrender of arms, except as to delivering 30,000 machine guns. If this were done, there would not be enough left to fire on the German people, should this become necessary. Germany's internal situation is extremely serious. The country is in revolt, infected with Bolshevism. Order must be maintained. This is to the interest of the Allies, so as to prevent Bolshevist infection and assure the solvency of their debtors, for very heavy demands for reparation are expected. Consequently, it is to the advantage of everybody that the German army march back to Germany in orderly fashion. To do this, the time limit fixed for the evacuation must be extended. It is not a case of allowing merely additional days, but weeks. Moreover, Germany is threatened with famine. The armistice clauses touching blockade and railway material are inhumane because they will paralyze the work of feeding the population and will cause the death of women and children. To sum up, Germany must be left with an army in good order so that she may suppress revolts, and she must be provided with food. The answer given was, in general terms, this: the state of disorganization in the German army is the result of the victorious advance of the Allied armies during the last 4 months. It is the duty of the Allied High Command to secure, by the terms of the armistice, as a minimum, the continued possession of all advantages won. In terminating these conferences, General Weygand clearly specified: 1. That private conversations, such as those that have just taken place, are merely exchanges of opinion, implying no engagements whatever for those participating. They have as their sole object to give the German delegates the explanations which will enable them to make their demands with full knowledge of the situation. 2. That questions or requests from the German delegates must be made in writing. This was agreed to. Likewise, that a confidential note would be sent to General Weygand so that he could study whatever questions it was desired to have submitted to Marshal Foch. This, to avoid examining these questions for the first time in plenary session. November 9th, at 3:45 p.m. On the 9th, the German delegation handed General Weygand a text entitled Observations on the Conditions of an Armistice with Germany. This text was brought by Count Oberndorf and General von Winterfeldt, who reverted to the arguments of the day before, without saying anything new worth recording. November 10th, a paper headed Answer to the Observations on the Conditions of an Armistice with Germany was handed to the German delegates November 10th at 9:30 p.m. That same day at 6:30 p.m., Marshal Foch had the following note delivered to the German plenipotentiaries: Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Armies, Allied Headquarters, November 10th, 1918. General Staff. According to the terms of the text handed to Marshal Foch, the powers of the German plenipotentiaries for concluding an armistice are limited by the fact that the approval of the Chancellor is necessary, as the time allowed for coming to an agreement expires at 11 a.m. Tomorrow, I have the honor to ask whether the German plenipotentiaries have received the acceptance by the German Chancellor of the terms communicated to him, and if not, whether it would not be advisable to solicit without delay an answer from him. By order, signed Weygand, Major General, Chief of Staff. In reply, the German delegates sent the following note at 9:30 p.m. November 10, 1918. The German plenipotentiaries have the honor of informing the Allied High Command, in reply to the question asked them November 10th, that no decision from the Imperial Chancellor has as yet reached them. The plenipotentiaries have already taken steps looking to having instructions sent them as promptly as possible. Signed Erzberger, Secretary of State. Meanwhile, between 7 and 8 p.m., the following two messages arrived by wireless. The German government, to the plenipotentiaries at headquarters of the Allied High Command. The German government accepts the conditions of the armistice communicated to it on November 8th. The Imperial Chancellor 3084. Roman II. The German Supreme Command to the plenipotentiaries at headquarters of the Allied High Command. The government of the Empire transmits to the High Command the following for Under-Secretary of State Erzberger. Your Excellency is authorized to sign the armistice. You will please, at the same time, have inserted in the record the following. The German government will do all in its power to fulfill the terms agreed upon. However, the undersigned deems it his duty to point out that the execution of some of the conditions will bring famine to the population of that part of the German Empire which is not to be occupied. If all the provisions which had been accumulated for feeding the troops are left in the regions to be evacuated, and if the limitation, equivalent to complete suppression, of our means of transportation is maintained, and the blockade continued, to feed the population and organize a food service will be impossible. The undersigned requests, therefore, to be authorized to negotiate with a view to modifying certain points, in order that supplies may be assured. Signed the Chancellor of the Empire. P.S. The Supreme Command likewise asks attention to the points transmitted at noon today to General von Winterfeldt, advised by wireless when the armistice is signed. Then, about 9 p.m., a very long telegram in cipher from Marshal von Hindenburg began to arrive. When he handed these telegrams to the German delegates, General Weygand asked Herr Erzberger whether he considered that they gave sufficient authenticity to the expected acceptance from the Chancellor. Herr Erzberger replied in the affirmative, pointing out that the number 3084 added to the signature of the first of these telegrams was the number agreed upon to vouch for authenticity. The German delegates were then asked at what time they would be ready to assist at a plenary session for drawing up and signing the definitive text of the armistice. The delegates asked to be given the time to decipher the Hindenburg telegram and to examine the Allied High Command's answer to their observations. They were requested to state as soon as possible the hour at which this plenary session could be held, so that bloodshed might be stopped as soon as possible, now that the signing of the armistice had been decided upon. November 11th. On November 11th at 2:05 a.m., the German delegates stated that they were ready for the session. It was opened at 2:15 a.m. Marshal Foch declared that the definitive text of the armistice would now be approved, and he asked General Weygand to read it, substituting the new text set down in the answer to observations for the text of November 8th, wherever the latter had been changed. The text was read, discussed, and adopted article by article. It reads as follows. Between Marshal Foch, Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Armies, representing the Allied and associated powers, assisted by Admiral Wemyss, First Sea Lord, parties of the first part, and Secretary of State Erzberger, President of the German delegation, Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary Count von Oberndorf, Major General von Winterfeldt, and Naval Captain Vancelow, duly empowered and acting with the approval of the German Chancellor, parties of the second part. An armistice has been concluded, embodying the following conditions. Conditions of the armistice concluded with Germany. A. Clauses relating to the Western Front. 1. Cessation of hostilities by land and in the air 6 hours after the signing of the armistice. 2. Immediate evacuation of the invaded countries, Belgium, France, Luxembourg, as well as Alsace-Lorraine, so ordered as to be completed within 15 days from the signature of the armistice. German troops, which have not left the above-mentioned territories within the period fixed, will be made prisoners of war. Occupation by the Allied and United States forces jointly will keep pace with the evacuation in these areas. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated in accordance with a note Annex I, determined at the time of the signing of the armistice. 3. Repatriation, beginning at once, to be completed within 15 days, of all inhabitants of the countries above enumerated, including hostages, persons under trial, or condemned. 4. Surrender in good condition by the German armies of the following equipment: 500 guns, 2 500 heavy, 2 500 field machine guns, Minenwerfer, 700 aeroplanes, fighters, bombers, firstly D-7, and night bombing machines. The above to be delivered in Siru to the Allied and United States troops, in accordance with the detailed conditions laid down in the note, Annex I, determined at the time of the signing of the armistice. 5. Evacuation by the German armies of the districts on the left bank of the Rhine. These districts on the left bank of the Rhine shall be administered by the local authorities under the control of the Allied and United States armies of occupation. The occupation of these territories by Allied and United States troops will be assured by garrisons holding the principal crossings of the Rhine, Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne, together with bridgeheads at these points of a 30-kilometer, about 19 miles, radius on the right bank, and by garrisons similarly holding the strategic points of the area. A neutral zone shall be reserved on the right bank of the Rhine, between the river and a line drawn parallel to the bridgeheads and to the river and 10 kilometers, 6¼ miles, distant from them between the Dutch frontier and the Swiss frontier. The evacuation by the enemy of the Rhine districts, right and left bank, shall be so ordered as to be completed within a further period of 16 days, in all 31 days after the signing of the armistice. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated according to the note Annex I, determined at the time of the signing of the armistice. 6. In all territories evacuated by the enemy, evacuation of the inhabitants shall be forbidden. No damage or harm shall be done to the persons or property of the inhabitants. In the case of inhabitants, no person shall be prosecuted for having taken part in any military measures previous to the signing of the armistice. No destruction of any kind shall be committed. Military establishments of all kinds shall be delivered intact, as well as military stores of foods, munitions, and equipment, which shall not have been removed during the periods fixed for evacuation. Stores of food of all kinds for the civil population, cattle, etc., shall be left in situ. No measure of a general or official character shall be taken which would have, as a consequence, the depreciation of industrial establishments or a reduction of their personnel. 7. Roads and means of communication of every kind, railroads, waterways, roads, bridges, telegraphs, telephones, shall be in no manner impaired. All civil and military personnel at present employed on them shall remain. 5,000 locomotives and 150,000 wagons in good working order, with all necessary spare parts and fittings, shall be delivered to the associated powers within the period fixed in Annex Roman II, not exceeding 31 days in all. 5,000 motor trucks are also to be delivered in good order within 36 days. The railways of Alsace-Lorraine shall be handed over within 31 days together with all personnel and material belonging to the organization of the system. Further, working material in the territories on the left bank of the Rhine shall be left in situ. All stores of coal and material for upkeep of permanent way, signals, and repair shops shall be left in situ and kept in an efficient state by Germany, so far as the means of communication on the left bank of the Rhine are concerned. All lighters taken from the Allies shall be restored to them. The note attached as Annex Roman II defines the details of these measures. The German command shall be responsible for revealing within 48 hours of the signing of the armistice all mines or delay action fuses disposed on territories evacuated by the German troops, and shall assist in their discovery and destruction. 8. The German command shall also reveal all destructive measures that may have been taken, such as poisoning or pollution of wells, springs, etc., under penalty of reprisals. 9. The right of requisition shall be exercised by the Allied and United States armies in all occupied territories, save for settlement of accounts with authorized persons. The upkeep of the troops of occupation in the Rhine districts, excluding Alsace-Lorraine, shall be charged to the German government. 10. The immediate repatriation, without reciprocity, according to detailed conditions which shall be fixed, of all Allied and United States prisoners of war, including those under trial and condemned. The Allied powers and the United States of America shall be able to dispose of these prisoners of war as they think fit. This condition annuls all other conventions regarding prisoners of war, including that of July 1918, now being ratified. However, the return of German prisoners of war interned in Holland and Switzerland shall continue as heretofore. The return of German prisoners of war shall be settled at the conclusion of the peace preliminaries. 11. Sick and wounded who cannot be removed from territory evacuated by the German forces will be cared for by German personnel, who will be left on the spot with the material required. B. Clauses relating to the eastern frontiers of Germany. 12. All German troops at present in any territory which before the war formed part of Austria-Hungary, Romania, or Turkey shall withdraw within the frontiers of Germany as they existed on 1st August 1914, and all German troops at present in territories which before the war formed part of Russia must likewise return to within the frontiers of Germany as above defined, as soon as the Allies shall think the moment suitable, having regard to the internal situation of these territories. 13. Evacuation by German troops to begin at once, and all German instructors, prisoners, and civilians, as well as military agents now on the territory of Russia, frontier as defined on 1st August 1914, to be recalled. 14. German troops to cease at once all requisitions and seizures and any other coercive measures with a view to obtaining supplies intended for Germany in Romania and Russia, frontier as defined on 1st August 1914. 15. Annulment of the treaties of Bucharest and Brest-Litovsk and of the supplementary treaties. 16. The Allies shall have free access to the territories evacuated by the Germans on their eastern frontier, either through Danzig or by the Vistula, in order to convey supplies to the populations of these territories or for the purpose of maintaining order. See clause relating to East Africa. 17. Evacuation of all German forces operating in East Africa within a period specified by the Allies. D. General clauses. 18. Repatriation without reciprocity within a maximum period of 1 month, in accordance with detailed conditions hereafter to be fixed, of all interned civilians, including hostages and persons under trial and condemned, who may be subjects of other allied or associated states than those mentioned in Clause 3. Financial clause. 19. With the reservation that any future concessions and claims by the Allies and United States of America remain unaffected, the following financial conditions are imposed. Reparation for damage done. While the armistice lasts, no public security shall be removed by the enemy which can serve as a pledge to the Allies to cover reparation of war losses. Immediate restitution of the cash deposit in the National Bank of Belgium, and, in general, immediate return of all documents, specie, stock, shares, paper money, together with plant for the issue thereof, affecting public or private interests in the invaded countries. Restitution of the Russian and Romanian gold yielded to Germany or taken by that power. This gold to be delivered in trust to the Allies until peace is concluded. Naval conditions. 20. Immediate cessation of all hostilities at sea, and definite information to be given as to the position and movements of all German ships. Notification to be given to neutrals that freedom of navigation in all territorial waters is given to the navies and mercantile marines of the Allied and associated powers, all questions of neutrality being waived. 21. All naval and mercantile marine prisoners of war of the Allied and associated powers in German hands to be returned without reciprocity. 22. To surrender at the ports specified by the Allies and the United States all submarines at present in existence, including all submarine cruisers and mine layers, with armament and equipment complete. Those that cannot put to sea shall be deprived of armament and equipment and shall remain under the supervision of the Allies and the United States. Submarines ready to put to sea shall be prepared to leave German ports immediately on receipt of wireless order to sail to the port of surrender, the remainder to follow as early as possible. The conditions of this article shall be completed within 14 days of the signing of the armistice. 23. The following German surface warships, which shall be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, shall forthwith be disarmed and thereafter interned in neutral ports, or failing them, Allied ports, to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, and placed under the surveillance of the Allies and the United States of America. Only care and maintenance parties being left on board, namely 6 battle cruisers, 10 battleships, 8 light cruisers, including 2 mine layers, 50 destroyers of the most modern type. All other surface warships, including rivercraft, are to be concentrated in German naval bases, to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, completely disarmed and placed under the supervision of the Allies and the United States of America. All vessels of the auxiliary fleet are to be disarmed. All vessels specified for internment shall be ready to leave German ports 7 days after the signing of the armistice. Directions for the voyage shall be given by wireless. 24. The Allies and the United States of America shall have the right to sweep up all minefields and destroy all obstructions laid by Germany outside German territorial waters, and the positions of these are to be indicated. 25. Freedom of access to and from the Baltic to be given to the navies and mercantile marines of the Allied and associated powers. This to be secured by the occupation of all German forts, fortifications, batteries, and defense works of all kinds in all the routes from the Kattegat into the Baltic, and by the sweeping up and destruction of all mines and obstructions within and without German territorial waters, without any questions of neutrality being raised. And the positions of all such mines and obstructions are to be indicated by the Germans. 26. The existing blockade conditions set up by the Allied and associated powers are to remain unchanged, and all German merchant ships found at sea are to remain liable to capture. The Allies and United States contemplate the provisioning of Germany during the armistice as shall be found necessary. 27. All aerial forces are to be concentrated and immobilized in German bases to be specified by the Allies and the United States of America. 28. In evacuating the Belgian coasts and ports, Germany shall abandon, in situ and intact, the port material and material for inland waterways, also all merchant ships, tugs and lighters, all naval aircraft and air materials and stores, all arms and armaments, and all stores and apparatus of all kinds. 29. All Black Sea ports are to be evacuated by Germany. All Russian warships of all descriptions seized by Germany in the Black Sea are to be handed over to the Allies and the United States of America. All neutral merchant ships seized in the Black Sea are to be released. All warlike and other material of all kinds seized in those ports are to be returned. And German materials as specified in Clause 28 are to be abandoned. 30. All merchant ships at present in German hands belonging to the Allied and associated powers are to be restored to ports to be specified by the Allies and the United States of America without reciprocity. 31. No destruction of ships or of materials is to be permitted before evacuation, surrender, or restoration. 32. The German government shall formally notify the neutral governments, and particularly the governments of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Holland, that all restrictions placed on the trading of their vessels with the Allied and associated countries, whether by the German government or by private German interests, and whether in return for special concessions, such as the export of shipbuilding materials or not, are immediately cancelled. 33. No transfers of German merchant shipping of any description to any neutral flag are to take place after signature of the armistice. F. Duration of armistice. 34. The duration of the armistice is to be 36 days, with option to extend. During this period, on failure of execution of any of the above clauses, the armistice may be repudiated by one of the contracting parties on 48 hours previous notice. It is understood that failure to execute Articles 3 and 18 completely in the period specified is not to give reason for a repudiation of the armistice, save where such failure is due to malice aforethought. To ensure the execution of the present convention under the most favorable conditions, the principle of a permanent international armistice commission is recognized. This commission will act under the supreme authority of the High Command, military and naval, of the Allied armies. The present armistice was signed on the 11th day of November, 1918, at 5:00 a.m. French time. Signed, F. Foch, R. E. Wemyss, Erzberger, Oberndorf, Winterfeldt, Vancelot. At 5:05 agreement was reached as to the final text. In order that hostilities might cease as soon as possible, it was decided to have the last page of the text typed immediately and the signatures attached thereto. At 5:10, the Allied and German plenipotentiaries affixed their signatures. 5:00 was agreed upon as the time of signing. The Allied High Command, in view of political events in Germany, asked to have added to the text the following clause at the end of answer to observations. In case the German vessels are not delivered within the periods agreed upon, the governments of the Allies and the United States will have the right to occupy Heligoland in order to assure such delivery. The German delegates stated that they could not sign this clause, but they agreed to urge its acceptance by the German government. These matters were embodied in a separate document. Herr Erzberger then asked to be heard. He read the following declaration, the text of which, signed by the 4 German plenipotentiaries, he handed to Marshal Foch. November 11th, 1918. Statement of the German plenipotentiaries on the occasion of signing the armistice. The German government will naturally make every effort within its power to see that the terms imposed are fulfilled. The undersigned plenipotentiaries acknowledge that on some points, upon their representation, a certain degree of benevolence has been shown. Therefore, they feel that they can consider that the observations made by them on November 9th regarding the armistice terms with Germany and the answer made them on November 10th constitute an integral part of the agreement as a whole. But they cannot allow any doubt to exist as to the fact that the shortness of the delays allowed for evacuation and the surrender of indispensable transportation equipment threaten to create a situation such as may render it impossible for them to continue the fulfillment of the terms, through no fault of the German government and people. Referring to their repeated oral and written statements, the undersigned plenipotentiaries also deem it their duty to strongly insist on the fact that the carrying out of this agreement may plunge the German people into anarchy and famine. In view of the discussions which brought about the armistice, we might have expected terms which, while assuring our adversary complete and entire military security, would have terminated the sufferings of non-combatants, of women and children. The German nation, which for 50 months has defied a world of enemies, will preserve, in spite of every kind of violence, its liberty and unity. A nation of 70 million suffers but does not die. Signed, Erzberger, Oberndorf, Winterfeld, Vancelow. Marshal Foch then declared the meeting closed, and the German delegates withdrew. The following telegram was immediately sent along the whole front by radio and by telephone to the commander-in-chief. 1. Hostilities will cease on the entire front November 11th at 11 a.m. French time. 2. Allied troops are not to pass until further orders beyond the line reached on that day at that hour. Exact report must be made as to this line. 3. All communication with the enemy is forbidden until receipt of instructions to the commanders of armies. In the course of the morning, the various documents were handed to the German plenipotentiaries. Their train left the Rathan station at 11:30 a.m. for Tergnia, where they were to take their automobiles. At their request, every facility was afforded Captain Jaeger of the German army for his journey by air to German headquarters, bearing the texts and maps. This officer left the Tergnia landing field at about 12:30 p.m. Signed, Weygand, General of Division, Major General of the Allied Armies. On November 11th at 11 a.m., firing ceased along the whole front of the Allied armies. An impressive silence followed upon 53 weeks of battle. The nations could now look forward to seeing a world once more restored to peace. The next day, I issued the following general order. Officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers of the Allied armies, after resolutely repulsing the enemy for months, you confidently attacked him with an untiring energy. You have won the greatest battle in history and rescued the most sacred of all causes, the liberty of the world. You have full right to be proud, for you have crowned your standards with immortal glory and won the gratitude of posterity. F. Foch, Marshal of France, Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Armies. Chapter Roman 15, The March to the Rhine. Did the Allied armies completely fulfill their duty towards their respective countries on November 11th? The March to the Rhine, the renewals of the armistice. In accordance with the protocol which accompanied the armistice, the Allied armies a few days later were put in movement towards the Rhine for the purpose of taking possession of the three bridgeheads at Cologne, Koblenz, and Mayence, and occupying the German territory on the left bank of the river. Before following them on this victorious march, it may be well to ask whether, in accepting the armistice of November 11th, they had entirely done their duty towards their countries. The armistice signed by the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies did not constitute a peace treaty or even the preliminaries of peace. It was a suspension of hostilities which intervened in the course of a conflict for the purpose of stopping bloodshed and giving the belligerent countries the time required for drawing up a treaty of peace. Though its text embodied certain political and financial clauses calling for immediate fulfillment, it did not determine the situation of the belligerent states at the close of the war. The Allied governments had reserved to themselves the important task of drafting the treaty which would fix this situation. To guarantee to these governments the possibility of fully carrying out this task, the Allied armies and their commanders agreed to halt their operations under conditions which rendered the military situation sufficiently advantageous to prevent any resistance on the part of the enemy to the intentions of the Allied governments and to the peace terms they might dictate. The Rhine was an obstacle under the protection of which Germany might have jeopardized the victories of our armies, reconstituted her forces, and then proceeded to discuss conditions of peace. But now, the Allied armies were going to hold the Rhine. They were even going to hold both banks. Here they were in a position, if need arose, to resume their advance and put a stop to any difficulties which the German government might seek to create. Proof of this fact was furnished later when, on June 28, 1919, at Versailles, the Treaty of Peace, in the exact form which the Allied and associated governments had decided to give it, was signed by the Germans without protest. In addition, the occupation of the Rhineland by virtue of the armistice constituted a mortgage in the hands of the Allies, such as would guarantee the payment of the indemnities they had decided to claim. By making it possible, if necessity arose, to resume the war from dominating positions, and by exacting this mortgage, both assured in the very text of the armistice, and thus representing a consolidation of our victory. The Allied High Command had placed in the hands of the Allied governments the means of making whatever terms of peace they might decide to be desirable and of ensuring their execution by the enemy. Moreover, it must not be imagined that the signing of the armistice was premature on our part, or that we might have derived advantage from delaying it some days or even some weeks, until such time as the German defeat had been finally sealed by a military disaster equivalent to a new Sedan. In what concerns this point, I have described in preceding pages the results we had a right to expect from the attack all ready to be launched east of the Moselle on November 14th, the execution of which we halted as a consequence of the suspension of hostilities ordered on November 11th. These results would have been, after a victorious start, to extend by yet another 20 miles our combat front, already stretching for 200 miles, and along which, up to that moment, we had been waging a successful battle from the North Sea to Lorraine. But the nature of this frontal assault could in no way have modified the situation to our ultimate profit. Ever since the middle of July, the Allied armies, in a series of combats, had beaten and driven back the Germans. 990 officers, 355,000 men, 215 cannon, 38, 622 machine guns had been taken, figures surpassing anything history had recorded up to then and equivalent to several Sedans. By their constant pounding, they had sown among the enemy troops a demoralization bordering on insurrection. If hostilities had been continued, the Allies would have been able to accentuate and augment these emphatic results, but without changing their nature. Several millions of German soldiers, armed with rapid-fire guns and still disposing of vast quantities of war material, retreating across a relatively restricted area, would have preserved to the struggle all its former characteristics. Disordered masses of men, the debris of more than 200 German divisions, were falling back in confusion, filling the whole countryside like a swarm of ants on the march. But they were armed with cannon, machine guns, and rifles, and thanks to these rapid-fire weapons, they were unapproachable and impenetrable until such time as we could bring up more cannon and more machine guns than they had. These armed hordes, moving like a great scourge, left behind them a devastated land. On all sides there was nothing but destruction. Roads and bridges were made impassable, and abandoned war material littered every practicable line of advance. Hence it was most difficult for the heads of columns launched in pursuit to promptly bring up forces sufficient to throw this retreating mob into even greater confusion, break through or surround it. Only the aid of powerful artillery could enable them to act. But as the victorious columns advanced, they had to be supplied with food and munitions. This again greatly slowed up their rate of march, owing to the lack of railways and the condition of the roads. In short, it was a case of well-ordered armies pushing before them troops in ever-increasing disorder, gathering in prisoners and material as they went, the daily proof of constantly accentuated success. We could have continued the campaign along these lines up to the Rhine, whence we could have started anew after having established a strong base on the river and repaired the indispensable lines of communication, unless, meanwhile, some cataclysm took place among the German masses. But the disorder our armies had created in the ranks of the enemy and the cruel suffering they had inflicted upon him rapidly increased and finally brought on insurrection. This feeling was spreading through the country, where the sufferings of the people and the conviction that further resistance was impossible developed into revolution. Famished by 4 years of war, there remained to Germany nothing but a disorganized army, incapable of stopping the victorious rush of the Allies and in revolt against its commanders. The country lay at the mercy of the victors. Germany signed the armistice without discussion in order to save from the destruction of war what remained of her institutions. On November 11th, I sent the commanders-in-chief general instructions prescribing the conditions under which Allied territory evacuated by the enemy was to be occupied by their troops. On November 17th, the Allied armies crossed the lines they held at the moment hostilities ceased. On the 30th, all the invaded territories in France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Alsace-Lorraine had been entirely reoccupied. On the 25th, I entered Metz, and on the 26th, Strasbourg. During this time, I was making ready the approaching occupation of the Rhineland. It was to be divided in 4 zones: Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne, Aix-la-Chapelle, placed respectively under a French, American, British, and Belgian general officer. In each zone, the troops were, in principle, to be of the same nationality. In the bridgeheads, however, as well as in the territory on the left bank of the Rhine, lying between the Cologne bridgehead and the Dutch frontier, it was stipulated that the garrisons would be composed of groups belonging to several allied nations. This was done in order to maintain the allied character of the occupation. The total force of the allied armies initially holding the Rhineland, including those in the first line and those in reserve, consisted of 16 army corps composed of 40 divisions plus 5 divisions of cavalry. The maintenance of these troops was to be at the expense of the German government. In practice, the inter-allied character of the occupation of the bridgeheads could not be entirely maintained. Thus, the one at Cologne was handed over wholly to the British, since the French division which was to have occupied it was, through momentary necessities, assigned to the Belgian zone around Aix-la-Chapelle. On December 1st, the march of the Allied armies brought them into Germany. On the 9th, they were on the Rhine. On the 13th, they crossed it. On the 17th, the bridgeheads were completely occupied. From that date onward, the Entente armies mounted guard on the Rhine. From its shores, they beheld vanquished Germany at their feet. At the slightest attempt on her part to lift her head and cause trouble, they had but to make a move to stop it. Posted there, they enabled the Allied governments to dictate to the Central Powers whatever conditions of peace they might consider it proper to impose. The Allied armies had accomplished their task. However impatient the world might be to see definitely concluded this peace for which it thirsted, the negotiations leading up to it were destined to be long drawn out. The tardy arrival of President Wilson in France, the scope of the problems demanding solution, the necessity of reaching for most all of the questions a preliminary agreement among then allies, who often held divergent opinions, all required such a long time that, despite the goodwill and arduous labor of the treaty's architects, 4 months were required to shape it, and 5 to obtain Germany's acceptance. Now the armistice signed at Rathans was only valid for 36 days. It expired on December 17th, and on this date, the Allied plenipotentiaries were only beginning to reach Paris. The convention of November 11th, therefore, had to be renewed. The negotiations for this purpose took place on December 12 and 13, 1918. The same delegates as at Rathans met in the same railway car, the office car of my train. It is unnecessary to go into the details of these negotiations, which ended in the following agreement. 1. The duration of the armistice was prolonged 1 month, viz. until January 17, 1919. 2. The Allied High Command reserved the right to occupy the neutral zone on the right bank of the Rhine, north of the Cologne bridgehead and up to the Dutch frontier, whenever it might consider this additional guarantee required. It was hoped that the new convention would cover the time necessary for handing the preliminaries of peace to the Germans, a result desired by them as much as by ourselves, and indeed, this would have been the natural solution if the large military forces still on foot were to be cut down. Unfortunately, the Council of Four could not solve its problems in time. Therefore, I again went to Treves, and on January 15th and 16th negotiated with the German delegates a second extension of the armistice. The principal clauses covered the following points. 1. Extension of the armistice for 1 month, until February 17th. 2. Germany to furnish agricultural machines and implements. 3. Establishment at Berlin of an Allied commission for supervising Russian prisoners of war in Germany. 4. Details for executing clauses of the agreement of November 11th regarding the surrender of German vessels and the restitution of material taken out of France and Belgium. 5. The entire merchant fleet of Germany to be placed under the control and under the flag of the Allies for the duration of the armistice. This measure was intended to assure the feeding of Germany and the rest of Europe. 6. The Allied High Command reserved the right to occupy the sector of the fortified zone of Strasbourg, consisting of the forts on the right bank of the Rhine, together with a strip of land in front of these forts from 3 to 6 miles deep, whenever it might consider this additional guarantee to be required. The second extension of the armistice, like the first, was concluded in the hope that it might cover the time required for the conclusion of the preliminary terms of peace. But these remained unformulated. In fact, the Allied governments gave up the idea of formulating them. Therefore, the armistice was renewed a third time. But it was now understood that this extension was to be the last and that no date was to be fixed for its expiration. The Allied powers merely reserved the right of terminating it on 3 days' notice. No new dispositions were made. Supervision of the execution of clauses incompletely carried out was confided to the Permanent Armistice Commission. However, the Germans were required to at once give up all offensive operations against the Poles in the Posen region and everywhere else, and a line of demarcation was drawn beyond which their troops were not to advance. On June 28, 1919, peace was concluded and signed in the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles. The end.